this year with a focus on leadership. So we have a whole lineup for you of sessions on AI and data science, and we're going to be hearing from universities far and wide that are offering their scholarship programs. But this morning, I am not in the Caribbean for the first time for Girls in ICT Day. I participated in some of the activities over at the International Telecoms Union. But, it was so amazing to kick off Girls in ICT Day with them. And I am going to hand over to Maria so she can tell you some more of what's coming up. I think we're also going to be hearing, right, Maria, from the Secretary General of the ITU, who I was with this morning. So we have a shout out pick for everybody from the Caribbean and some more videos of girls from the region, from this area here, giving a shout out to ladies from the Caribbean. And we're going to hear from Janika also, too. So, drum roll for Maria. Maria, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize I was muted. So, welcome everyone to our show. Thank you so much, Nicole, for that address from Caribbean Girls Hack. And yes, we do have a pretty tight show today with regards to our featured speakers and the order that they're going to be in. Today, I am going to give a small address from our Women Tech Makers Caribbean community. Our theme this year is impact the future, and I thought it was very interesting to think about how we within the Caribbean ecosystem we're supporting girls and we're young women who are entering the world of work into becoming successful technologists. So without further ado, I would like to go into some of our featured addresses, and I think our plan show today is going to really show you how we can empower girls, not just through scholarship, not just through programs and pathways into successful careers, but through empowering them through the belief that they can become anything that they want to. So thank you so much.
April 25th is Girls in ICT Day. This year, we're focused on leadership and how the international community can support women and girls everywhere to become leaders in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Leadership is so much more than holding a job title or a position of power. It's about harnessing the power of ideas and innovation, and the ability to navigate change with confidence, whether you're a student, entrepreneur, or head of state. Our shared digital future needs women leaders who are not just technologically skilled, but visionaries with a voice to advocate for a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable world online and offline. As we continue to witness unprecedented digital transformation with the rise of AI and other emerging technologies, we simply cannot afford to keep leaving half the world's population behind. Right now, just 21% of all ICT ministers are women, and only 32 out of 165 ICT regulators are led by a woman. In the highest positions of government, gender equality will not be reached for another 130 years. In the private sector, women technologists occupy less than a third of positions and face a pay gap of 21%. Just 22% of AI workers globally are women, and the hiring rate of women in tech leadership roles has stalled. When we look at C-suite roles in STEM, just 1 in 8 is held by a woman. I think it's high time to turn all of this around. To all the young girls out there, the tech sector needs you. Your ideas, creativity, and perspectives are essential if gender equality is to become a reality. We need you to step into leading roles, to challenge stereotypes, and to contribute to building a digital future that benefits everyone. To the international community, let's empower and encourage more young women than ever to step up into the world of STEM. Let's invest in their education, mentorship, and skill-building opportunities so that they can not only succeed, but thrive as digital trailblazers. Let's celebrate, support, and inspire our girls on Girls in ICT Day and every day, because they are the leaders of our digital tomorrow.
Wow, that was such a powerful address from the ITU Secretary General. Really important for young women to hear that the technology sector needs us and needs young people to speak up about their ideas, about their inclusion, about their future, tying back to our theme, Impact the Future. I'd like to welcome to the stage Soima Betty, who's a Women Tech Makers Ambassador, GDG organizer, everything above Women in Tech Caribbean.
Good
Um,
morning, everyone.
Good morning. And also, the room is getting a bit full. Adriana's here, Sonia's here. I'm not sure if they want to join the room just yet, but we all kind of met each other, I think, in the Women in Tech Caribbean space. Am I right? So
We
I
have,
think
yeah.
it's a perfect segue into our founder of Women in Tech Caribbean's address, who is Janika John. Welcome, Janika.
Hello and welcome to the Caribbean Girls in ICT Summit 2024. I'm so happy that you decided to connect and join us here today, and also have to say Happy Girls in ICT Day. This program is really, really well packed, so make sure that you grab a notebook and take some notes. Write down bullet points. I always find that writing down bullet points from speakers help me revisit those topics afterwards, and really remember some of the cool things that the speaker had to say. My name is Janika John. I am the founder of Women in Tech Caribbean. You can find us at womenintechcaribbean.com for more information on the community. But just a brief note, we're a community of over 300 women, Caribbean women to be specific, working all over the world, working in some of the biggest companies you know, and also working in companies that you've never heard of. But we also have people who are just starting out, and we really try to help and connect with each other. We're a community. And I'm so happy to be partnering once again this year. We've been doing this for a while now. I'm happy to be partnering once again this year for such a crucial time of every year. It's a day I look forward to every year. Girls in ICT Day. We are the future. I was once a girl, slightly interested in ICT, but not really sure, where I would fit in, where would be the place for me. And I eventually found my place. I work now as a software engineer, and I'm really, really happy to have found that job, as I love it so much. And it was an accident, but I tend to say it was a happy accident that I found out about this field, and that I really enjoy programming. And so with no further ado, I won't keep you here very long. I just want to say, really, as I mentioned before, take notes, pay attention to what the speakers are saying. There could be some really life-changing key points shared here today, and you don't want to miss it. So thank you for joining, and thank you from me and Women in Tech Caribbean.
Okay, thank you so much, Janika, for that great address. I think we had a little bit of low audio, but I'm hoping that it could be tweaked on the other side. Now,
So Maria, 300. We're now 300. And we need another 300 with all of these young people who are joining us here today. This is amazing. So we're here to do it for them and with them.
Yeah, mute Maria.
Yep. Still.
sorry, guys, I keep getting muted, but I believe that we have another address from Godiva Goulding, but I'm not seeing it here. So perhaps we should get ready to get started into some of our other topics. I'm just gonna leave you guys to have a small chat. I'll be right back. Be right back, guys.
Yeah, so tell me, Saima, what does it mean for you being a woman in tech from the Caribbean? It says Caribbean, but from the Caribbean. And of course, I'm from Jamaica. You're from.
The Bahamas, yeah. It's a nice feeling to know that you are contributing to society in a very innovative and almost like a disruptive way, right? I think where we're from, we're so used to hearing jobs related to like banking and tourism and very limited. So for us to have like we're people, right? We all have different interests and it's super normal. So for us to be able to doing something different that we love and encourage to do it and to have like a whole community that is very much like us, I think it means a lot. And just to like bring something new to our economies back home, right? So it's not only limited to that one bubble, but we can add more to that ecosystem. So it just um, means to just add, right? To add substantial value in a way that is usually uncommon or unheard of.
And you know, as I was saying, I'm in Geneva, which is in Switzerland, unusual this time, and for Girls in ICT Day. And it was exactly what so many of the young women there were actually saying. You know, the importance of representation, the importance of having role models like yourselves so that they can know it's possible for them to be in technology. One student was saying that there are like four girls in coding, right? Four girls in coding with 25 guys in coding, you
Yeah.
know, in the computer science class. And I was saying, you know, these are the things that we need to change. But the good thing is, she said, I don't think the girls feel any way about being in the class with so many guys. So that's good. That means it's a positive environment.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like my experience when I was in college, right? Very few girls, lot of guys. It can go either way. So I'm glad to hear that those girls at least have a positive experience somewhat.
Right. Right. And we are going to hear Maria. Who do we have next coming up? We're going to hear from some rock star ladies.
Yes, we are. So as for our next segment, we actually have our
Women tech leaders. We have
Our
our
women
women
tech
tech leaders. So this session here coming up is going to be moderated by none other than, if we had a drum roll, we would drum roll. Abriana Cooper, right? And you are seeing Saima here, who's going to be one of our speakers, talking about what she's doing as sports tech. We're also going to be having, we have Jolene Gentles, who is in agri-tech. And we have Sonia Hill, who is actually, okay, so let me back up. We have Saima, who is from the Bahamas in New York, speaking about her work in sports tech. We have Jolene Gentles, who is from Jamaica in agri-tech, speaking from Ghana on what she's doing in agri-tech. We have Sonia Hill, who is in green tech from Jamaica, in Jamaica. And last but not least, let me see, do we have Rosalie with us? Of course, we have our moderator, Abriana Cooper, who I am now going to hand over to for this discussion about what these ladies are doing as tech women, tech leaders.
Thank you so much for that, Nicole. So, Audrey Carballo says, be an innovator, not an imitator. With innovation now at the forefront of every company, we're going to have a discussion on going outside the box of innovation, of innovative industries. My name is Abriana Cooper, your Caribbean Girls Hack Ambassador, and today joining me, we have our lovely panelist, Miss Sonia Hill. After graduating from Hampton School, Sonia began her engineering journey at CMU, laying the foundation for her to become an engineer in the renewable energy sector With a passion for innovation and problem solving, Sonia is a former competitor in mobile robotics, where she competed at the International World Skills Competition in Bordeaux, France. A month after competing, she graduated from CMU with a bachelor's degree in industrial systems engineering and is now employed as a solar sales engineer. She is currently one of the World Skills Champions Trust representatives for the Americas 2023-2024 period. Next is a very dear friend of mine, Miss Julienne Gentles. Julienne is a distinguished tech for development enthusiast and public speaker, holding a first-class honors Bachelor of Science in Computing from the University of Technology, Jamaica. She has led engineering teams in launching digital products across 5 global markets, focusing on digital health and medical devices, media, culture, and agri-tech. Recognized for her expertise, she was added to the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization's roster of agri-tech experts in 2020. As Chief Ambassador for Caribbean Girls Hack and a diversity and inclusion advocate, she champions tech training and mentorship programs for underserved women and girls in the Caribbean. Her commitment to innovation and community development has garnered recognition awards from prominent organizations like Microsoft, Huawei, and the United Nations. Julienne's accolades include being selected as the 2024 to 2025 Schwarzman Scholar. Her research focuses on the impact of artificial intelligence on global business and political landscapes. Next, just joining us, Miss Rochelle Pinnock. Rochelle is a globe-trotting advocate for sustainable technology, having collaborated with software development teams across 4 continents to tackle issues like healthcare and food insecurity. She gained prominence through her award-winning app Green Dream, aimed at addressing the climate crisis in the Caribbean, earning accolades in national hackathons and securing speaking engagements at prestigious events like Clinton Global Initiative Conference. As a Clinton Global Initiative delegate, Rochelle shared her insights on technology's role in combating climate-related challenges. She also represented the Caribbean at the IRENA Youth Forum in Abu Dhabi, contributing to discussions on global sustainability and climate justice. And finally, we have Miss Sonia Fatambeti. Soimya is currently a product manager at Major League Baseball. Prior to this, she worked as a data engineer and software engineer at Nike, Cisco, and Intel, respectively. She had earned a bachelor's degree in electronics and telecommunications. Then shortly after, a master's degree in computer science, where she specialized in systems modeling and data analysis. As an aspiring tech entrepreneur, hobbyist, mobile app developer, Soumya is continuously on the look for exciting projects and initiatives to take on during her free time. She prides herself in unparalleled life experiences and is an advocate for doing things the unconventional way. So with that being said, I want to thank all our panelists for taking the time out of their very busy schedules to be here with us to celebrate Girls in ICT Day today. So the first question that I'm going to throw out to our panelists is, what does going outside the box mean to you in the context of innovation within the tech industry? And just to call on some names, I'm going to start off with Jolene.
Hi, Ariana. Thank you for those lovely introductions. So happy to be here today celebrating Girls in ICT Day with these esteemed women, my fellow panelists. So in terms of, I just want to clarify, Ariana, you said, what does thinking outside of the box mean as...
So what does going outside the box mean to you within an innovative industry in tech?
Absolutely. I have a little cousin, and he said something so interesting. I think his mom was telling him to, think outside the box. And he actually said, I don't want to think outside the box. I want to live outside the box, because to think outside the box means I'm actually still trapped in there and I'm trying to let my mind wander outside. And I feel like that was something very inspiring to hear. And when I reflect on my tech journey, I also have been trying to just forget the box even exists and live outside of it. And what that has looked like for me is not necessarily plotting my journey based on the journey of anyone else I've ever seen. It's been an interesting up and down ride and roller coaster for me in tech, working in different industries from agri-tech, working on creative projects in media and culture, being a public speaker, also being an academic. And I can't say that there was a woman doing exactly or a man doing exactly what I am doing right now that I said I modeled my career journey off of. And that's a single piece of advice that I think is very helpful. Just really stay true to your unique passions, no matter how unrelated they may seem. You can tie it all together and make that form a part of your tech story. And that's a bit about what I'll be sharing today. And I'm excited to hear the stories of the other panelists as well. So just know that you can chart your own path. And in terms of being an innovator, knowing that bringing diverse people together is the best way to come up with the most unique of ideas. So always be that voice that amplifies the voice of persons who may not be heard very much in society, because their insights and their perspectives also contribute to excellent innovations and excellent digital products. So make sure that that voice that's the most quiet in the room, you're doing the work as somebody who is at the forefront of tech and innovation to make them be heard and make their perspectives represented in whatever you're building and whatever you're creating.
Thank you. I love that. I might have to get some advice from your little cousin. Live outside the box. Rochelle, how about you? What does going outside the box mean to you in an innovative tech industry?
First of all, I'm so happy to be here among just some incredible women and just sharing our stories in tech. So I think, first of all, anything that you may consider to be your disadvantage can be like your greatest advantage on your tech journey. And I think a lot of us like think of our backgrounds, if they're like non-traditional, as like, something to shy away from or just to be shy about. But anything that you think makes you like totally different and you may consider it not necessarily your superpower is like actually your superpower. So draw on the experiences that you have. If you are a country girl and you grew up in rural Jamaica, like be proud of that. If you are an urban city girl, be proud of that. If you're an inner city girl, be proud of that. If you have never, left your community, necessarily be proud of that, because those backgrounds don't necessarily determine where you head in the future, but they can really provide a lot of insights to you as to like what you prioritize in life and what you're passionate about and the kind of change that you want for yourself and your community. So I think for me, it's been a journey of using just all the elements of myself and just like carving my unique story, as Jeline said. I think it's always very important to determine your own path, even if it seems very unrelated to what you're studying. So I'd say that's the best way you can be innovative. And also just to be very open to new experiences and meeting new people and sharing your stories with them and learning and listening from them as well. And just to be engaged as much as possible with just regular things. So when I was at UTech, I did debating, which not many people in my faculty did. Because as engineers, we're like, why are you, doing public speaking or debating? But I think that opportunity provided me with just so many understanding of like who I am and what role I want to play in tech overall, which has always been to kind of bring stakeholders together and have discussions and problem solve and brainstorm as an engineer. So I think just tapping into things that seem weird but you enjoy them is actually a good way, which I think is very much in line with what Jeline said, but just like my personal experience as well, just living that out.
Thank you so much. So Emma, you are stepping so much outside of several different boxes as a girl in sports and tech. So for you, how do you define stepping outside the box in that tech industry?
Yeah, so for me, stepping out of the box is so the beauty of technology is that technology can be used in so many different industries, right? It's not just technology in its core source. So for me, stepping outside of the box is asking what ifs, right? And just asking questions. What if so and so? What if and why not, right? So I think a lot of innovation that we have now had came about because we asked a what if, right? Like what if we could like touch our phones instead of like, I don't know, press buttons, right? Or what if we could like, I don't know, take watch things on our phone. Like there was just so many questions about what ifs. And I think asking these questions and always having that mindset allows you to think more progressively in terms of like innovation and also about the future of things, right? So like when we look at, for example, even the sports industry, who would have known the complexities that technology is being used now in the sports industry, right? I don't know, maybe if you went to like any like stadium game, basketball, baseball, whatever it may be, like from the moment you buy your ticket or even before that, right? The moment you're like looking for the tickets, technology is being used from the second you leave the stadium or arena. And it's just the beauty of involving technology in different industries and just utilizing it where you may not have even think it would be there in the first place. So it's just asking what if we can use technology to do XYZ? And that's how a lot of innovation starts, but that's how a lot of innovation continues as well. So I would just say like asking questions really allows one to step out the box, especially when it comes to like different industries.
Thank you. And Miss Sonia Hale, how about you? What does stepping outside the box in your industry mean to you?
For me, stepping outside the box in the context of innovation within the tech industry is about being daring to be bold, daring to challenge the usual and pushing boundaries. It's about embracing the unknown, embracing failure as a learning opportunity, and striving to create a future that is both bold and transformative.
Thank you. And on that note, hashtag dare to be bold.
Yeah.
Stepping outside the box can seem a bit scary. You know, you're going into uncharted territory. So, how do you then balance the need for innovation with the risk associated with venturing into this new territory? So, I'll just throw that out. Somia, would you like to go first?
Yeah. So finding the balance between um, innovation, wanting to innovate, but also being nervous or scared about innovating. I I like the quote of like fail fast, right? So fail fast as in just like trying different experiments and knowing that it's an experiment. So understanding that this isn't the end all be all. And if you don't get it right this time, you can try again and again. And maybe you'll get it right one day, maybe you won't. But that's the beauty of experimenting, right? Small sprints of experimenting and getting results out of it, right? And sometimes even if it doesn't work, there's always something that you can learn from it. So I would say the balance is having a fail fast mindset and knowing that there's beauty in experimenting and just trying different methods, right? You may not get the final destination or goal that you probably thought that you had in mind, but you can definitely learn something from each experiment and from like each failure.
Thank you. Jules, you look like you're very much in agreement with Somia.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And then, just to add, having worked across several startup industries, especially, I have found that risk taking is absolutely necessary. Sometimes you have to push the boundaries and ask for forgiveness later. In this game of innovation where you have emerging technologies, things that are not widely understood, you're going to be blurring the lines in terms of ethical, legal implications. And the truth is, it will never be perfect. Sometimes you have to put something out there, and piggybacking off Somia's point, just fail fast. Look at the response, get something out there to test the waters, and then see what the feedback is and tweak accordingly. Don't try to perfect it straight out of the gate, that's not a good response. You'll find that you might never launch something at all if that's the approach that you take. And also, when it comes to getting things like the government on board or getting policies to catch up with the speed of innovation, you will honestly sometimes have to, in the space of a team or of a company that is in its infancy stages, like I said before, just do something unheard of, and show those around you what can be done, because sometimes people can't imagine just the way that a technology can take over and the benefits of it until they see a tangible representation. And you can't wait for somebody to do it first. You might just have to be that first risk taker. And we see examples of that in artificial intelligence and just that AI revolution that's happening currently. Same with Web3, the metaverse, and just things that are blurring the lines of what we thought was socially acceptable. It's always a good idea, if you intend to create the next big thing, to really take a big risk and do something kind of wild. And also just say, hey, if it's not received well, I can go back to the drawing board. And even if it's not received well, you can say that you were really writing your name in the history books, and somebody will talk about you as an experiment that probably failed, but there are lessons to be learned. So just really live out loud. Of course, still, have a conscience, still have some kind of moral compass on your innovation journey, but don't be afraid to do something that seems, like we said in the previous question, completely outside of the box.
Thank you. We are daring to be bold 2024, everyone. Sonia, how about you? How do you balance the need for innovation with the risk associated?
Well, my approach is slightly different from Soima. It's probably the opposite. But I would say, in order to minimize the risk that comes with associating with the needs of innovation, I would say make baby steps. Go at it in an incremental approach where progress is made with small, manageable steps rather than giant leaps. This allows for gradual exploration of new ideas and concepts while minimizing the risks of innovation.
Thank you. Rush, how about you? Are you a fail fast or baby steps type of?
Good question. I think I am both at times. Like you get different sides of it at different junctures in life, but I think 100% a life lived just doing a bunch of experiments, and some you're successful at, some you fail, is way better than a life where you never did any experiments at all. And I think that in this age of like social media, it's and just the fact that we're living out loud, sometimes we're very scared of how we will be perceived, and very scared of just like failing and owning up to that. But I think there's just something very liberating about, like, yeah, owning up to things that didn't necessarily go well. So okay, like this failed, but I learned like this and this, and this has helped me along my journey in these specific ways. I think that life is oftentimes a bunch of experiments, right? And if you look at it as a way of like, there's nobody necessarily trying to punish you for trying, which is definitely the case, then I think it liberates us a bit more to be brave and to be bold on our journey. So I think, there's absolutely a need to innovate in developing economies, in small island developing states. There's so many of us who come from backgrounds that we know the issues, they have not been solved for decades. And we're in the space of tech where we're able to like bring our technical skills to the forefront to solve a lot of these problems. But maybe we're just like really scared, one, to try, two, because it would require doing something that has never been done before. I think that's a very beautiful thing. And if you fail, there's like so much that you gain from it anyways. So I'd say definitely, how I balance that is just to stay grounded. I think what really allows me to like step out of the box and to take the risk anyways, if I have a good reason for it. And knowing what's your North Star or knowing what's like important to you. So for instance, social impact is very important to me. I love when communities are thriving. I love when we have like fresh food to eat. I love when people feel that their education system is working for them. Like that is what keeps me going, and that's why I got involved in tech in the first place. So just having something that keeps you grounded, I think, empowers you to step out and take risks. So stay grounded and just understand that life is a bunch of experiments, and nobody's gonna like people will probably look like they care, but they'll be so inspired by the fact that you did it anyways. Trust me, even if they don't say it to you, they're actually very inspired by that. So yeah, don't be afraid to step out of the box.
Thank you, Rush. All of us here are from the Caribbean, and we know that tradition is very important to us. So, how do you navigate the balance between pushing technological boundaries and respecting tradition? When do you know, okay, you cannot cross that line that is tradition, you need to stop?
I can go first. Well, I would say identify the core values and principles of these traditions and ensure that the technological advancements align and reinforce these values. I believe innovation should not compromise fundamental aspects of identity, culture, or heritage, but rather enhance it and preserve them in a more meaningful way.
Jules?
No, absolutely. And Sonia is so right. We have to move away from this notion that technology and traditional values are these two opposing forces and they're competing against each other. More than anything, they can go very well hand in hand. And that's why cross generational dialogue is so important. And just understanding that the gap that exists within or between different generations, it's not something for us to look at as, okay, well, we're just worlds apart, but instead to look at as if we're each other's missing link. And technology, like Sonia said, it's definitely a tool and an agent that can reinforce. And I love the word preserve because that's just how I feel too. Um, Nothing more than, a tool to preserve things that would have otherwise probably just withered away into history, a way to preserve stories that would have been untold generations down the line, but now we're able to tap into traditional knowledge, traditional values. And coming from the Caribbean, that is so very important. A very quick example, I'm sure growing up, or grandmothers all knew about different herbal remedies, different teas, different things that were just growing in the backyard. And as times have passed, perhaps our generation, I don't necessarily know what to tell you to take for a specific back pain. Um, but imagine if we were using just our technical expertise to sort of preserve that dying knowledge and let it live on in a way that we can tap into it, even if we're tapping into it for the sake of cross-referencing with modern science, because that's another thing. Traditions and modern science also don't have to be opposing forces. I think that it's something that we should instead be studying very closely to find linkages, to find alternatives, because neither is perfect. And I just want to say again that these two different worlds are really each other's missing link, and tech is the perfect tool to use to bring them together, to make them work together for just the greater good of society and our communities, especially traditional communities like the regions in the Caribbean. Culture is just so rich and so dear to us. Even from a musical entertainment standpoint, there's just so much that we can be using tech to do in our region to wave the banner of the Caribbean across the world and just get more eyes on us for the right reasons. So, yep, yeah.
Thank you. Rochelle, I see you nodding your head in agreement.
Yeah, completely agree with Sonia and Jules on just their take on tradition and tech. And there's this like beautiful story of this engineer or this young man who left Ghana to study on full scholarship in the US. And after studying economics and engineering, he worked for Microsoft for around 8 years. And he was like, I have to like return home. There's so much knowledge and experience that I've garnered. And I think there's just like so many other young, bright minds, people he would have went to school with in his community back in Ghana. And he's like, I have to return. And when he came back, he started his university, which really is the premier university right now in Accra, Ghana, for like technical, technological skills, called Ashesi University. And when he was embarking on that journey to starting a school, because he felt like the education system needed to improve in its like instruction and assessment and needed to teach actual skills to change the world. Um, he really engaged with the chiefs and the community elders, and it was just that bringing together of the traditional aspects of Ghanaian culture with just what the future can look like, merging the tradition with just the thought leadership in the technical expertise. And one of the chiefs said to him, like, I will give you this land, because he of course had to like ask for permission for the land. I'll give you the land to build the university, but I just want to know, um, is this going to be a university just for Ghanaians, or is it going to be a university for Africans overall? And I think there's something very beautiful in just that pronouncement. One, it's recognizing that, the previous generation is just as much invested in our future as we Gen Z and millennials seem to be very obsessed about as well. We always talk about like building a better future and solving the world's most pressing challenges, but other generations are also like very energized by that thought. And I think that collaboration, when we're going to be embarking on something very bold, is so necessary and so beautiful, because there's just so much information and just insights and wisdom that we can garner from each other. So I definitely think that, collaborating and working hand in hand across cultures, across borders, across traditions, across generations is very beautiful and something that we must continue to embrace. If you're thinking about implementing a solution and the people around the table implementing it only look like you and are from your background and your age group, then I think that you should really reconsider and get some other stakeholders and voices involved as well.
Oh, that is so beautiful. Soimia, how about you? How do you navigate the balance between pushing technological boundaries and respecting tradition?
I really want to just highlight like two terms that were just mentioned earlier, right? Which is cross-generational dialogue and preservation, which I really, really think highlights the basis of this question. And it's just about using like technology to create, like Rochelle said, using technology to create solutions that actually amplify lost traditions and stuff that we are not so accessible to anymore. So just to give an example, a few friends and I, we this is our second year of doing something called Bahamian citizenship test, and it just started off as like this daily quiz, leading up to like Independence Day about like just Bahamian culture, history, and stuff. And we're doing it again this year, but it was just that one moment per day where we all can like come together and just like learn about something about our own history and culture that we may have not known before. And it just goes to show how much we want to know more, right? We want to know more. And I think that using technology to create solutions for preservation is amazing, and I'm all for it. So that's great.
Thank you. So, in terms of innovation, all the ladies on my panel today are from different backgrounds. Jules is agri-tech, Sonia is green tech, Soimia is sports tech, and Rochelle is smart cities. So, I'd love if each of you can tell me a bit about your specific industry and what exactly motivated you to enter that industry. And I'm going to start with Julene because I want Julene to start off talking about the importance of finding your niche, because she did a little speech at Microsoft Day that really inspired me to start looking into what exactly I want to do. So, Jules, you can go ahead.
Absolutely. From just a very young age, I have younger age. I've always just loved fresh fruits, and the best part about growing up in the Caribbean for me was stepping outside and there's a mango tree right there. I can pick it, I can eat. When I go to the market, I see all these people from all over the island coming with things that they have just like labored in love to produce, and they're selling them. They're fresh, they're healthy, they're organic. And my grandparents as well, they were farmers. And growing up, I never thought, of course, that I was going to be a farmer. And even when I just started my tech journey, I didn't know that I would make a linkage between the two. But what Adriana said about finding your niche, it really was a journey of me doing deep introspection, seeing the things that I was passionate about, and saying, hey, I'm a techie, I'm an engineer. How can I now leverage my technical skills in a space that people might not necessarily gravitate to if they're an engineer? But how am I going to tie those two things together? And that was agri-tech for me. And it's been so great. I'm here right now in Accra, Ghana, actually just collaborating very closely with a company that I used to work with. I was leading an engineering team that were building digital solutions for farmers. And what that looked like, going back to that question that you posed, Abriana, about the traditional values and just how that coexists with traditional values. It's funny because when you think of an engineer, and I have a team of software engineers and they're building solutions, and we're in this office space and we're surrounded by the computers and the screens, and we're supposed to be solving problems that are impacting actual farmers in the fields. And there was just a disconnect there for me from the start. And what I loved was that my company started facilitating trips where the technical teams would actually be there on the farms, and they've recently built an office space where we'll like do rotations, and for a week at a time the engineers are just living on the farm. They'll get to go out. I, as a product manager, would, for example, get to go out and talk very directly to the people that I'm trying to impact. And I just know that those approaches allow for us to build products that have so much greater impact and will yield so much better results. And so it's really about meeting people where they are, meeting people where you're able to directly impact their lives and showing them that you care and that you want to get involved. Because the truth is, you cannot solve a problem that you don't understand, or solve a problem that you have not taken time to understand. And so this is where being an engineer, with empathy and with emotional intelligence comes in. So many times we associate engineering and technical fields with sort of being detached from the rest of the world, and that is definitely not the approach to take. The best solutions, like I said before, are innovated and produced when you have a very deep attachment to community. You know, like Rochelle said, just seeing and feeling inspired by positive societal change and societal impact. I think that that's one of the most important traits for an engineer to have, because at the end of the day, we are creators and we're creating for our communities. So yeah, agri-tech, it's a very interesting intersection of so many different areas of life. health and how we feed ourselves, how we nourish our bodies, things like environmental preservation, implementing sustainable practices, and then using emerging technologies to just enhance and complement that entire process. So we're using AI to predict what the best possible fertilizers are for a specific type of soil and a specific type of crop. We're introducing these digital models into that decision making process. We're using drone technologies to survey the land, to monitor the land, to get a good grasp on threats of like pests and quickly identifying them so that we can implement preventative and diagnostic measures to prevent something like yield going to waste, or just all that hard work that a farmer has put in over months tilling the soil for at the end of the day the produce to not be ideal or fit for market. So it's really great to just be an agent to say, hey, how do we make the farmers' lives better using technology? How do we make our lives better by really engaging and ensuring that we have a robust food value chain? So yeah, I could talk for days about this, very passionate about food security. But I am also very excited to hear about the other industries, the smart cities, the sports tech, etc. So yeah.
Rush to smart cities, that's a new one for me. I would love to hear more about your industry too and what really inspired you to get into this.
Okay, so for smart cities, it's looking at just how we make our cities more sustainable, and how we use technology to make that a reality. So a lot of us are like moving to like urban areas, for obvious and not so obvious reasons. One, the job opportunities are better there. There's a lot more convenience. There you have your friends there. Maybe you studied in an urban area, so the urban reality is becoming more widespread. That's where entertainment and culture is normally centralized. It's normally where banking and industry is centralized, and a lot of like residential development. But with this like fast-paced rush to living an urban life and a metropolitan life, there are definitely a lot of challenges that come about, right? And there are definitely things that we have to solve for. Like Julie mentioned, just being passionate about food systems and wanting our fresh fruits, but maybe she lives in a city, they don't necessarily produce the fruits there. So how do we create effective urban rural linkages where the urban areas can focus on more of like the consumption of these, and in rural areas really zoning on food production, and that is done in an efficient and inclusive way. So smart cities is just how we apply technology to solving the different challenges that we come up in cities. Another thing is just about like ensuring that we have sustainable, effective transportation that works for us. Like growing up in Jamaica and going to school in Kingston, like I used to get so frustrated with just public transportation. You'll be standing on the bus, you'll be like crammed. Like the buses never come on time, even though they're supposed to. Like sometimes they break down. It's just public transportation has just been a mess. And I know across the Caribbean, it's probably very similar. It's the same here in Africa. And I think other countries have the same challenge. So, how do we use our technical background to make our transportation systems work for people? Because we don't have to be in traffic for like 3 hours. Like, that's not sustainable, right? So there's this like example. So as a sustainable urban development fellow, I basically do a lot of research on how we can make our cities better, and then like at the end of it, uh, zoning on a problem and develop a solution, a tech-based solution to that problem. So very excited about that journey. But just to share a case study from China. So Alibaba has a lot of like cloud computing power, and what they've been able to do is just to help us like help China monitor their traffic systems through their cameras. And what that does is they're able to suggest to the government, where they would need a stop sign that would help the flow of traffic, where a new traffic light would be needed, where they'd need to build a whole road altogether. Because sometimes we traverse the streets and we're like, why do they set up the road system that way? Like, wouldn't it be more effective if they had like a bypass here? But in truth and in fact, those things take a lot of time to manually assess. And with things like tech and AI, we're able to do that at a much more rapid pace. So it's about how we can apply things like Web3 and AI to just making our cities better and making people live more comfortably. So yeah, that's just what smart cities is about. And how I got into that is, I kid you not, when I was in sixth form, I was doing mostly like economics and um, just history and so forth. And at the upper six, I was like, I really am inspired by just what's happening in the tech space in Silicon Valley and so forth. And I just took up like 2 units of math, 2 units of comp sci. So it was just like a split decision right before I had to enroll in university to just do tech. And my motivation was I wanted to solve problems for people in communities, and cities is a community, and it really allows me the freedom to really look at a wide cross section of things and all.
Thank you so much, Rush. So I have one last question. Soimia has to jump off. My very last question, Soimia, I'll start with you, is what advice would you give to your 20-year-old self, to all the young Caribbean girls in ICT watching today? What do you want to say to them?
Ooh, there's so much that I would tell myself. That's a very good question. What would I tell my 20-year-old self? I would tell myself that your path may change, but you're on the right path nonetheless. If that makes sense. Because when I look back on I guess even like my past year since I started this journey in tech, like I've changed. Like I started off in electronics and telecommunications, which is very hardware, moved to computer science, and now I'm in like product management. And now I'm like really, really into like social entrepreneurship, right? And I want to remind myself that all of these skills will come to use one day. And although things may look like you're shifting paths or any of those things, you're actually going on the right path, and as you're going on the path, you're collecting all the tools and skills needed for you to like fulfill your final mission, whatever that may be. So yeah, that's what I would tell myself, to just stay steadfast. Roads may look different, but you're on the right path. Yeah.
As a 20-year-old, I really needed to hear that. I'm very emotional right now.
Great.
Rush, how about you? What advice would you give to your 20-year-old self?
I think I would tell my 20-year-old self to do the small things very well and just like focus on that, because all of that really compounds over time. Don't really worry about like the big stuff, just within your sphere right now. Do whatever you can, whatever you're involved in, just do that very well. And opportunities will just present themselves after that. You'll be wondering like, where is this opportunity coming from? How do these people know me? Like, how did they get my number and email? Like, what is going on? There will just come a moment where things will just come flooding for you. And you don't have to be worried about and stressing about your next big opportunity. Whatever you're doing now, whatever spheres you're in right now, just do what you can very, very well. And people will watch. People are always watching you, by the way, and they will make the linkages for you. They will get you on board to opportunities of a lifetime. So yeah, just hang in there, and it will pay off big, 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 big time.
Thank you. Sonia, what would you tell your 20-year-old self?
I would tell my 20-year-old self to dare to be bold. Uh, as a female in a male-dominated industry, uh, I would tell myself to, don't be afraid, and don't be intimidated by what is out there. Just do your best, and keep your eye on the goal.
Brianna, keep your eye on the goal. Okay, Julene, what would you tell your 20-year-old self?
Uh, there's so much, but I would definitely say prioritize what gives you the most joy. Joy attracts so much. Like when you are exuding joy and like inner peace. Like Rosalie says, so much comes flooding your way. That's a very attractive quality to have as you traverse this life, and really protect that and really distance yourself from things that threaten that. So that would be my most important piece of advice. Just do the things that make you happiest and keep pushing yourself in that direction. Like, you don't have to sacrifice how you feel. Sometimes as a woman in tech, and just as professionals in general, we might hear that we have to maybe suffer for a while, or we have to sacrifice a lot. No. And yes, you have to be strategic, but even throughout that strategic process, you should find yourself doing things that really make you happiest. When I think about my regrets, it's probably most of those regrets probably are linked to times where I know that I did not make a decision that was going to make me light up the most. I have never regretted saying yes to something that I know I just aligned with and I just felt a connection to, and it just really made me smile and feel happy. So that's my piece of advice. Prioritize what brings you the most joy. Because as Black women, as women in tech, sometimes the world does not look out for our joy, and they will not bat an eye if they realize that we are not doing well. So we have to learn to be that for ourselves first and foremost. And when people see that, hey, this young lady is, very intentional about this, she is, always doing the things that make her happiest, they'll realize that to enter your space or to even present an opportunity to you, it can't be less than. It has to match up to your standard, because you will say no otherwise. So definitely walk and command your space while doing things that make you happy.
Oh, thank you so much. I want to say thank you again to all the panelists. You are also beautiful, young, and wise, and I'm feeling very truly inspired. And I'm sure everyone watching the live stream is feeling the same way. So thank you again, and remember, guys, dare to be bold.
Thank you
Thank you
so
for
much,
having us.
Abriana.
Thank you,
Your
Abriana.
content is
You were
great.
excellent.
You're amazing, and we're so happy to have
Bye.
participated. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. I have to say, I was extremely impressed with that panel, as in an extraordinary amount of expertise, knowledge. I mean, it wasn't just them speaking to us about what they've achieved, but they were speaking to the generation coming up behind them. So that was just extremely powerful. Julian Gentles, Sonia Hill, it just, totally moved me entirely. What's your feedback on that, Nicole?
Oh my goodness. What I really loved also to Maria was the range of sectors that these young ladies are working in, right? So, I mean, Sama, who, headed
Yeah,
off
so I'm a
started
total
with
rock star.
Nike
Yeah.
and sports, and kind of like added the management side now. So still very much in sports and tech. Hearing from what Rosalie is doing, smart cities. Incredible, so important. So these ladies, you know what I love about it also, and then Jeline in agri-tech, and then Sonia in renewable energy.
Yeah.
The thing is that they're not just doing computer. Okay, I shouldn't say just doing, right? They're not doing computer coding.
Yeah. It's not
They're
just coding
using
anymore.
their tech skills, right? And that is what I was saying. You see me have on my ITU lanyard still. What I was saying to some of the young ladies this morning is that we have tech in every single sector. So it's once you have those skills and once you have that critical thinking, in terms of, look what Rosalie was saying, right? Look what Rosh was saying. Well, the bus system doesn't work. Why would we be on this road when we could be on that road? I'm going to big up Trinidad now, right? Like Trinidad has these roads that only have the buses and the taxis. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
privacy bus route.
why don't we have that in Jamaica? That makes so much sense. So
Especially
it's like the rest of the traffic flows, right?
yeah, so I think it was really powerful. And of course, Brianna killed it as always.
Oh my God. And I don't understand how Abriano was not talking about what she was doing.
I think she was doing one of the most important things that we can do as tech leaders and community leaders is that we step back so that others can share their voices, share their stories, because we share our stories so often. But if we don't lean back, then others won't feel empowered to speak. And
So that means you have to big her up then. We have to big up Abriano.
Abriana's extraordinary. And I think they were all kind of realizing themselves like what an extraordinary session she just hosted. So thank you so much, Abriana, for that. I'm gonna let Nicole now introduce one of our special featured guests from Jane University. So take the stage, Nicole.
Okay, all right. Well, it's not for me to really take the stage, but for Jane University, who is with us to take the stage. And we are going to be hearing from Jane, from Suhasini at Jane University about the scholarships that they're offering. We thought it was really important to be able to take up this opportunity through the High Commission, the Jamaican High Commission to India, sharing universities who are offering scholarships for young ladies from Jamaica, but I'm sure you can follow up with them about for other countries as well, to be studying technology and other related fields at their universities. So Jane has an amazing program. Suhasini has a fantastic session plan for you here. I want everybody to give a big shout out and high five clap, right? Everybody in the audience to Suhasini. She's staying up late. You see the time difference between the Caribbean and India. With that, I am handing over to Jane and thanking very much the Jamaica High Commission to office to India High Commissioner Hall. Over to you, Suhasini.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Hope you're doing well. Well, first, let me introduce myself. I'm Suhasini Gowda. I'm the Senior Advisor at Jane deemed to be University at Bangalore, Bangalore, which is now called as Bengaluru. And today's session, we will be talking about India. We'll be talking about Bangalore, the city where the students will be studying. And also, we have a short podcast with 3 of our students who are studying technical programs, and they will also be talking about the projects they are currently working on. To start with, I have a short video about India, Bangalore, and Jane University. So let me share this video. Thank you. To this vibrant voyage through the landscape of India, a journey tailored specifically for those contemplating the enriching experience of studying at Jane deemed to be University. India, with its millennia-old history, is a land steeped in the wisdom of ages past, a treasure trove of cultural heritage and monumental achievements. From the majestic ruins of the Indus Valley civilization, a civilization that flourished in the region over 8,000 years ago, to the resplendent marvels of Mughal Empire, which ruled over Indian subcontinents from the 16th to the 19th century. India's historical narrative is as vast as it is captivating. Step into the vibrant mosaic of Indian life, where beautiful chaos of bustling streets blends seamlessly with the serenity of rural landscapes. Experience the rhythm of life in India, where every individual is immersed in their own pursuit, creating an ecosystem of diversity and productivity. It's worth noting that amidst the hustle and bustle, there exists a remarkable harmony in the chaos of the traffic, where vehicles of all shapes and sizes navigate the bustling streets with a fluidity that belies the apparent chaos. From the vibrant street markets teeming with activity to tranquil sanctuaries of parks and gardens, every corner of India pulsates with energy and life. From the fiery spices that characterize the dishes of South to aromatic blends that define those of the North, each meal unfolds a narrative, each bite unveiling a burst of flavor. In the North, iconic dishes like fragrant biryani and creamy butter chicken reign supreme, tantalizing taste buds with their rich and indulgent flavors. Meanwhile, in the South, the classics such as crispy dosas and flavorful sambar showcase the region's mastery of spices and inventive use of ingredients. These iconic foods not only represent the culinary diversity of India, but also serve as a gateway to its rich cultural heritage, inviting you to savor the essence of tradition with every mouthful. Adorn yourself in the vibrant hues and intricate patterns of India's internationally known traditional attire, where every garment is a reflection to the country's rich cultural heritage. From the flowing elegance of the famous sari to the regal splendor of sherwani, India's fashion reflects the souls of its people. In Bengaluru, the sun shines warmly and the air is crisp and refreshing. Bengaluru offers a temperature climate year-round, making it a heaven for outdoor activities and explorations. Experience the renowned hospitality of Bangaloreans, whose warmth and kindness will make you feel right at home. Whether you're navigating the city's bustling streets or seeking assistance with your studies, you'll find that Bangaloreans are always ready to extend a helping hand. You can zoom across Bangalore's vibrant landscape with ease thanks to the city's efficient metro system. With trains arriving every few minutes, the overground-underground metro offers a convenient and eco-friendly way to traverse the city, allowing you to explore its diverse neighborhoods and attractions with unparalleled ease. Additionally, another common and affordable mode of transportation is the three-wheeled rickshaw, which deftly navigates through traffic to swiftly transport you to your destinations. Moreover, private-owned and government-owned bus agencies provide extensive coverage throughout the city, ensuring that convenient and accessible transportation options are always within reach. Bangalore, often hailed as the startup capital of India, is a powerhouse for your mind that will surely ignite your spirits. With a thriving ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, and co-working spaces, Bangalore provides the perfect breeding ground for innovation and creativity, offering endless opportunities to turn your ideas into reality and make a lasting impact on the world. Jain University traces its roots back to Sri Bhagwan Mahavir Jain College, established by the founder and chairman of JGI Group, Dr. Chandraj Roychand, in 1990. It was conferred deemed to be university status in 2009. Jain University has several campuses spread across Bangalore, including the Jain University Global Campus, Jain Knowledge Campus, Jain Center for Management Studies, Jain School of Sciences, Jain Allied Healthcare and Sciences, and Jain University School of Design, Media and Creative Arts. The university boasts a diverse student body with students from over 40 countries studying at Jain University. Through initiatives like the Study in India scheme, Indian government initiative started in 2019, Jain University has welcomed over 2,500 plus students from more than 40 countries, many of whom have received 100% scholarships. The university hosts several research centers, including the Fire and Combustion Research Center, Center for Research in Aerospace Engineering, Center for Nano and Material Science, Center for Research in Social Science and Education, Center for Research in Ancient History and Culture, and Center for Research in Pune and Applied Science, and many more. The university comprises various faculties, including the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, Faculty of Science, Faculty of Commerce, Faculty of Management, and Faculty of Creativity and Design. Deemed to be universities, like Jain University, enjoy full autonomy and independence in crucial aspects of academic administration, including the design of courses, syllabi, admissions, and fee structures. This autonomy allows institutions like Jain University to tailor their offerings to meet the unique needs and aspirations of their students rather than being bound by government guidelines. Furthermore, Jain University offers scholarships to Jamaican students at 50% on the course fee, further promoting inclusivity and diversity within the student community. These initiatives underscore Jain University's commitment to providing quality education and opportunities for students from diverse backgrounds. In addition to traditional modes of learning, Jain University offers online courses for students who cannot physically be present in India. These courses are equivalent to their offline counterparts, ensuring that the students receive the same quality education regardless of their location. Thank you for letting me play this on your platform today. And we also have, like I said, that we also have like a 15 minutes podcast, pre-recorded, of course, because our students are studying for their end semester exams, so it was not possible for me to get them on board today with us. So I will be playing this podcast where we have three students from, two from Tanzania and one from Sudan, and they have chosen computer science engineering as a bachelor's degree, and currently in their final year. That's the eighth semester. So let me play that for you. Hi, I'm Suhasini Gowda, Senior Advisor at Jane University for International Students. Today, I'm with few of our international students hailing from Sudan and Tanzania who will be talking about their experience.
So Hasini, I think
Yes.
we are not seeing it on our screen. I'm just going to remove the previous share,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you have a new one added.
Yeah.
Is this right, or is this the same one we just watched?
No, not a new one.
A new one? So you just
Yeah.
have to add it again.
I will just share that. One second.
Yes, please.
Sorry.
It's okay. Oh no. Whoops. Shoot. Could we have Suhasini join back? Nicole, I'm so sorry. I think I accidentally knocked her from the stage.
Ooh, okay. Did she
ask her
get
to come
bounced?
back? Yeah,
Did
just
she
ask her to
get
join back.
bounced
She got
off?
bounced.
Okay, let me send her a quick note for her to rejoin. She probably doesn't even realize it.
No, she would realize it because it would have disappeared. But
Taken her off, right?
sorry, guys. One small technical.
But what I think is just so interesting is just seeing the whole breadth.
I gotta tell you, I want to go to Jane now. I'm like,
but
I wanna
Maria,
go
they
to
have so
you
much
guys-
online courses. That's what Suhasini was saying. You know,
I
they have
think
so many
it's the-
online courses.
it's a modern environment that I thought was very attractive, and the transportation opportunities, how they seem to have things laid out. So sorry about that, Suhasini. I think in the process, it's while you get set up, we were just talking about. Do you have room for Nicole and Maria at Jane? Because we would love to be there.
Of course. So, which academic year? So this year or the following year?
As soon as you can put us on a plane, we'll be there.
Absolutely.
It's an incredible campus. I thought it was extremely, especially with the work that I do in mental health, I thought it was an extremely cooling environment, what it looks like.
True. Yeah.
So let me know once you get set up. But in the meantime, I do think tons of questions, I'm sure, from the community as to what types of scholarships there are available to Jane and how would people access those scholarships. Because I think that video sold all of us on Jane University.
Exactly. Suhasini, how are you coming with your screen share? You're ready to go?
Yes.
So I think you just added to the present tab. Oh, there we go. Got it.
Yes. Okay. Over to you.
Gowda,
We are all
Senior
set up.
Advisor at Jane University for International Students. Today, I'm with few of our international
quiet.
students hailing from Sudan and Tanzania who will be talking about their experiences as students of Jane University and also about the ever-evolving AI-dominated world. Let's welcome them. Hello, girls.
Hi guys, my name is Rukia Suleiman. I am from Tanzania. I am doing BTech in Computer Science and Engineering General at Jane University.
Welcome,
Hello
Rukia.
everyone, I'm Marais from Sudan. I'm doing IoT at Jane University.
Hi everyone, my name is Mariam. I'm from Tanzania and I'm a student at Jane University, majoring in computer science.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome on board. Girls?
Thank you.
Okay, so now, Malas, what motivated you to pursue higher education, especially at Jain University?
The situation in my country was not stable lately, so I applied for scholarship. I got admitted. Then I came to Jain University, which is one of the best university in Bangalore that offer many courses. Also had a great campus, hostel, and amazing teachers.
Okay. Do you have friends from home also studying here in, or you've met everyone after you came here?
Yeah. After I came, many students came after me.
Okay, that's nice. So you've been promoting Jain University.
Yeah.
Okay. Mariam, how did you decide to pursue a technical based program?
Okay, so initially I was interested in any field which would aid in helping our society and improving and bettering our lives. And at first, I only knew that it was limited to medicine. And though, yes, it's true, medicine has its benefits and it has several opportunities and it does save people, right? But growing up, I also came to discover about tech. And with tech, it simplifies our lives in different sectors, starting in healthcare, in transport, in communication, as right now we're able to make this podcast through the different technologies, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so with it, we're able to do this. And in many sectors, which all in all, they aid in improving our lives and making our society better. And that fitted my aim, and it made me to come and pursue this ICT-based course.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much,
Thank
Maria. I hope you girls also agree to what she's spoken,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Okay, now moving on to another question, and this is for Rukia. How has your experience been studying here in India, especially with Jain University?
Okay, thank you for the question. My experience in India so far is the best. India is known as the world's best country in technology. So studying in India at Jain University has helped me to get exposure to professors who are very knowledgeable, have skills, have resources, and the university itself offer us good resources, good equipment to make our learning experience better.
So you and Mariam are in the same class, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you all met after you all came to India?
We met before.
Oh, so you all decided to come together and study in
Yes.
Jain.
Yes.
So this you're under 100% scholarship, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken.
Yes.
So what about Malas? You're also 100% scholarship.
Yes.
Okay, you joined in the year 2020, right?
Yes, 2020.
2020,
Yeah.
the COVID batch.
Yes.
Okay. Mariam, can you share any interesting collaborations or projects you've been a part of
Okay.
at Jain University?
So I'm happy to share about my current project. And me and my colleague Rukia, we are developing a project whereby we are finding a solution to detect drowsiness in drivers while they're driving.
Okay.
So in our solution, we have integrated two fields, IoT and AI.
Okay.
And how does it work? With the help of IoT, it integrates webcam in the car and it will be able to detect the eyelid movements of the driver,
Lovely.
if he's sleeping or not. And it will send an alert or it will ring an alarm. So we have integrated an alarm system. So the alarm will ring and it will notify the driver that, hey, you have to be alert right now, like focus on driving.
Right.
Okay, but with people in tech may not find this technology new or novel, right? As there are several companies such as Tesla and Volvo, they have developed systems to detect drowsiness, but they're only limited to one field, particularly AI. So we came up with a novelty to use two methods. So it's a hybrid method. So we have the AI, but we are also basing on a biological method. And how did we achieve that? Through IoT. So we'll use a heart rate sensor, which will be integrated in the seatbelt. So that's an advantage since it's easy. As you know, everyone while driving, they are supposed to tie seatbelts.
Very true.
Yeah,
I
so
hope all of us are following that.
yeah, I hope so. So we decided to inculcate the heart rate sensors in the seatbelt, so it's also be a necessary option when they're driving, and it will be easier to detect the heart rate beats of the driver. So how will it work? So when the driver is sleepy or fatigued, the heart rate is normally low. So when the heart rate is low, the sensors will detect it, and it will ring an alarm or a buzzer system which will alert the driver that, hey, you're sleeping, you're supposed to be active on the road. But it will also send global alert messages. So it can display the message on the LED screen, what's the heart rate and if he's sleeping right now or not, but also send messages to mobile apps in the phone. So it can also notify the family. So our project has also several impacts in what ways it can help. So I'll leave it to my friend to explain that.
Okay, thank you, Mariam. Okay, another purpose of this project is that we know that road accident occurs many times, and many people think that the causes of road accident may be due to the faultiness in the car or to the bad maintenance of the road. But sometimes accidents occur due to the laziness and not being alert and active of the driver. That's why we came and integrated this project. So whenever an accident happens, and if it happens, the driver dies on spot or whatever, the investigators will take a look into the system and try to find the cause of the accident, and they will see the data there, like at this time and at this time the driver was sleeping, the driver's heart rate was very low or was very high. So it will also help to determine the cause of the accident. Thank you.
Thank you, Rukia. So have you completed the project?
Yes, we have done it, we have completed it, and we have also joined and showed our project into project exhibitions.
Okay, which are the exhibitions you'll have?
Okay, so we have done one exhibition at a particular festivity in our college, the Infinity. We were able to showcase our project in the exhibition, and in this we also love to extend our gratitude to teachers at Jane University. As we know, integrating this, it's expensive.
Correct.
And it may not be within our budget, and there are some components we're not able to buy them. So our teachers, with the help of the labs facility in our college, they are able to lend us some of the components, and that's all. It has helped us in successfully implementing our project and showcasing it when needed to exhibition. So we'd love to extend our sincere gratitude to the facility, and we're looking forward to make it successful.
Thank you very much. That was lovely. Wishing you all the success, Rukia and
Thank you.
Mariam. Okay, so Mariam, what advice would you give other international students thinking of joining Jane University back home? Or you definitely meet a lot of students when you go out, when you socialize. So they would definitely want to know your experiences, and what advice would you give them?
Okay, so if you're passionate in pursuing a career in tech and developing your skills, welcome to India. So we know India is one among the leading countries in software exports, which is occupied with various good industries and hubs in the country. But let's talk about Jane College in the Faculty of Engineering. So it is located at Bangalore. Bangalore is known to be India's city with the largest tech hubs and smart hubs in the country. So studying in Jane, together with the amenities provided in the university, we have good accommodation and other amenities such as having internet access 24/7. And being in Bangalore currently, we are open and we have opportunity to access different skills provided by different hubs in the city, starting with big industries, super companies available. We have Microsoft, we have Google, Amazon, coming to also small startups. As in all the sectors, we can attain and learn new skills. So Jane, particularly being placed at Bangalore, it was a very nice and creative idea, as in order to practice our skills when people are pursuing different internships, when you need to learn your practical skills, you can work in, if you get an opportunity to work in different hubs or different startups, you get a better experience. And it's good in helping us to continue in this path of tech. So that's my word of advice to anyone who would like to come at Jane University.
Thank you, Mariam. So, Rukia, you have anything to add? Or she said it all?
Yeah, she said it all.
Okay. Then, Rukia, how have you maintained connection with your home country while studying abroad? I mean, in India.
Yes. Maintaining communication with my family at home, being here in India, was simplified by our university. You know, Jane offers amenities such as free Wi-Fi. Yeah. So getting to have access of network or in the internet, I am able to communicate with my family 24/7. Yeah. But some of our international friends have a little bit trouble communicating with their home due to some other reasons. But overall, most of us get to communicate with our families back home.
Thank you, Rukia. Thank you so much. Well, Malas, you've been quiet for some time now, so let's ask a question. Have you had any opportunities to explore India's diverse regions and culture, and were you able to interact with people from other states apart from Bangalore?
Okay, yes, I had the experience. I had the chance to explore India diverse region and culture. I have visited Kerala, Hyderabad, Uti, Delhi. And each part of these states show me different of Indian culture. So from quiet Delhi, quiet and lovely Kerala to busy Delhi. So like each part of the places, like I have learned about Indian food, history, people. So every trip's like make me understand India better.
Okay, so you love the Indian food then?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, the last question. This is for Mariam and Rukia, if you can talk together. So, how has your experience been as a female student in an ICT-based program?
Okay, so in an ICT-based program or in a technological field as a whole, so first of all, we should know that if you're passionate about something, you should go and get it. Like
True.
Everything is tangible. If you want it, you can go and get it. So if you're passionate enough to come at technology, you're welcome. And before we had a notion that it was only for the male, as before it was mainly male dominated. But coming to know about tech, it is not gender biased, it is not age biased. Anyone can come and learn it if they want to and be successful, and at any age, starting from 10 kids to even 50, you can still take a career in tech.
That's true.
Yeah, and it has been one of the factors which has inspired me as a female student, right? And also why me as a female student. We as women, we are known as being the pillars in building the family. Okay, we know that the building block of the nation starts with the foundation, which is the family.
That's true.
And we are the ones responsible for nurturing it, right? So if we are able to take up responsibilities and make sure our families are stable and well, we sure are able to come up with innovative ideas and solve problems in our society. As all problems, they emerged from a single unit. And since we're also part of that society, of course, we're also able to create more innovative ideas. So being as a female, and I'm also encouraging all female, two heads are better than one, we can all come up with amazing ideas and we can develop our nation as a whole. So that is mainly my experience as a female student. And as a female student, I would like to be an advocate and welcome more females to come and pursue a career in tech. So please welcome if you're passionate about it. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Malaz.
Okay. On my side, I can say that choosing a career in tech is a win, because in today's world, the innovation, all this require people who have skills in tech. So I will advise all the ladies, all the girls out there to not fear anything and join tech.
Thank you. That was lovely. That was lovely. So, thank you very much, girls, Malaz, Rukia, and Mariam, for taking part in this small event. And probably we will meet again. We would need your help in encouraging other female students to join technical programs. Yeah? Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Wow, that was such a wealth of information. Thank you so much for that, Suhasini. And hearing from these young ladies speaking about what they're doing, it sounds like they're giving Tesla a run for their money. So, it's really fantastic that through the work that they're studying and what they're doing at the university, that they're able to be adding those additional dimensions, right, in terms of heart rate and all of that kind of thing. And so I think that speaks to some of why Jane is such an exciting place for students to think about coming to study. So if I can just ask you just a few key points. So what is the scholarship offer? Is it 100% scholarship, 50% scholarship?
As of now, we have a 100% scholarship to be given away at BTech for Bachelor of Technology, and they can choose either it could be a BTech or BCA, which is Bachelor of Computer Application, which are both bachelor's program, and we also have for MSc IT, which is Master of Science in Information Technology, which is a PG course. So we and MCA, Master of Computer Application. So these are the four fields we have. It's a merit based. Of course, they'll have to apply early.
Of course. Well, that's my next question. We have our next speaker, but can you just give us the information quickly in terms of where they find the application form, what is the deadline for the application, and for them to submit their applications, and what is the start date for when classes begin for the next year, which would be 24-25?
Okay, so the applications are open now for AY 2024. But the sad thing is, it closes by end of 31st of May, because the classes will begin in June, the third week of June. So we are open for admission. We have opened the applications for the next year as well, which is 2025 and 2025. So if they can reach out to us, you have my email ID, and of course they can start applying on the website itself.
Okay, thank you very, very much. And we are going to be sharing this video again from JN University on the website, following up, so that you'll be able to get in touch with Suhasini and the other folks at JN University to find out about taking up this amazing scholarship opportunity. Because it's different, the BCA, BTech, and the Masters. Thank you very much again, Suhasini.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for having me here today. It was an amazing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And stay with us for the rest of the day. Have your students stay with us for some of the day, not the rest of the day, because I know it's a bit late for you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And so now we are going to be hearing from another university. We are going to be hearing from Sharda University. Welcome to Michael Barmpass and to his colleague from Sharda University, which is also in India. Again, this is an opportunity that has been organized by the High Commissioner Hall in the Jamaican High Commission to India. And the floor is yours. I think you have the ability to share in terms of videos. And Michael, I'm going to hand over the mic to yourself and your colleague.
Hello to everyone. Am I audible? Yes. Good. We are from Sharda University, and hello to everyone from New Delhi, from Delhi National Capital Region, where Sharda University is based. I would like to start the presentation of Sharda University with a short video. It will take us only 2 minutes, actually. So allow me to open the video file. Just takes me half a minute. Here we are. So for this project India,
The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
So thank you very much. That was a very short introduction of Sharda University. And our motto is the world comes together in Sharda University. We are in New Delhi, in Delhi NCR, in the capital of India. And we have students from more than 100 countries globally. But we will come into that with our presentation. I have a short presentation, and then I will give the microphone to my colleague, Mr. Ajetak Singh, to speak about the scholarships and deadlines and opportunities for the students. for the female students of the Caribbean. So let me show you the short presentation. Very short indeed. Give me a minute, please, only. All right, we're here. And I hope it is connected. Yes. It's opening. Take some time, actually. It is a large file. Yes, now it is on. So our motto is the world is here, and we are Sharda University. We are in Delhi NCR, and we are India's #1 university in terms of international students. We have from in the last decade 6,000 plus foreign students from more than 100 countries. So let me go on with my presentation. Here we can see the visionaries of change. Sharda University started as a group in 1995 and as a university here in Delhi, NCR in 2009. So our chancellor is Pradeep Kumar Gupta. Then Mr. Yondadra Kumar Gupta is our pro-chancellor. Our vice-chancellor is Professor Dr. Sibaram Kara, and our director international is Dr. Ashok Daryani. So let me proceed. Sharda is a group, is an educational group. So we have 3 campuses. The main campus is here in Delhi NCR, in the capital of India. Then we have 1 campus in the Republic of Uzbekistan. That is the only Indian and foreign university in that country that is actually established through a presidential degree from the president of Uzbekistan, and it has opened in 2019, and it's equal to the government Uzbek universities. And very recently, we have opened the Sharda University Agra in the city of Taj Mahal. That is only 145 kilometers from where we are in Greater Noida, and is actually our sister campus in the area. So a lot of people here, very, very important accreditations and recognitions. We are accredited by all the councils of India, our different schools like Medical Council, Dental Council, Council of Architecture, also awarded A+ by NAC. That is very, very important. And being number 87 university in India out of 1,000 universities in the Indian rankings, in the NERF rankings. These are some of our statistics. We have in this campus 17,000 plus students. The student faculty ratio is 1 to 15, so it's small classes. We have 12 schools and 23 departments. Let us have a look at the schools. So this is where the schools are: the School of Engineering and Technology, the School of Business Studies, the School of Design, Architecture and Planning, the School of Media, Film and Entertainment, the School of Law, the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, the School of Dental Sciences, very important school, the School of Allied Health Sciences, the School of Medical Sciences, that is the medical school, the School of Basic Sciences, the Nursing Sciences, and the School of Pharmacy, that as per the Indian rankings, the NERF rankings, is number 62 out of 1,000 pharmacy schools in India. And here is a short list of our programs for ICT people who want to study ICT, everything about engineering, computer science, computer applications, information technology, animation and VFX, bioinformatics, robotics and automation, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, mass comm, food science, and several other areas, including management, law, nursing, allied health, and other areas. It's a comprehensive university that has everything, all the sciences and all the humanities in the capital of India. Well, 95 different countries, 95 plus actually. They come from everywhere. We have students and female students, many that came from Mexico, China, Papua New Guinea, and Brazil, and Russia. Not to say several countries in Asia, and of course several countries in Africa as well. So this is the legacy of Sharda University. Students from 95 plus countries have experienced the university. And the ratio of male to female students is 1:1. It's 52% actually female students in the university. Is more than male, the population. Well, our programs, let us see how Sharda is doing in internationalization. We have 270 international collaborations with many active programs. Basic programs are the semester exchange programs. Many of these semester exchange programs are with Fulbright or with Erasmus Plus, with European universities or individual governments around the globe. Some of the universities with which we have semester exchange programs where students can go for one semester and they transfer back the credits to Sharda are University of Zagreb in Croatia, Hochschule Bremerhaven in Germany, Complutense University in Spain, that is number one. In Spain, actually, the American University of London, Richmond, in the United Kingdom, and several other countries. Then we provide credit transfer opportunities to our students. They can start in Sharda University and they can continue their courses, transfer their courses, and graduate from US, Canada, Australia. Some of our partners in ICT actually is the University of Queensland in Australia. It is number one in Australia, a very good partner. The Auckland University of Technology in the New Zealand, that's number one in technology. in New Zealand, University of Illinois in the United States, all 3 campuses, Chicago, Urbana Campaign, and Springfield, University of Missouri, and Sacred Heart University, UT Dallas, and several other universities. In Canada, some of our good partners in technology are the Western University or University of Western Ontario, Trent University, and Waterloo University. It's very, very important. Students have graduated, transferred and graduated from these universities. And in the United Kingdom, we are linked with Heriot-Watt University and University of Plymouth, that is government UK universities, again in the ICT areas for computer science and engineering, basically. And then we have the summer programs where students can visit partner universities and get exposure for 1 month or 1.5 months. And of course, we have international internships where we can place our students to all of our partner universities and vice versa. Students from partner universities can come and can have their internship in India. And all these programs are open for international students and for female students as well. Well, what we have here, some testimonials of female students, some students from Nepal and other countries. So it's really very, very important what our students say, as you can see, and how they have advanced their careers from Africa as well. Well, the life at Sharda, it's a very, very, very international community. People from all over the world come to Sharda. I'm not Indian. I am from Greece. I'm a Greek citizen that I work with Sharda University from 2009. And several other international colleagues are here with us in Sharda University. So it's not only the students, but it's the atmosphere. All cultures, all religions, all colors, all ethnicities are equally accepted in Sharda University, and they form a community of real diversity that is something unique, I would dare say, in India, from my experience. Now, several facilities, let's go to the facilities, very well equipped computer labs for all the students, auditoriums, central auditorium, and then auditoriums in every school, healthcare systems everywhere, recording studios, moot courts for students who study law, laboratories for all the sciences and engineering, several workshops. As you can see, and libraries, sports, and several extracurricular and campus facilities, cafeterias, groceries, residential facilities, all rooms
It
with
looks
ACs,
amazing.
hostels, and this is, thank you. So thank you very much. So now I would like to introduce for a few minutes, very few minutes, Mr. Ajetak Singh, who is with us.
And Michael, the thing is, we have we've gone over by a bit of time. So, Mr. Singh, if you could put your name in the chat, I know it won't allow you to put your email, but also what we would like to do, Michael, thank you very much for sharing that information in terms of the university students being able to start their degree at Sharda University, and the possibility that, if possible, they could finish at another university in Australia or that kind of thing. I think what's really interesting about that is the opportunity for an even more expanded international student experience. And so we would really like to say thank you to Sharda University. We're going to be sharing more information on our Instagram pages and on our Facebook. And really very, very interesting to see the 95 different countries that you have students from. So I'm sure that this would be something that would be very interesting for students to look at applying from, and you gave all the information. So what we will do is, from your presentation, we will really pull that highlight in terms of when students need to have their application by, what's the link for them to submit their applications, and when does school start. So we'll ask you to send us the PowerPoint so that we can, or even just those few pages, those few information.
Actually, it will take us only a few seconds to show you this information. So let me just share this with you. It will take us only a very, very few seconds.
Okay, we have another university waiting, so I'm going to give you 2 seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds.
Okay, so let me open this.
And for our students who are viewing, it's more than just hearing about universities. We're also having actual activities that are coming up as part of the program today. So, Michael, are you able to share that with us now in terms of to bring on, or we can always come back. I think we are definitely running almost about 15 minutes behind.
Yes, just give me half a minute. So where is it? Files. These files. Downloads. Come on. That's Women Excellence, and that is, yeah. So I'm just uploading it. I hope it will just take only a few seconds. It's there. It's there. It is some artwork that we have created. So let's, if it's possible, let's look at this photo. The content. Can we see? Yes, the content. So our university will give 100% scholarships.
Excellent.
400 female students from the Caribbean.
Wow, that's amazing. 100% scholarships available for 100 students, 100 female students. That is fantastic.
And 50%,
that is a fantastic.
And then we will give also 50% for another 100 students.
Okay, so that's 150 scholarships there.
No, it's 200.
Yes, and I see another 50 scholarships on tuition fee.
Yes. 150.
Exactly. Okay,
as you say.
And I see the application deadline is by the 15th of July of this year. Okay, and then
the courses will start in September.
The courses would start in September. All right, that is all the information that we needed. Thank you very much for sharing that, Michael.
Thank you.
We received this poster from you also, so we're definitely also gonna repost that. Thank you once again. We know it's late in the evening for you there in India, and we really appreciate these opportunities presented for our young ladies from the Caribbean and from Jamaica in specific. Thank you very much. And
Thank
with
you very
that,
much for inviting us.
thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. And with that, we would like to bring to the screen our next speaker, which is going to be, we're going to be hearing from KIT University. And that's the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. Like I said, you're not only going to be hearing about scholarships and scholarship programs. That was an amazing, I think we've heard from two very fantastic and interesting universities, a wide range of areas, technology related that you can study. But I'd like to welcome on screen now Suchitra, who is a colleague who is leading the program on scholarships at KIT University. Are we ready to go with Suchitra? There she is. Suchitra and I have spoken so many times back and forth, and we have another colleague who is with you. Suchitra, tell us who your colleague is.
Hello everyone. Ms. Bandita is with me. She is the Deputy Director of International Relations, KIT University. So here is Bandita, please.
Hi, Nicole.
Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you, and thank you for giving us this platform today to present about a university and spread across the words among the girls. And very rightly said, I would rightly take this occasion to greet you and the girls out here and or the audience, whoever is live now, and wishing them a good day for the ICT, because we are in the digital age and it is very much needed. I'll not take much of her time. Just allow me to present about my university.
Absolutely. I'm going to
Yes.
drop off screen right now, and
Thank
then
you.
I'm going to leave you and Suchitra to share with us about your university. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Share the PPT. Hello everyone. Share the
Hello, everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone here. So, about my university. So, welcome you all to Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, deemed to be university. So, we are a private university in India, in the eastern part of India, called the state as Odisha, in the capital city Bhubaneswar. The founder of the university, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, an educationist and philanthropist and a social worker who started this university as an ITI in the year 1992. And then we grew as a university in the year 1997. And since then, today, the day, we are celebrating the 25 years of the university. And from then, we have achieved many achievements and recognition, not only with the founder for his social activist and philanthropist, but yes, for the academics and the excellence and the quality of higher education that we provide. Not only one or two, began with only 25 students, but now we have a student base of 40,000. And this is a university as a glance. As you can see, we started in 1997. In 2004, we have been recognized as a deemed to be university from the University Grant Commission by the Government of India. And since then, we have 25 schools providing you 200 plus academic programs with a student base of 40,000 students from India and 1,800 plus foreign students from over 65 countries. And from then, we have been also excelling in the area of sports, research, and many more. So this is the glimpse of a campus where we have been located. It is a map of India, as you can see, And then we are here in the eastern part of India, and this is the location where we are. Now, here I'm just presenting you about an overall area idea about our university, the rankings. So here it goes.
Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIT, is one of the most promising and widely acclaimed universities offering professional education to around 40,000 students from all over India and 2,000 international students from 65 countries across the globe. It has achieved milestones of good rankings from all prestigious ranking bodies in India and across the globe. As a very young university, only 19 years old, and 25 years as an institution, it has remarkably broken its own records. It has been ranked as the 16th best institution in India among both government and private educational institutions, according to the National Institute of Ranking Framework by the Government of India. Furthermore, KIT has been reaccredited with an A++ grade, the highest grade possible, by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC. It is the top university in India among the private higher education Indian universities, as ranked by Atal Ranking of Institutions on Innovation Achievements, ARIA, Government of India for 2 consecutive years. KIT is ranked in the cohort of 601 to 800 in the Times Higher Education World University Ranking. Computer Science Engineering ranks in the cohort of 301 to 400 in the world. Additionally, all programs at KIT have been granted the highest accreditation status, Tier 1, by the National Board of Accreditation (NBA), based on the norms of the Washington Accord for a period of 6 years. KIT has also attained an impressive position in the Times Higher Education Young University Rankings 2023, ranking among the top 151 to 200 institutions in the world. KIT has also received prestigious accreditations for its engineering courses from the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology (ABET) in the USA and the Institution of Engineering and Technology in the UK. KIT University is widely recognized for its quality education, research and innovation, global outreach, state-of-the-art infrastructure, impeccable placements, and contributions to sports. Welcome to the university taking India forward, KIT.
So as the video says everything, so this is a glimpse of the global rankings where we stand today. And the most important of which we believe in KIT is not about the rankings. It's about the quality of education that we provide, and also with the same time the internationalization of Indian higher education. So as you can see, the impacts of Times Education ranking, no matter what a student goes, this is how one should choose a university when he comes for a professional education. And this is the global presence of KIT. So we have around 300 plus MOUs in the international universities, nationals, and the corporate globe. And we have a faculty base of 20 to 1600 plus from all kind of IIT institutions. And this is global standings where KIT is a member of organization, international organization, which facilitates the internationalization of higher education and collaboration activities. And these are the academic programs that we offer under each level. And each level means, I say, undergrad, postgrad, and the doctorate level. And these are the spread across engineering, law, management, medical sciences, arts, humanities, law, fashion, you name it, we have it. And also not to forget about our niche area, of course, that we have the School of Language with foreign language, French, German, Spanish, English, and also not to forget our regional language, which is called Hindi, and the spiritual and yogic sciences, where we provide you the yoga classes. And as every university stands by with the infrastructure base, so we always have an infrastructure of the state of the art, where we have well functioned ICT equipped labs, STEM labs, research excellence. And this is a short glimpse of around the campus that we have. The best part of this KIT is the Technology Business Incubator, which is 18 years old and one of the world Asia's number one recipient. And this is the teaching and learning process that we believe in KIT, where the students have been assigned to each tutor mentor, which has also an internationalized curriculum, which is academic and industry based. And as I said, the teaching and learning with centers of excellence has been backed up by not only the government of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Also, we have been collaboration with many of the corporate centers called as SAP, IBM, and many other even IoT labs also. And this is the research thrust areas which where the university focuses, and each and every student who is coming to us and taking care of workshops, internship, they have been always been involved in these are the research thrust areas. These are the publications that the university has, and the global projection where we work out as a university. We believe in that each any student always has this mobility programs that we provide, where the student gets to know about KIT and the partner university, the research collaboration areas, and which we call it as a study abroad program, like the summer schools and the winter schools, where we facilitate our students to have a glimpse of the international universities and be a part of that kind of education. And this is where we facilitate sports inside one campus which has an Olympic standard of infrastructures, and each and every student in KIT can avail the services. And this is a glimpse of our sports initiative that we have.
तत्कालीन औद्योगिक प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान को कॉरपोरेट सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व के माध्यम से खेलों को प्रोत्साहन देने के क्षेत्र में उनके योगदान को मान्यता प्रदान।
So anyone who is interested to know more about our programs, about the application process, they can directly contact us to our international office, which we will be already sharing, and my colleague Suchitra is already in touch with you. So which our founder says, I would like to repeat that whatever is where we are today is only because of education. So education, do we believe, is the third eye of a child. So thank you so much. I'll just share one quick important video, because we are here today at the ICT day. So this is what we have from our School of Computer Science of Engineering. Just give me a minute.
So thank you so much, Bandita, for a beautiful presentation. So here I would like to describe about more about the university and the university scholarships, because the students viewers here are more interested to know that such a beautiful university, such a innovative university, are they providing any type of scholarships or not? Yes, we are also providing 100% scholarships to the Caribbean students, and that is absolutely 100% scholarship for all the programs. Especially we have computer science engineering, we have BCA, a Bachelor of Computer Application, BSc Computer Science, and MCA also, a Master in Computer Applications. There are many computer related programs we are providing, and we are also we have our own TBI, where we have providing biotechnology programs for international students as well. So the programs will be absolutely 100% free for the tuition fee. And I will share you one picture which will, just a minute, which will I think my Okay, is it visible right now?
No, we can't see your screen.
Okay. So I just wanted to show that our KYSP 100% scholarships. So we will share. So we are mainly providing all the programs we have, like computer science programs, in all the engineering programs, like civil engineering. We have mechanical engineering, computer science engineering, information technology, and we have basically focused on the robotics and artificial intelligence. As Bandita said, that the today's generation is absolutely digital generation. So as a digitalization generation, we are more focusing on the computer related courses. So on the special occasion of ICT summit, so I can assure that you once choose your university, you should know that university ranking and the computer course you are choosing, I mean the courses you are choosing, is that accredited by proper ranking holders. So Bandita, can you please explain more about the TH rankings to the audience?
Yes. So as you said, in KIT, which started as a industrial technology, or as I can say ITI. So our main focus was initially with the technology part, and we now, as a 25 years old institutions. So the computer science, the School of Computer Science, is again ranked in 301 to 400 band, and it works with the industry and academia curriculum. We have certain specialization in artificial intelligence. It is an Internet of Things with cyber security, be it data science, and all our workshops are also integrated within our only center of excellences that we have inside the same campus. Along with that, I'd also request all the students who might have been knowing about our university, they can check our School of Engineering website. My colleague will drop you the website link also. They can go and check about the rankings of which our institution already has. And the best part I can see in today's summit, I would just say that we have something in common, because the university from where we belong, because our founder, the honorable founder, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, the member of parliament, is has been started the institution with a golden rule and a backing support of his mother, and he is a single bachelor. So whatever credit he gives for his success today is towards his mother. So that's why he has also launched a book about my mother, my hero. So that is how, where you can see the woman plays a role in the workforce, and we are the largest contributor in our task force is woman. So we should be employed, and we must be make us capable ourselves to the cutting edge technology and digital technology in today's world. And for that also, in a university, and I can say that with the 40,000 students and with 1,500 plus faculties, our always the intake is like 6 to 40. So 60% are the female faculties, female students, to the 40% male ratio. So I welcome everyone. Whoever is queries after the summit, they can call us, contact us directly. Even thank you, Nicole, for giving us this opportunity to present us ourselves across to the world and spread us the world with the word about excellence and the eminence, and the quality that we believe in and we provide all students. We
One
also
of
have,
our
yes, we also have today our student who is a student ambassador as an international student. So we can hear from her very shortly. So Chitra, over to you, please.
Yeah, so Zamaira, are you hearing me? One of our student, Miss Jamaira, is joining here. So I will request her to share her experience. How, I mean, she is our master degree student. She is doing public health in KIIT, and she will share her experience on the special occasion. Zamaira, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Zamira. And I would like to give you a few information about KIT University. And KIT is, in terms of infrastructure, it has very beautiful infrastructure, and it's in itself, it allows you to have recreation, so you can easily like relax and chill. And in addition to that, the school itself provides us with laptops and it provides us with internet. So you have access to internet in various facilities depending on your faculty. And in addition to that, all faculties have libraries, so your books are found there for your different faculties, and you can always have access to the library at any time. In addition to all of that, we have an IRO, which is the International Relation Office, which helps you with your visa as soon as you arrive. Upon arrival, the IRO helps you to get your documents right, so that to avoid any sort of fines when it comes to visas. Then in addition to that, the quality of education is really good in my opinion, because the lecturers are very caring and they put you in focus, so they always try to, like, you can always go to them and ask, and they don't mind making time for you. So even during their free time, you can always contact them and they'll always get back to you, be it email, be it phone calls. They can always help you and they are willing to help you. And one of their goals is always for you to get your paper published. So that is one of the focus that we are currently facing in my faculty. So the research that I was doing, I am to publish it, and they're going to help me to make a manuscript in all of and guide me in how to do it. And when it comes to food, which is always a concern for some of us, the food is quite good. Because the school has made adjustments based on international cuisines, because we are coming from different cultures, so definitely it's a bit spicy. So the school has made provision for that for foreigners, and the hostels are great, and new hostels are being built. Then we have textbooks. Textbooks are provided for us. You don't have to pay anything. And we also have extra courses from Coursera, which are provided by this university. You just use your student number and you get access to all of that. Then the environment is safe, even like it's not violent. People are tolerant of everything and every religion, as you can see. Then we also have a wide diversity when it comes to students. And in addition to that, placement. So like once you're done with studies, the faculty focuses on placing you in different areas, helping you find a job. And that's currently ongoing on my part. And yeah, the people are really helpful. I don't have anything else to say, but that's all in all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zamaira, for your experience, for your opinion, for your feedback. That helps our upcoming students to decide to choose KIIT as their university. Thank you, Zamaira, to join us.
Thank you, Zamaira.
So let me tell you all that yes, our KIT University admission for 2024 is already open, and you can apply in our portal, which is international.kit.ac.in, which we show in our presentation. I will share the presentation at the end of this meeting, and there you can get to know that where we need to apply. And the admission is already open. Grab your seat, and the last date for the application is 31st of July. So let me clear that we have two intake we used to take. One is in July. July on 31st is the last day to apply. So August onwards there will be the intake start, and the second intake will be the November. So you have sufficient time to choose the best university by the ranking, by the quality of education, by the infrastructures, and everything. You have to decide to choose a best university. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nicole.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. And we also support this embassy who for giving us his contact and giving us this platform to present us on this very auspicious day of the ICT. I wish everyone good wishes to the future endeavors over here, the life students who must be listening to us. We are here always, and we wish you really a good journey ahead. And very wisely choose your program and just focus on your career where you are going, and there only you excel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. to our speakers from Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. And your colleague, if she can come back on screen, because I think what we have seen, yes, is that you have so many different aspects, so many different elements of work that the students are doing. And if I could just ask you to speak a little bit in terms of, I know we've spoken a lot in terms of the scholarships,
Yes.
but speak a little bit in terms of maybe some of the computer science activities. So if there is a tech club, what are some of the activities that they would have been doing?
So in KIT, we have student societies who take care of all kind of activities that we call as the student club. So we have tech clubs who do observe student hackathons. We have remote sensing clubs. We have robotics and AI clubs. We have IoT clubs, and all these clubs, these have been arranged by the student itself, that where there is a mix of students. It is not only about the international students, there is a mix of students, because we have a student large base of, as I said, 40,000. So they mingle up with the national, domestic and the international student from across different countries, where they get platform to share their startups. Even many of our international students have also filed with the patents, and they have also submitted some of the pilot projects which can be readily used into the industry. So this is how we, with the Center of Excellences that I already shared, the students get that platform. If you speak of research, if you speak of that even project initiations, so that is already done in our all kind of Center of Excellence itself in the campus. And very well faculties which we have, these professors, they have own in itself have a research initiative in the international level. As I said, all our professors, they are from Indian Institute of Technology, which we call as IIT. So that is the most highest recognized university of India, the government of India. So it is ranked one in the state, in the country. So that is where our professors come from. No matter what each and every students they're lacking in the industry, or they want to just go for like I want to have my own startup, so they can just plan out those kind of things in our and we also have one of the campus called Knowledge Tree Hub. So in this Knowledge Tree Hub, what happens, a student from the computer science background, a student from the electronics background, and a student from the mechatronics background, these people share that knowledge hub, and they come with this kind of, because each and every subject today is not related onto that particular stream, it is now interdisciplinary. That is how these people come up with new startup projects and the pilot projects. And that is how what we call as that knowledge innovation hub. So that is we call as KID, which we already have in our campus. And this is also one of the part where we also have a key training and placement cell. In that key and training placement cell, where all kind of international placements, the job internships that has been offered to our students, these startups has also been shared as a profile making for the students. That is how it is backed up. So each and every, from the starting as a enrolling from the student till the journey you end at Kate, everything has been planned with the academics. In our curriculum, if you also see, we have like electives that we called as, and these electives are interdisciplinary. One student is free to choose the electives from. Suppose a student is good at cyber security. Suppose a student
Mm.
is good at like mechatronics. So they can choose even in being in the computer science department. So this is the
I
flexibility.
really, yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that, because that
Thank you so
um
much.
it's really excellent to hear in terms of also the
Yes.
internships.
Yes, because the students need to understand what they are going to learn. It's not about like writing a examination and it's done and getting a degree and flow away. This is how you are going to implement wherever you go and fetch a job. And to be very surprised, you may be knowing that I don't know about other universities, but the students that are coming to us, they have got a beautiful academic placements. The international, not only the US, they have been to the France, they have been back to the country and gotten professors. They are now the professors, they're being associate professors in their own university.
Yes.
And we are also
Yes.
seeing that they're sharing as a research publication. That is best what we can see as a international ambassador and alumni from KIT.
Right.
What do you
Right.
expect?
Fantastic. And you have the Business Incubator Hub. So
Yes.
Chitra and Evadi, thank you so much for
Thank you so
sharing
much.
about KIT University. We've already dropped your contacts in the chat so that
Yes,
others can
I have
continue.
also shared our schools. The students are free to shuffle around the websites, know more about
Okay.
the university, and we are always here to, anything queries, we are here to answer them. Not a problem.
All right, and remind us, what is your cutoff date for applications?
So it is for us. It will be 30th of August.
30th
That is
of
for the second
August.
August, and for the first August, for the first intake, as I said, the July will be the last date, 30th of July, because the student have to report in the month of September, and the second intake,
Okay.
the last date will be in October.
Okay, so
We
if
will
you
share you
apply
the
by the
deputy.
end of, yes, if you apply by the end of July, you're considered for intake in September. Is
Yes,
that
late
correct?
August or September. Yes.
Okay, and if you apply by the end of August, then you would be joining the students that would be going to campus in October. Thank you
Yes.
so much, Suchitra and Betty. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
sharing
much,
this
Nicole.
information. And it looks like a very dynamic and interesting campus to be on. And thank you for staying late and sharing that information with us once
Our
again
pleasure. Our pleasure.
as we
always.
celebrate with the Caribbean on Girls in ICT Day. So I would like to now move to our next speaker. I'm not with Kit right now, but we're going to be hearing from Martin Neal, who's going to be joining us about studying in Brazil. So we're not just covering studying in India, we're also covering and sharing with you opportunities about studying in Brazil. And I think that Martin is coming on screen. There he is. And I'm going to hand over. Great to meet you, Martin. And we are going to hear from some students who may have studied in Brazil a little later, but I'm going to be handing over to you now to share about your scholarship offers in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, students and stakeholders. I am Martin Neal, an administrative assistant at the Embassy of Brazil in Kingston. I send you kind regards from the diplomats at the Embassy of Brazil, and I'm here to share with you some information about the Brazilian government's educational opportunities for foreigners. Based on your profiles, I will mainly share with you the info on the undergraduate program. However, be informed that there are postgrad and other professional programs of study in Brazil that are offered by the government. And I just want to make sure that everyone is hearing me. So I will start by telling you about the entities that manage the program. The Educational Cooperation Division in Brazil in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of External Relations is responsible for the coordination of the exchange program for undergraduate students called PECG, together with the Ministry of Education. And then we have the exchange program for graduate students called the PEC-PG with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation. DCE, that's the Educational Cooperation Division, is also responsible for the promotion and referral of applications of foreign militaries to the courses of the Maritime Professional Education Program for Foreigners, that's called PEPME, offered by the Brazilian Navy. The Brazilian Exchange Program for undergraduate level students, called PECG, officially created in 1965, offers foreign students the opportunity to carry out their undergraduate studies in Brazilian higher education institutions. The program aims to contribute to the internationalization of the participating institutions and to the diffusion of Brazilian perspectives around the world. The idea of creating a government program to support students from other countries came from the increase in the number of foreigners in Brazil in the 1960s. And the consequences of this led to the internal regulation of the status of these students in Brazil. It was brought about by the need to unify the conditions of student exchange and to ensure similar treatment of students by universities. More than 12,000 students worldwide have already participated in the program since the year 2000. Students apply to the PECG during the selection process in countries with which Brazil has educational, cultural, or scientific technological agreements, providing that the students do not have Brazilian nationality or Brazilian parents. So, who can participate? Participation in the PECG is intended for students from countries with which Brazil has a framework agreement in education, culture, science, or technology. Students must have completed or be in the last year of high school in a country other than Brazil and may not be Brazilian citizens, even if holders of dual nationality or visa holders in Brazil. You can see on the screen a list of countries, mostly developing countries, whose citizens are eligible to apply. To participate, the candidate must present him or herself to the Embassy of Brazil or consulate, where he or she can apply to the program selection process. It is important that he or she seeks to find out about the participating higher education institutions in Brazil and the courses offered. At the time of registration, the candidate must indicate one or two course options, and it's also possible to indicate two Brazilian cities where he or she would like to study. Applying for PETG is completely free and must be made exclusively at the Embassy or Consulate of Brazil or at the Brazilian delegation of the Organization for American States, or OAS, without the need for intermediaries. The applicant, well, what else is required of the applicant? The applicant must be at least 18 years old or turn 18 by December 31st of the year of application. The applicant must complete high school outside of Brazil or present a high school certificate during the application or by the time of matriculation to the university in Brazil. The applicant must have attained at least 60% total average on the transcript, high school transcript. Note that the transcript from first to fifth form or 7th to 11th grades are sufficient. Is sufficient, but for students who may want to be more competitive in the application for medicine or dentistry or engineering, etc., may present sixth form grades, though that's not required. The applicant must have one or more sponsors who can commit to sending the equivalent of at least $400 monthly for cost of living maintenance, including rent. Financial sponsors may be parents, family members, friends, or an organization. In terms of accommodation in Brazil, I would like to add that the students are responsible for finding suitable living arrangements in the city of their placement, but they may be assisted by the higher education institutions, foreign student office, or by other foreign students who attend the school. Once awarded the placement, the student will undergo 1 year of Portuguese language proficiency preparation in Brazil in order to sit the exam and acquire the certificate of proficiency in the Portuguese language for foreigners called CELPE-BRAS, abbreviated in Portuguese. There are countries where CELPE-BRAS test centers exist, as you see listed on the screen. So students will be required to do the Portuguese preparatory course in those countries if they are applying there. But in the case of countries like Jamaica, where there are currently no CELPE-BRAS test centers, the students will undergo the language preparation in Brazil. How is the selection process done? The applicant applies at the embassy. The DCE in the Ministry of External Relations in Brazil receives and checks the applications. Then the Committee of Representatives of the Higher Education Institutions appointed by the Ministry of Education of Brazil carries out the selection. When do you begin the application. You may start reviewing or preparing the documents in May. In June, on a date to be confirmed, the application process will commence. You have between that date in June and a date in August to submit the documents required, and sign the forms at the embassy. In October, you will be informed of the awarded placements, and you have the opportunity to confirm or request reallocation of program choice or city choice if you are not satisfied with the placement, as long as there are reallocations available. In November, the final results are published. By December to January, you will be making travel arrangements to go to Brazil. In February, the school year begins there. Let me talk a little bit more about the benefits of being a PEC-G student in Brazil. They include obtaining free tuition placements in Brazilian higher education institutions alongside Brazilians and other foreign students. Free healthcare, medical, dental, and pharmaceutical assistance under the Unified Health System called SUS in Brazil, SUS. It also includes free apostilling or legalization of your diploma, academic records, your course descriptions, that makes it valid for use abroad. And there is a possibility of access to grants, that's monetary assistance granted by the Ministries of Education and External Relations. What are your obligations as PEC-G students in Brazil? The obligations include observing Brazilian legislation with respect to the PEC-G program, keeping your migratory documents up to date, such as your passport and your resident card that's issued in Brazil, dedicating yourself exclusively to your studies, not engaging in paid activity or employment, returning to your country when the program is completed if you drop out of the program or fail to pass the syllabus. Upon completing your degree, the PEC-G student will receive his or her certificate, academic record, and course description personally, legalized and free of charge in the Brazilian diplomatic representation where he or she applied for the program. In finalizing, I'd like to share some context as it relates to the selected students by global region, the number of placements for foreigners in Brazilian higher education institutions, and the number of allocations granted. Also, I am going to show you some charts with the most requested courses by foreign students and the regional placements of foreign students in Brazil. So the first graph shows that between 2000 to 2023, 53% of selected students were from African countries where Portuguese is spoken, such as Angola, Cape Verde Islands, Guinea-Bissau, and Mozambique. In contrast, just 9% were from North Central America and the Caribbean. Between 2013 and 2023, the number of available allocations range from approximately 2,800 to 4,000, but only up to 800 students applied and were selected. So just to reiterate, there are a lot of spaces available for foreigners to study in Brazil, but we need more promotion and more students to apply. In 2023, the most requested courses in Brazil were medicine and international relations. But the most offered ones in terms of what the selection committee granted based on allocations were biology and electrical engineering. I'd like to add that there are myriad of ICT programs which you can study in Brazil. You may contact the embassy for the information sheet with the list of resources. And I'll give you the contact information soon. Finally, in terms of where most foreign students were placed in Brazil in 2023, approximately 60% were placed in the southeast and northeast regions, which include cities like Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte, Salvador, Recife, João Pessoa, and Fortaleza. Thank you all for your attention, and please note that the contact details of the embassy are on the screen. You may contact us by emailing cultural.kingston@itamaraty.gov.br to follow up. Thank you very much.
Of that information, Martin. And can you just recap? Thanks for leaving this on the screen. Can you just recap what is the application date, right? The deadline, rather, and when does school begin?
The application commences in June. However, that date is to be determined. Once we get the information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil, they will issue the date, and then we will communicate with this to the students who have expressed interest. So it's always good for them to start in May by contacting us. So we have that list, and we can follow up with them so that they can start applying in June. It usually begins in the beginning of June. And then in February, when the school year begins in Brazil, that's when they would start studying. But they have to do Portuguese first.
Right, but yeah, but I mean, they would have to be accepted even to be able to go there to do Portuguese, right?
Absolutely.
So the thing is, if we're talking to the high school students, right, you're saying submit their application even before they get their results from doing their CAPE exams.
Absolutely. In fact, the CAPE exams can be supplementary to this CSEC, because if they want to apply for medicine, they can demonstrate specialized experience in the science subjects, for example. But only the CSEC grades are really not necessarily CSEC or CAPE. I'm sorry about that. It's actually their performance in the subjects from first form to sixth form, and at least 60% on the school transcript is required to get a placement.
Okay, so what they're sending, which is a bit different, is that they're sending their full time of being in high school. They're sending that information, which it will take them a bit of time to get from their schools as well, right? And that's to be submitted as part of the application process. So they have a bit more time. But when is the decision usually made on the applications? Because you said the school year would start the following February, correct?
That's right. February of the year following the year that you have applied, and the results will come out during on a specific date in October.
Right.
And it's actually a preliminary result. They can reapply for reallocation in case they had applied for medicine and they didn't get it. There's a period in October to November when some students may not have confirmed acceptance. So they have reallocated a placement for medicine, for instance, and you can recompete for that medicine vacancy between October and November.
Okay. And then what about students who may want to transfer from a program that they're doing in a university or a college in the Caribbean already? Is that something that they could also do? But that also has to be submitted, as I understand, before the end of June, right?
Well, in terms of the transferring of grades or skipping, or rather, providing your transcript from existing higher education institution or university in your country to be placed in Brazil, to start a second year program, or that would have to be done between the student and the school. That's following the year that you have studied Portuguese and passed the Portuguese certification, proficiency certification. And when you have matriculated to study your degree program, then you can start the process of submitting the transcript from the other university that you have attended in order to skip or to be advanced.
No, what I was thinking about is if suppose you've done one semester, one year, or you're finishing 1 year, right? Of
Yes.
another program somewhere else. But here, this is a scholarship opportunity. And as you're saying, Martin, that a lot of people don't take up the opportunities, right? So if they were to be able to do that, they still know that they would have to spend a year, as long as they don't speak Portuguese,
Yes.
studying Portuguese. But that's something that is also a possibility.
That is to see if I understand you clearly. Is it to do what
So they would have finished high school, they would have
yes,
gotten entry into a college or a community college, and now they want to apply to a university in Brazil where they
yes,
have this opportunity for that free program. So
right? They
that
can
is something that's possible.
absolutely, but what's really looked at is the transcript from high
Right,
school.
of course.
Yes,
Oh, even from high school, even though they would
yes,
have done 1 year of tertiary.
absolutely. But I think you were alluding to the question of whether they can skip like the first year in
No,
university.
no,
Or,
no, no. I
no, you
wasn't.
weren't.
I wasn't suggesting. No, because
Oh,
I mean, it's
well,
making a transfer doesn't necessarily mean that all your credits would be
right.
accepted.
I want to remind you that there is the PEC-PG, which is the postgraduate program for masters and master's program and
Yes,
doctorate programs.
yes. Please share
Yes.
about that.
Well, there's one run by the specific office in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil called the PEC-PG, which is the equivalent of the PEC-G for undergraduate students.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is another one that's called GCUB Mobility. That's a group of um, universities in Brazil. That one is a sort of a progression of the OAS scholarship program, really. So you have two
Oh,
avenues to apply for masters in Brazil, and it's one through the embassy, one through the OAS related scholarship programs. So students, we do not get much students going for the masters because they would not have had the
language.
experience studying Portuguese, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are students who have um, somehow had an interest in Portuguese and had learned it, and when they have applied for the master's program, they they were able to commence the master's program and do the Portuguese certification exam at the same time. That's allowed.
Oh,
But
right, right.
specifically for the undergraduate program, you have to
Yeah,
learn
you have to do the
Portuguese.
one. Well, that's 4 years worth of studying in Portuguese, right? So that's a
Yes.
lot. And
I want
and
to
the
add. Sorry,
masters.
I
Mhm.
don't want to. I want to add
No,
that.
please.
I want to add that Jamaica. Well, specifically, I'm Jamaican, so Jamaicans are exempt from visitor visa to Brazil for 90 days. So they can, when they're if they're learning Portuguese, if they have a specific interest in studying in Brazil, benefiting from the Brazilian um, education system or the industrial system, they and they can always go to Brazil and do the exam there or
Mm.
enroll for some time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the test centers, the CELPE-BRAS, that's the certification for Portuguese test centers, are located in specific countries. They can also go to those countries if they have a exam date.
Right. So we don't have one. We don't have one in Jamaica, but are there other Caribbean countries um, that need to that where they could go and do the testing?
I am not quite seeing any specific Caribbean countries based on recollection, although I can follow up with you about that. But I recall seeing some in Central America where they can do the test, the self-reverse test, and
Okay.
in the US as well.
Okay. Okay.
I actually had a question. So while I was watching your
Please.
presentation, which was so well presented, thank you so much, Martin. You did a fantastic job.
Thank
Um,
you.
I actually was looking at it, and the process of looking it up, it seems like if there's like a lot of steps within each country's individual governments on how they access these scholarships. So one of my questions is with regard to the language barrier. I have looked at jobs in Brazil before. Is there a language requirement for people who are applying from different countries, or is it that it needs to be Portuguese, that kind of thing? Like, would I have to learn Portuguese and get certified in Portuguese to get there? For many jobs in Brazil, it's a requirement. So could you let me know about that?
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, there are some doctorate programs in that may be done in English, that can be done in English in Brazil, but Portuguese is the primary language spoken in Brazil,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes, it
English is
is.
only supplementary. Spanish is supplementary, but
Okay.
definitely to function in Brazilian society, one has to learn the Portuguese language.
Right. Okay. So just kind of adding that to my list of things to do because I think a lot of people are very interested in these opportunities, and Brazil is such a amazing place for technology right now. Our head for Google Latam is in Brazil, Rodrigo, and I have a lot of aspirations of being there soon. So maybe we'll meet one day, Martin. So thank you so much for coming on board today and
You're
sharing this
welcome. Thank you for
opportunity.
inviting.
Thank you so much, guys. And on the screen, you can see where you can contact the Embassy of Brazil in Kingston, along with the number. And of course, we will share that as well inside of our social media so that you can access it. So thank you so much, Martin. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much, and good luck
Thank
to all
you.
students.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes. And listen, Maria, let me tell you, if we're not talking about Brazil, we're talking about India. But the key game changer that we are really sharing with the community is the fact of we know it's expensive to go to uni. It's
It is very
expensive to do a specialization. And what we're saying is you're not excluded.
No.
Those who are trying to, put together resources from friends and family. And I mean the reality in terms of carrying the cost of education, right?
Yeah.
You're not excluded. I mean, when I was speaking with the lady from Jane University, she
Oh
kept saying to
God.
me,
What a
stop, Nicole, stop.
Yeah.
We actually you can do, tell the students they can do a bachelor's
Mm-hmm.
virtually. I
Yeah.
was like, wait, hold on, what?
Such a huge
Because
opportunity.
it's such a huge opportunity because
I
you
think it's
have a
very
very
exciting.
recognized university. You may have a way that you can work in terms of getting that scholarship. And I think that's something that should be explored too. Can you
Yeah.
get a scholarship and just be a student that can do it online if you're not able to travel to go to the country? But I
Yeah.
just think that this is so important and hopefully so useful. I see we have a lot of educators
In the
in the
room.
room joining. Hopefully it is so useful to students. And here comes another educator, animator.
I heard educator, and I just saw Camille, and I was like, boom. Bring Camille into
Exactly.
the room. Thank you so much for
Exactly.
joining us, the amazing Camille Selvon, international leader in animation and development of programming for young people entering technology. How are you today, Camille?
I am good. Your technology is a good thing we know about technology because I just had some dramas to get into here because everything just went and I hit in here just about the time you all introduced me. So
Okay. Perfect. You see, we had that segue with saying educators, and we know that you were going to come on. So I just want to we need to bridge now. We've heard from the morning for the day so far. We've been hearing from universities where you can go and study. Guess what? Yes, we're finally doing it. hands on with tech. So that's
Yeah.
it for the rest of the day. We're now getting into it. And what more exciting way, right, Maria, to kick off than with animation, with the
Yes.
amazing work that Camille Salvan Abrams is doing with Animate Carib. So make sure you have your drink.
So before we dive into that, today we're going to be doing a session with Camille Salvan, who is, as you guys already know, our Anime Carib Animation Festival founder, as well as an extraordinary leader internationally, as she's been developing this work for the past over 20 years. So welcome, Camille. We have a very exciting session where she's going to be working with two of her students. Are they in the room? Do we add them?
Yes, if you can.
Is it Nora and Ronique?
Yes, so it's Ronique and Amber, and they are both year 3 students at the BFA in Digital Media Arts. So they are doing really superb, and I felt it's only the right thing to do to sort of introduce young women to girls in ICT, because I said to them, you all have to carry this on too, So I'm really excited to talk to them.
Okay, great. So we're going to lean back and let these young ladies take the stage. Welcome to our Girls in ICT Day, everyone, and have a great show, guys.
All right. Hi, Amber. Hi, Monique. How are you feeling?
Nervous, good.
Okay, good. So you all will have to share your screen when I ask you, because I had a little technical issue and I'm using my phone, right? So you all yourself will need to share, right? But before you share, obviously look and see if you find the share button, because soon you will have to do that. I want to ask, first of all, Ronique, give us a little background on you as a student at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And like, for instance, why did you select the BFA in digital media to do, and in particular, animation?
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Ronique. I'm a year 4 TTT. And the reason why I chose this course in particular is because obviously not only is it the highest that we can currently get in Trinidad and Tobago, but as well as since Form 3, that's where I discovered my passion for animation while I was watching my favorite movie on screen. So I love 3D animation. I love anything to do with art in general, but my main focus as of right now is 3D animation, both on the animation and game art side.
Nice. So I want to ask Amber the same thing. What got you here? What made you decide to kind of choose this career?
Well, ever since I was little, I've always had this sort of connection with storytelling and the storytelling medium. Like when I was little, always be drawing comics. Oh, look, Matthew, look what I did. Matthew's my brother. Showing my parents, my sister. It was a bonding experience, and I think through that, it's just like, I can express myself through this medium, and that became such a vital, integral part of my life. And I think I've continued to do that ever since, in high school, primary school, university now. And UTT was my choice because they had an animation program, and I saw that the lecturers are mentors, and like, okay, I need to get some of that action.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing, and both of you all could start prepping your snippet, because I'm going to ask you about that. But before we do that, it's really interesting that you mentioned about mentorship, because that's how we approach this program. We felt that it was not just about teaching students how to, use the tools. It was also showing them opportunities like this. I took 2 young women with me in Surinam and in Guyana for workshops, and it was to show you all that the classroom does not only have to have 4 walls, it's all of your experiences. So with that in mind, Ronique, I would love if you could share, and you could kind of go through the sort of training you've been training doing, especially to do with your project? We know that there's also the 3D element of it in the background. We can talk over it, right? So I'll ask you a few questions. So talk to us here, what is going on, and tell us a little bit about your capstone project.
Sure, no problem. So currently what you're seeing is my capstone project, Nuts for Nuts, which is a story between two squirrels and, of course, a nut. So currently you're seeing the progress that I went through, such as the rigging, the environments, the texturing and whatnot. Of course, it's a 3D project. It was a lot of fun to work on. I definitely learned a lot while trying to go through this process and whatnot. So yeah. After this, you'll be seeing work that I've done on some games that I've worked on currently and in the past. So this is with Barbie Dreamhouse Tycoon and Spongebob Simulator. So here's some stuff that I made, doing the turnarounds. These were also a lot of things to make. These current items that I'm showing, those were just stuff that I made in my free time.
So let's just play again because I have another question for you. So a lot of people will think animation, it's cartoons. You have about 4 lecturers that you work with. Typhus Moore, who is an amazing game artist. You have Jonathan Schoon, who's an amazing 3D animator, and Ryan, who is very good with storytelling, and of course myself. So can you give us some feedback on how that experience is, having experts like that critique your work? Because a lot of young people doesn't know, it's difficult to tell the difference between critiquing your work and criticizing.
The experience was definitely very enjoyable in my opinion. I've learned a lot, and especially when it came to the storytelling side, because there are many times when there's certain scenes in my storyboard where, Ryan would be like, hey, this could be done a little better. The ending could have been more clean. It was really a learning experience from experts, so I would definitely recommend others to listen when your teachers are or your mentors are telling you, hey, this is not, or you could do this better, X, Y, and Z. It's really a learning experience for everyone, and it's just to enjoy it. So yeah.
Okay, good. So I wanna, Amber, if you could share your screen now. And Amber, what is interesting about what you do, and why it was important, I wanted you to share your story, is that you can start sharing, Amber, is that a lot of artists, people who like art, feel that there isn't room for people who like art or artists in digital media. So start sharing your work, explain what it is you have, and then kind of talk about that a bit, because I know, Amber, you are an artist at heart, like most of our students.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of people feel there isn't room for artists, but I think I disagree. I think art is integral to everyday life. I think everything that you see had an artist behind it, the chair you're sitting on, the computers you use, things like that. There's always opportunity for an artist to be involved in anything. And so I think don't be discouraged. Don't feel like you can't do that. I feel like you'll always find your niche and you'll find people who want what you do. Yeah.
Good. And talk a little bit about the work that they're seeing.
Well, these are illustrations that I've done. A lot of them, sometimes they explore some emotion I'm feeling at the time, or if it's a story I'm working on, like this one, a new. This one is concept work that I did. And overall, just experimenting with styles, with designs and ideas. And that's just the blood of what I do. The character and story behind everything. And I think, UTT has been such a big part of that. I've been able to do things I never thought I could do. This background here was such a big mind blown for me. How could I do that? I couldn't do that before. But through the mentorship of all my lecturers, I've been able to improve so much. And especially in animation. Yeah, I started off with bare bones, but
got to where I am right now, and looking forward to even more improvements in the future. And
Good.
just now you'll see like 3D work I did. I have no experience in 3D prior to university, and I did things I never thought I could do. Yeah.
Good. Now continue. Let us continue running because I have another question for you also. In your experience in Capstone, we make sure that you all work in groups, and there's a reason for that. And initially, that's like, oh my God, do we have to work in groups? Tell me now how that has impacted your Capstone.
I mean, I have the best team. I'm so happy to have each and every one on there. Like, we all mesh so well together. And like, I've had to learn each and everybody's strengths and weaknesses, and how to like put it all together, because I'm the director of the group. So it has been a bit of a challenge to how to break down everything, but my group is just so understanding and willing to work, which is great. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now I have a question. Now I know you all planned for me, guys. I told them get a question for me. I don't know what I did there, but I'll wait until I hear what these questions are. But I want to talk about gender parity in digital media. And I think I shared with you all in my class, we also don't just dive into the class and do technical stuff. We talk, right? We share. And I talked to you all about the fact that when I first started digital media, I will be in rooms and I'm the only female. I'll be the only Black person, and I'll be the only person with this funny accent, right? So it took a lot of work to open that up in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. Your experience in the classroom is very different to other spaces where the gender parity is not as much. I think our balance is about 40% female, 60% male. Normally, traditionally, it's about 25-30. So we are actually doing well. How do you all feel about the importance of that, the fact that we have to bring that gender parity up? Starting with Ronique.
Well, I think that it's very important that, we have that, equal of both genders in the classroom and in the animation industry, because we can all learn from each other. There's maybe one thing that one person doesn't know that maybe another person would know. It's great to have all types of people, different genders, different backgrounds, different cultures, all of them in the same classroom without any discrimination, anything of that, to learn from each other. Because we are social beings. We learn from each other. That's how we all grow. And yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
There was a little lag. Amber, are you there?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes. Sorry. I don't know what happened there, but
I think there's a very small lag, but I think it's gone now. You guys are great.
Okay. All right. So Ronnie, just your last statement, if you could finish with that. You were saying something, the last thing you said.
I was saying that how we are social beings, and that we tend to grow and learn better with other people around of different cultures, different ethnicities, different genders, and yeah.
Okay, and Amber?
Yeah, I agree with Ronique. We all have different perspectives, unique to each individual, not just gender. And I think just having a wide range of different types of people in a setting, yeah, people learn from each other. And it also helps create this team effort with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good. But you know what I find with your generation is that we have less of an issue with gender with your generation. And that's a good thing, because we've had to do some battles, right? My generation, we had to do some battles. So it's good to see where your position as lead is not questioned. And I see that with this generation. Yeah. Okay, so this is a point where we kind of make it lighter. I'm ready for my question. Who's gonna go first? I'm ready for both of y'all. Who's gonna go first?
I guess I can go first. What is a common misconception that you currently see in the animation industry, despite its, what's the word? Despite despite its involvement, evolving and whatnot.
Yes, the current what was the terminology you used? Misconception is that we need to relax because we are doing, we are doing okay. We can't relax. Especially with what is happening with AI, where things are changing. I am like looking now headfirst into future careers in animation with AI because I know it's going to shift again. There's a shift that is happening, and if we are not prepared for it, all the work that we've put in to teaching you all and demonstrating to you all could go down the drain because you all are aware of what is going on with AI. I don't feel that we need to fear it. I just think we need to face it, like full on face it, even bring it in the classroom and see how we can work with it. So that's what I would say is the common misperception. Did that answer your question, Ronnie?
Yes, definitely. That actually leads to another question I had about AI. So, with the rise of AI, how concerned do you think us as animators, or even jobs adjacent to animators, should be concerned? Like, how concerned do you think we are, and how soon should we actually start to worry? Because even though we are quite still early, the rise of AI is very, very quick.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts
Yes.
on that?
Well, that's a great question. AI is exponential. It's getting easier and it's getting cheaper. And that is what I think we should be concerned about. I don't think we should be worried because there is no stopping it. It is here, right? We can't stop it. But I do feel that we need to have some concerns about it because of the fact that in the Caribbean, we may probably take a longer time to be impacted by it, because we'll do local things and do, regional things. But globally, things are being done already. It's like we're already behind. We're already behind. So to answer your question, I do think we should be concerned, but I don't think we should worry. And the concern should not be from you as an artist because I feel like art will always have a place. It's like, I don't want to, I love jazz. I'm not going to sit down and watch, robot looking things play jazz, or watch that. I want to see real people on the stage, and it's the same way people want to see digital art. They will want to see that grittiness of animation and your stories. Good questions, Renique. Amber?
What was one struggle you had to face and learn to overcome, or you continue to learn to overcome during the pursuit of your goals?
Ladies asking me some questions here. Gosh. But I still go through it. And I, some of my biggest supporters are men. So first of all, I want to get that out the window. Some of my biggest supporters are men, right? But I did have to deal with a lot of misogyny, and I still have to deal with a lot of misogyny because although we as women are achieving, we are achieving, we are not often given the opportunity to lead, and that is different to having a good job. Having a good job and having the title of director is different to be given the opportunity to lead based on your job title. That is still a problem, right? The other thing would be, I would say, is biggest challenge, I would say, is for organizations, governments, public sector, even private sector to understand the investment that is needed in digital media, art, and creative industry on a whole. And what I find is that investment is very piecemeal. You get, if we, I'm an NGO, so I go for grants. That's the one way to get the sector going because, we don't have a history of animation. So the kind of funding that comes to do real work is not enough. You all know the cost of animation. You all know the cost of having a team, right? So it takes a lot more investment. And my take on it is that just as how, for instance, in Trinidad and Tobago, we invested in oil and gas and we held the hands of oil and gas industry for like 10 years, and I will go on to say even still, I think that is what needs to happen with animation, digital media, gaming, creative industry. We really need a very good investment in the industry, and not piecemeal and not, a little bit. It's a good investment to make.
Yeah, I agree. And that kind of ties into another question I wanted to ask. Like, so you're a director, and myself, I'm an aspiring director. And so I look up to you, and I would like to ask, what sort of advice would you give your past self on how to lead and direct? Like, what would you say?
So I would say, and I want you all to continue the conversation. You all could add little bits to my questions, right? So don't just think it's me. So first of all, Amber, I'm really, really appreciate the fact that you look up to me, right? You are an amazing student, both of you all. We have lots of amazing students. So thank you for that. If I'm to look back on myself, I would say I would have taken my crown and wore it a bit earlier. It took me a long time to wear my crown. And what that means is to accept my femininity, but accept the fact that I am a strong person, and accept the fact that if I'm in a boardroom, it's okay to be sensitive, right? Because in the boardroom, they tell you, chin up, be like the guys, and, be like them. Don't show your emotions. And it took me a long, long time to create that balance where I could be a female executive, I could be a female lead, and I do not have to be like the men, or I do not have to be like anybody. Yeah. So I think what I would say to my former self is take that crown, put it on very, very early, and walk into that room and earn your respect. And I tell both of you all that, you all know we had this conversation yesterday, it's really good to have mentors. And I said to both of you all, I will be here for you all. If you stumble tomorrow, I'm going to be here. I'm not going to let you stumble, right? So you have to find your tribe. That's what I'll say to both of you all. Find your tribe of people, not just women. It's not a man-woman thing. It's a tribe of people who will be there for you. What do you all feel about that? Let me throw back that question to you all.
Yeah, I agree. Because in my own life, I think one of my stumbling blocks with art and just in general is like perfectionism and like the fear of failure. But like that whole idea of putting on your crown and just accepting and loving yourself, I think is so key, not just in your everyday life, but also in what you do, because you're putting yourself every single time. Whenever you draw, whenever you do work, everything you do, you're putting yourself into it. And if you don't accept yourself as you are, then you're going to have a lot of difficulty with that. And yeah, I think that's such good advice. Put on your crown, because everybody is deserving and has one. You're just not seeing it yet.
Yeah, and you need to put it on sooner than later. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It is all put on your crown, having that confidence, because if you don't have confidence in yourself and what you do, who else would you expect to have confidence if you don't have that in yourself? Because once you believe in yourself, you'll be able to push yourself when nobody else is behind you to continue to push you. And yeah.
Good. So I have a question for both of you, and we could talk among it. We could talk among ourselves. We look on to you all as students. Maria and team, I think I have till 12, right? Let me know if or 11:45. Let me know the exact time, or jump in when it's time.
I don't think any of us wants to
How long
end.
do I have?
So we feel like we want to let you guys keep going. I think you have I'll let you know in chat how much you have, but you guys keep going. You're going great.
All right. Okay. Good. So as your lecturer, your mentor, we look on and see how this generation is sort of boxed in, right? So we never had as teenagers the idea of being called a millennial, or that was never put on us, right? So you all have that now, the Gen Z and Gen X and whatever. And I always feel like when people put you in a box, you fit into that box. It's almost like you act to fit into that box that was created for you. And there are certain things that I recognize with your generation where I feel like you all need, you need to kind of bring that a little bit. Like the fact that you don't communicate as much. That is a stereotype of your generation. You don't communicate, right? Or that you spend your time in your room often. How do you all feel about that? The fact that society is sort of putting you all in those boxes, and are there truths to those stereotypes?
I would definitely say that, it is definitely quite saddening, that we in this generation, well, me and Amber, how we feel crushed up in this box, and then to continue. Sometimes it's just fear of, not being good enough, for those before us, wanting to also impress them to try and make it big in this industry, because sometimes, at least me personally, I think the industry is a little bit hard to get into, because when I see other talent, from other people my age or even younger, I sometimes feel, a bit not envious, but like, I'm not sure what the right word is at the moment, but you tend to really quiet down yourself, like, okay, maybe I'm not as good as I think I am. Let me just shy away and let somebody else take the spotlight that is more deserving of it. But we really have to try, as we discussed before, to really put on our crown and really get that confidence to really step out there, because you just never know what you can do, just as Amber was saying earlier when she was introducing her video. She didn't know that she could have made those environments. She didn't know she could have made those concepts until she actually tried. She obviously had to come out of that box that she had herself in order to come out of it. We all have to do that, not just in animation, but just in industry, just in general, to really know what is our full potential as an individual.
Yeah. Amber?
I think with the generation, there'll always be generation gaps, and there'll always be different challenges that each generation faces. So, like, for example, our generation, the introduction of the internet, and that had so many great opportunities that came out of that, but there's also downsides to everything. So, okay, you're on the internet, but there's less physical interaction. And then, well, with COVID, that too was such a huge stumbling block. And I think a lot of people definitely struggled during that time and probably still dealing with the effects of that. And so I can understand the statement that young people don't communicate, but I think there is this real desire to. I just think they struggle sometimes, or they don't know how, but they do. But I think that's something you learn as life goes on and you experience and you make mistakes. Yeah, and putting people into boxes, I think that's definitely like a whole life thing, not just this generation. Like in the past, in history, people have always been put into boxes and people telling you what you are rather than you be able to say that yourself. I just think it's being able to see the worth in yourself, and that takes time and effort and also belief and good people around you to help you through that.
Yeah. Like how I pushed you all here, right? Because you all were like,
Definitely.
wow, no, I like it, but at first, and then it's like, and I do that to all my young female. I mean, you could go back to 2008. They will tell you I'll throw them in these situations because I know an experience like this. The amount of women in high positions that are looking at both of you all right now and going, wow, I think I could hire her when she's out of university. You have to understand what that does for you and what that does for your career, right? And even saying that you were on Girls in ICT conference with Camille Salvon Abrahams and all the other people you saw, that too is going on your CV, right? So that's why I push you. So I want to go back a little bit to your career now and the digital media landscape. For both of you all, if you were to step 5 years in advance, where would you like to see yourself? Starting with Amber.
5 years in advance, I think, well, I've been nominated for a scholarship, not awarded. So it is a possibility, and I would like to see that for myself if I do get to achieve that. I just what I really want to work on doing is just building my network and building my skills, because in the future I would like to start my own studio in Trinidad. I want to build like stories, to create stories, build a team, and yeah, that's definitely a big dream of mine, and that's how I see myself.
Well, fantastic. And Amber, with the things that are happening now, the idea is to encourage you all, especially from where I'm sitting. I want to encourage you all to have those studios, because the more studios we have, the more work we can take on. Yeah, so you would have a good support system to make that happen for you. Definitely, right? So, Ronique?
I see myself in the next 5 years of other than, building up my skills, and making a bigger network with other, girls around me with the same talent, those who want to learn, I see myself, one day being in one of those studios. For instance, the studio that made Into the Spider-Verse, that movie is one of the movies that are one of my biggest motivation and inspiration to why I'm here now. Like I want to be able to create not just maybe animation, but even in the video game industry, I want to be able to create content where people will be able to create, such happy filled memories that they remember for the rest of their life. Because if it's one thing for me, I will never forget the first time I saw, Into the Spider-Verse. I'll never forget the first time I played my favorite game. I'll never forget those moments. And then, I one day want to be able to be the person behind those memories. Even though the person in question or the audience may have known it, but just know that people are out there genuinely enjoying what me, not just me alone, but maybe the team that I'm working with, are making. So
That's great. So I think we may have room for one last question. If we have more time, we'll have another question. And I don't know if the audience has questions, but I want you all to play your pieces while we answer this last question, right? So Ronika, I'll start with you as your hair. So you can play your piece in the background while we're speaking so people can see your work. So go ahead and press play. And my question to both of you all is, if you all will take off the audio on that, because once you play it, we're hearing. Right. So right, go ahead and play it. Right, good. So Ronique, if you are given a magic wand today, right, to say, I have one wish, what would you wish for regarding the industry to make you get to where you need to get? I know you may want 3 wishes, but I'm giving you one wish. What would that be? And why?
I wish to get where I want to become, where I want to be in the future, correct?
Yes, yeah, to do with your career. Yeah, what wish could that? So if you could change something, if you could get something, if you could do something that would get you to where you want to be, what would that one wish be?
That's a very tough question. Wow, there's so many things I could wish for. Well,
and it could be,
I wish.
It could be physical things too, right? It could be something that you want also. Go ahead.
I would wish for.
Press play on your movie so that people can see your work, or let it loop. Yeah, go ahead.
I would wish that, I continue to gain such great mentors, because I want to have been able to reach where I am now, showing what I'm showing now, without the help of not just my lecturers, but the people around me, advice that I've been given by others, online and whatnot. Like I would wish that one day I will be given, or granted somebody who would really push me to my limits, and really allow me to reach to my full potential to get where I want to get within the next 5 years that I answered in the previous question. Because as much as I can learn by myself, there's always I can learn more from others as well.
Right. So like more mentors that could carry you even further and further. Yes. Okay, good. Ronnie, so Amber, you could share yours now with Ronique. And I don't know if there's any questions in the chat, or Maria, you will tell me. Go ahead, Amber. share your screen also, share your clip.
Yeah. I think for me, what I would like, if I could change anything or wish for anything, I think it would just be, well, same thing as Unique, more mentors, but specifically more opportunities available. I feel like in Trinidad, there's only a handful, and I'm so grateful for them because it's gotten me where I am today. And in the past, that wasn't even a thing. Like the diploma in animation wasn't a thing. That's in recent years it happened, and I think I just want more opportunities for people and for myself. And yeah, let animation and art be seen as something as worth the investment because it really is.
Great. Fabulous. So with that, how can one get started in animation is a question from Sonia. So anybody want to take that? How does one get started in animation? What advice would you all give?
I could go first. I think you could literally start at any point in time. I think there's like this huge pressure or burden sometimes when you want to start something new. It's like, oh, what do I do? Where do I start? I think you could literally just start with the corner of your book, like, and just draw one drawing on each page and then flip through it and see it move. I'm like, oh, okay. I kind of like how this part looks. This part could use improvement, just things like that. But I think to get started, YouTube is definitely a good resource. There's a huge wealth of information there, and you can go look up beginner tutorials. There's a lot of free software out there like Critter or Flip a Clip. You can do that on your phone. And like any device you have, there's something for you to do. So I think just start out, and importantly, just set small goals. Don't be like, okay, I'm gonna make a feature film next month. That's not realistic at all. I think just be mindful of what your strengths are right now and what your weaknesses are, and just build on top of that with each small goal. And after each goal that you achieve, like a couple of months will pass and you look back, it's like, wait, wow, I've done so much. I think once you remove the pressure off of yourself to do something great and just start small, you get somewhere.
Good. And Ronique, you have some advice?
I definitely agree with what Amber just said. There's so many resources, especially on the internet and the free software and whatnot. Definitely do not look at the end goal and see how big it is. The progress, once you understand it, it will become like nothing once you continue to practice, and practice and practice and practice. It's really, really about practice. Once you keep practicing, even with the book, the flip book, once you keep practicing, you realize, oh, well, maybe if I change the arc of the spine a bit, it'll make it more smooth, and just keep practicing. Before you know it, you're animating, and then who knows, maybe you'd want to push on into learning professionally. You don't have to. When I mean professionally, I mean like going to actual bachelors. You don't have to. There are many people in the industry or just around the world that are great animators and they have never went to a single official animation course, animation bachelor's. It really does depend on you. So practice is really key.
And I will add some free software were mentioned. I would repeat them. Flip a Clip. So those, if you have parents in the audience and want your child to start, even though they're young, a Flip a Clip is a phone app that is really, really easy to use. They can go onto YouTube and check that out. There's also Blender as a 3D tool that is also free. Go online and you can get that. You can get tutorials for that. There's Cape in animation for CXC. I would suggest, if you're into that, find a center that does Cape in animation and digital media. And that Cape course actually is a prerequisite for getting into the university program. So if you do that, that will help you quite a bit. And of course, there's the BFA in Digital Media Arts at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I think we still have some time. I'm going till 12 because I'm assuming that we're here till 12. If we're not, please let me know. We have another question though. What do you think of the competition among artists selling animation, commissions, etc.? And that's from Versatile Art. Who want to take that? The competition.
I guess I can go.
Sure.
It is definitely, from what I have experienced a little bit, it's definitely quite fierce. Especially when the competition is not just selling animation, getting commissions, but also even getting jobs. It can be quite fierce. Like, oof, I can't even fathom how fierce it is. But all you have to do is just like really keep improving your skill. Don't make enemies, make allies. Definitely. And once you do that, maybe the competition will eventually die down, since you and your company will be along the same community, getting the same commissions, getting the same audience. So as fierce as the competition may look sometimes, definitely try to become friends with those around you that you are competing with, because you just never know what they can carry you as well, or what you can learn from them, or what you can teach them, or where you can carry them. So yeah.
Okay, good. So, Amber, your take on that?
Well, I personally haven't gotten the opportunity yet to work in commissions, but just off of what I think on the matter, yes, I do agree it is competitive. Like if you just go on any art platform, there's so many artists, all who like a lot of them will be better than you, and there'll always be someone that's better than you. But I think in terms of like marketing yourself, I think it would probably be just to keep pushing. Don't just stop because you aren't getting somewhere, or you're not getting enough engagement on your page, or you're not getting orders. I think just keep researching, keep looking, don't give up, because you will eventually land on something, because there is a space for you. You just have to find it.
Okay, so I want to ask both of you all very practical questions, because there would be a lot of young people in the background wanting to get into the BFA program right now, right? So we want to give them some practical advice. So before I pass it to you, I just want to let people know, go online to the UTT website, and you will see applications. So there's actually applications now. There are a lot of prerequisites. But what I would say to you all is, even if you don't have those things, the best thing to do is start work on a digital portfolio, because sometimes you may not make the passes or whatever, but if you show us that you have a digital portfolio that you're really, really good at, often myself and the other lecturers, Caiaphas Moore and Johnson School, we all look at that. Like, if they don't have the passes, but their portfolio is really, really good, you get an opportunity to actually be part of the program. So, Ronika, I wanna kind of have a kind of final, because we only have about 6 more minutes left, right? So, first of all, I want you to talk about your experience with applying for the program, what that was like, and how you were able to deal with that. The fact that there's over 100 persons applying for this program, and we only take 25. Talk about that experience.
Oh, well, when I applied, I wouldn't deny I was a bit late, but that was due to COVID and whatnot. I would say that the experience was a bit, it was a bit terrifying, because I was made aware that there were a lot of other people applying at that time, and at that point in time, my art wasn't as good, even though I did it for CSEC or whatnot, but really you just have to believe in yourself, and throughout the interview to get to university, I think how I got in is probably what I said in that interview as well, confidence, saying, like, hey, I really want to do this, this is my passion. I know that my art isn't as good as it should be, or maybe compared to others, but I really, really want to put all my eggs in this basket. I really want to, push, and if you just give me the chance, I will not let you down. So
Yeah.
So confidence is a lot, says a lot. And this is not just for University of Toronto Tobago, it's for any interview you're going for any school, right? So I'm going to talk about that experience a bit.
I agree. At the beginning, I didn't have the prerequisite for taking the Cape animation course. I just had CSIC arts and Cape art, but my portfolio, I think what's important in the portfolio is that you show your potential and your willingness to learn, and also your own interests. Because if you're drawing things, oh, I show you like, or you have this specific character you keep drawing, you're drawing like, oh, you're interested in something, and you're putting time into it. But yeah, I think I'll always remember what my lecturer Kaifa says. He says, grades don't matter, portfolio does. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to be looking at your grades, they're going to be looking at what you can physically do. Like the skill that you have will always talk more. Yeah.
Good. All right. So this may be the last question, but in the audience, somebody says, what inspires your animation work? I think we have some more time.
I think for me, it's always like the story behind it. I'll always have some sort of connection behind it. Like, okay, this is character who goes through something, and I just find it easier to work on things when I'm emotionally connected to it. And I think also too, just shows in general, like Avatar: The Last Airbender was like the biggest thing of my childhood. Like I'm rushing to the TV to watch the latest episode. Like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? I have all the the memorabilia for it. But I think it's just passion and looking at others, looking at other things that inspire you. And also recently, like Blue Eyed Samurai came out. That show was a banger. Like it was great. And I want to learn from that too and put that into my animations. And just to pull from what Ronique said, like Into the Spider-Verse was such a huge film, and so many studios are trying to get some of that like fire and glory into their own work because they could see just how great this like meshing the two mediums, 2D and 3D together, can create such an amazing piece. So yeah, just looking to the things around you to inspire your work.
Good. And answer the question regarding that little young girl in the audience. You know, we all over the Caribbean and could be all over the world right now. But you have, young girls in the audience in Jamaica, Surinam, all over, Belize, all over. What would you say to them about thinking about animation and digital media as a career? Amber.
I think definitely go for it. If you feel your heart is calling to it, listen to it. Think because it's so important to have love and passion in what you do. I feel like if you're not enjoying what you do, then what's the point? You only have so much time on this earth. You might as well invest it into something that you will enjoy. And I think just the main thing is, like what I said earlier, setting goals to reach where you want to go, small goals so you don't feel overwhelmed. And most importantly, just be gentle on yourself. Because if you're not getting where you want to be, don't beat yourself up because it's just a stepping stone. Like I recently watched Meet the Robinsons from Disney, and like this one quote just stood out for me. It was, congratulations on your failure. Here's to future failures and successes. I think that's very important, and you should carry that with you. Like you're going to fail, it's inevitable. But if you keep pushing, you will see success.
Good. And Ronique, the same question, what inspires your animation work? And then go into speaking to that young girl in the audience today.
Definitely what I grew up watching when I was younger. Same thing with the Into the Spider-Verse, those things really do inspire me, As I mentioned before, I want to one day become that person behind the screen that's, either wholly or partially responsible for that. I give so many people different memories, not just what I grew up watching, but also the people around me as well. My dad, he used to draw a lot. He used to be really good at drawing, and he was a very, very big inspiration for me as well. And he sometimes did encourage me as well when I was drawing when I was younger, like, hey, that looks really good. And also those are my really big inspiration. As for the little girl that may be in the audience listening on, As Amber said, definitely go for it. If it's something that you really want to do, you will enjoy it, and you will continue to create many great things that you probably didn't even know you're going to create. You just never know where it's going to take you and how much of a big part of your life it can become.
Fabulous. So I think our time is up, but I want to say to both of you all, I know there are women on the other side of the team, the Girls in ICT Women team that are like cheering you on. So there's I think about 20 of us on that app. And I know in the background they're going, yes, this is what we want to see. So you all make me really, really proud. I am sure you all make your other lecturers proud. I think Kaifas and they are looking on here, so they're very proud to see you all here. And know that, as we said, join your tribe. That will give you that kind of support. And there are many, many tribes behind the screen here that I'm sure would have heard you. So thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy doing your capstone project. And we have Maria on. Maria, are we up for time, right?
You're up for time, but I think who's following is Anushka Sonai, and I think it's a kind of amazing moment to have the animation family on stage. I don't know if Anushka is on yet. I know she's here, but we are so proud of you guys. I'm gonna give Anushka some time because this is the Anime Carib family right here. You guys were incredible. You moved me so deeply. You reminded me of myself when I was 19 and I was getting into 3D for the first time, and that was before, I very much remember Blender. Blender was one of the things back in the day, but you guys are the dream, so live your dream. Like that dream just take you as far as you want. Everything that you said was like resonating throughout my entire body. It was amazing. So thank you so much for that. And I would love to extend an invitation to you guys to give these talks at some of our global conferences coming up soon. So you guys are amazing. Look out for some invitations from us, and I hope to see you at Anime Carib this year.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you, Camille. Amazing as usual. I mean, what you're doing is so powerful.
Thank you. Bye, Anushka. It's lovely to see you on the same stage. See you.
Bye, guys. So welcome, Anushka Sonai. You are muted right now, actually. I can't hear you. I don't know. Not hearing your audio at all.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was muted on the mic. Yeah, sorry about that.
Hi, award-winning social impact leader, Anushka Sonai.
Hello, Maria.
So happy to have you here for Girls in ICT Day to talk about the amazing field of AI. Anushka Sonai, for those of you who don't know, is the founder of Creative Tech Hub Caribbean, who has been doing amazing work regionally, but even here in Trinidad and Tobago with Anime Carib, which of course is also regional. I'm gonna let Anushka take it from here as she leads you through trends in AI. Thank you so much, Anushka.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you everyone for coming online and watching the Caribbean Girls in ICT Summit. I'm really happy to be here because I follow right after, the animation. I'm gonna get my, I'm following right after the animation session, and they just discussed AI as well, especially the application of AI in animation. And I know from are my slides showing? Right. Sorry. I may need some help from backstage to show my screen.
We are here. Let me just take you off of full screen.
Right. I uploaded my presentation and it should be in here, but it's not showing up. Oh, it's there.
Sorry.
Me in it. Yes, and if you could make the presentation somewhat bigger and me smaller. Thank you. Yes, that's wonderful. I want to do a presentation about some of the AI trends that are happening and the tools that are out there. And I have a special giveaway for everyone who is watching. If you send us an email, we will give you the cheat sheet with 100 AI tools that you can use immediately in your
work, in your business, but also in your studies. So I want to talk about how AI is evolving all around us and how it's taking our world by surprise. Actually, we shouldn't be surprised because AI started in 1950s. But because of it has so many advantages, everyone is looking into how can we use AI for task automation, cost saving, making better decisions, because then you have all the data and you could get management information from data, and also have difficult task automated and have it more simplified. So it's good for many sectors. If we look at the developments, you will see that ChatGPT, which is the most known AI tool in generative AI, we see that within a time frame of 5 days only, they reached 1 million users after they were launched. And Netflix had to do 3.5 years to get to 1 million users. So that's telling us how fast and how rapid the introduction of AI has been. While I'm speaking with you, we have the Future Scope event happening here at Creative Tech Hub Caribbean, and girls from several high schools from Suriname are here. So they are asking me to go for a picture, but I can't because I'm here with you guys. So you will see the pictures on our social media as well. So sorry about that. Generative AI, ChatGPT is the most known, but also Bard and Gemini and many other tools. And you can ask ChatGPT most things, and it's amazing how many applications you have for AI. And it's far beyond just generative AI in terms of regenerating content, but it's also there is now AI that can develop software. And there is AI that can help you with visual search. There are many other, let's say, many other applications of AI in many sectors. What we see is that because of the rapid developments, governments and regulators are trying to pace them by. And it's very difficult to say that the application of AI is completely ethical or not. But Gemini will recently announce that they will not talk about elections, like global elections or whatnot. They can. So the moment you type in elections, they will ask you to look for Google search or anything else, because they're not allowed to speak about the elections. And I have on screen some of the recent AI tools that you can use and look into. The one that I find very moving is this one, Sina. Sina is an AI that it's like having a digital twin, and it helps you for when you want to chat with a dead relative. And I think it's very tricky because it goes beyond my grasp, because if a person is already has already passed away, you want to close the chapter. But we see that people have created this AI tool that will make it possible for you to still hang on to that person by replicating a digital version of the person. And it works like this. You have to upload your Facebook and or other social media platforms content that was written by that person, just for AI to have a sense of how this person was communicating, but also audio files, voice notes, your WhatsApp messages, Telegram, Signal messages, whatever. You can upload everything to this AI tool, and the AI tool will respond in a way to you. So if you ask future questions, it will respond to you in a way that that person would have responded based on all the data that was submitted. And it's very tricky because we're already dealing with so many mental health problems and so many other problems. And now this is coming in. I think when someone passes away, we have to say goodbye and move on. And I'm not sure, but it sounds like that this tool will limit that process of moving on and going about your life, your everyday life. So I don't know how you guys think about this. So yeah, I'm curious to hear what you think. There are other tools. A knowledge worker, someone who uses generative AI, can do a lot of things that we normally cannot do as fast or as efficient as we would have loved to do it. So if you look at the left side of my screen, you will see how the foundation models are supporting a knowledgeable worker, AI-enabled knowledge worker, in their strategic and tactical work, which you see on the right side. It helps you in many ways because of the data that is collected, the information that is collected, the research that is done, insights, and the total automation and innovation that you can make with AI, with generative AI. So going from here, we see that there are a lot of applications, and that's why everyone is so eager to use AI. We are using AI in our business, and it has helped us to automate several of our processes, which normally would take up days to be done, and now they're just done in minutes, in hours, and not taking taking days for us to happen. And that is the business process automation part. So it's not just generative AI. It's a part of machine learning, NLP, and combining that with several of the other tools that are out there. We see some practical applications as well in agriculture, in ecotourism, in disaster response, and also in healthcare. And I like the examples of healthcare the most because it helps us in emergency situations to come up with a rapid diagnosis and prognosis for development. But yes, it has good applications, and it's wise for us to look at how can we use AI in this region where we have limited resources for the benefit of everyone. We have the application of AI in marketing, art, and the creative industries. And there is a wide discussion that if companies will all embrace AI, what will happen to the work of digital artists? I think it will improve. Your work will improve because a digital artist now can make more art, better art in a better way. And it's not just prompt engineering, because you can start some development because there are tools like you start to draw something, you upload that image, and the AI helps you to enhance it or make it even better. And that is just the generative part, but also you could embed and make animations even more smoother and better. So there is a wide discussion going on whether or not we should companies should be using AI instead of workers, of professionals. But I think it's a combination. It's not that you have to, work only with tools. So in AI, in marketing and communication, we see that the rise of AI is there, and people are using it to create content. And it's very easy because I do the same. I have 1-2 sentences that I want to say, and I say, okay, I put that in the AI and say, create visuals with my style guide, within my style guide of the company, and create one for LinkedIn, one for YouTube, etc. And it's all being done without me having to go over it again and again. And, it's quite easy to work like that. So there are many opportunities for us as professionals in the Caribbean to apply AI. And these are some of the job roles that you can have. Prompt engineering is something that it has become a skill. It has become a known skill because with many other things, it's garbage in, garbage out. If your prompt is not so good, you will not get good results from it. So that's why we are also working on a database of prompts that we can share with our customers, but also with our talents who are doing our training programs, how to create better prompts. And when we share our library of prompts, it inspires you to create your own prompts from that. So send us an email if you want to have the same access to these prompts, and we'll make sure that you're on the list for when we launch the prompt guide. But you can already send an email for the AI guide, which is something that we send to everyone who's interested in that. You have to upskill yourself. If you're an artist or whatnot, I have a friend who's in music, digital music, and he's using AI to have better quality in his work. So he is doing all these online courses. We are doing hands-on projects, and we have mentorship programs to help people get ahead in the world of AI. There are some ethical considerations of how AI is developed, especially privacy and security, bias, because there is a lot of bias in the data that is being used, and some transparency and accountability. How is AI using the data that is being collected, and what are they doing with it, and how is someone protected, and how is social profiling happening with all this data. There is a lot of opportunities for the Caribbean to work together, and that's why I'm always happy to support this initiative with Maria, Nicole, and everyone here. It's not just Girls in ICT or Women in Tech Caribbean, but also what we do as regional organizations that are creating a pipeline of talented people. So there are a lot of partnerships that can happen, but also the involvement of governments is really important in this, and academic collaborations, because that will help us to upskill our workforce for an AI-enabled world. If you look at the landscape of consumer protection, there is a lot to be said about this. I mentioned data and data privacy and security earlier, but also accountability and liability. What happens if, someone is the victim of identity theft because of AI replicating that person and sending out emails, and then not just emails, but also chats or social media content from that person about things that the person hasn't said yet. So it's really difficult to lose control to a computer and not have that control over your own self. So I want to leave you with this, with these conclusions and next steps. I think we should embrace the AI revolution, not just because it's already there and it's so good and helping us, but when we embrace it, we will also be more aware of how it works, and knowledgeable about how it works, and we can also improve it and make it better, because it's already out there and we have to make it work. We have to upskill ourselves and our people and reskill, get all the skills that we need to be, good with AI, and foster collaboration like this one, but many other collaborations, so we can have, how do you say that, a better impact with limited resources that we have. So having said that, I'm open for questions or any discussion that we could have around this topic. I'm curious to know how you think that these trends and the tools that are out there will help us improve the lives of the people in the Caribbean. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anushka, for that amazing presentation. You definitely touched on some things that I think I had never thought about around some of the new applications of AI. One of my questions is probably coming from what I've been observing in general in the AI space, which is how companies such as yours are already integrating AI into how they're serving their customers. What was the process like integrating AI into your corporate process?
Well, first of all, it was a bit overwhelming because you have so many tools out there, and so many of these tools are just people trying out something and not having it figured out. So it's by trial and error, a lot of trial and error, buying tools and then not being content and having to cancel that. So a lot of trial and error in there, but also knowing in what we wanted to achieve. And then when we got to the question, okay, what do we want to achieve with AI in our business? It was really difficult to answer that question with more than, okay, we want to have an improved efficiency and we want to serve our customers better. And we were a bit, looking for how do you make it, how do you translate that into each of the business processes. So what we did first was our content creation. So the marketing part, sales, marketing, communication, has a lot to do with repetitive tasks because about each project you need to know product that you have, you need to know everything about your product, how it's being used and what are the user benefits, and place that into AI, create libraries, and we call it SOPs, so standard operating procedures for every product. That was a hell of a job, but I think it's very good because that will also help us with our ISO certifications. So companies who are ISO certified will have how do you say it, a smoother implementation of AI, because then they have already their SOPs, standard operating procedures. And going from there, we started with that part of the marketing, and then came the sales. So now if you sign up for a training program, the whole system is automated, where you get an email, hey, you showed interest, so this is our how do you say it, this is our brochure, and you can download it here, or you're subscribed to get the information for payment. And the salesperson also gets an email saying that this person has signed up, so they can make a call. Sometimes the personal touch is really better, so the salesperson just have to make calls every day and then make sure, yes, we can have a robot make that call, but I don't like how it sounds. I don't have the we have customer intimacy very high. So for me, it's important to have the personal touch with my customer and speak with them, consult, think about what their problem is, and come with solutions. So that part is being done, but also in the part of creating strategies for companies.
Okay.
We have some automation there as well.
Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. And it was something I was looking at as well, because it's such a new product offering, I suppose, that sometimes when I see people saying that um, they're leading sort of like expert strategies and integrating AI into certain processes, and I'm like, well, how long were they doing that? But it sounds like if it's been going on for some time. And one of the things I love that you mentioned was just mentioning that AI has been around for some time. It's not something that just showed up like 2 years ago. It's been part of our processes, even in how we use search, how we use YouTube, which we're using right now. AI is in so many of our existing processes. One more quick question before you go, because I know we have about 5 more minutes. I recently have been doing a video production for an adolescent wellness campaign. And one of the requests from the client was for us to do a video for every page of the website, right? Which is like 45 pages of the website. And our developer sent us this link to a deep fake AI page where you can actually like use the faces of like, real people and create these AI videos. And when I mentioned it to our marketing lead, she said, no, the response to deepfake has been very negative online, just because it's not personal. What is your feeling on the use of deepfake technology and how they're presenting not just films, but I suppose customer based interactions? I know you mentioned a little bit just now on the calling side, but it seems like if it's going a little bit further than that, do you see that getting stopped by the consumer response because people are, or do you see it getting better and people not being able to tell the difference?
It's very difficult because you said deep fakes, but it's
Yeah.
not deep fakes anymore. This just there are so many tools out there,
Yeah.
and Synthesia is one of the most known tools that can take my picture, for instance.
Yeah.
And this whole presentation that I did, it
Could
would be
have just
like I'm speaking,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't be me. So just my picture can be used to create a video of me where you will see my lips and my eyes and etc. And I think that ever since I know that, I'm doing more things with my hands when I'm on screen.
So we know it's you. Like you can have like a secret signal. It's
It's
me
not
who
my
sent this
digital, it's
stuff.
me. And it's something that I'm like, okay, stop doing that. But I was just looking at myself and I was like, oh, I'm moving a lot. But it's improving. The technology is improving in such a way. It can just take my selfie. So I click a selfie, I upload it, and with that, it creates a video of me doing the whole presentation.
Wow.
Yes, it would be awesome because I had the Future Scope event happening here, and I couldn't be in that picture because I was here behind. I'm doing multiple things now already as a human.
As
But
always.
if I have my AI twin could be here presenting, and I would be out there on the pictures and doing things. So it's very difficult to make the choice between comfort and efficiency versus ethics. That's why my slide was also about the ethics. Like
The ethics
think
of it.
about what is happening with that information, because they can use the same. Like I have posted so many selfies of myself on my Facebook, like my haircut I did yesterday, for instance. And then they can use that and create a video of me saying that for country X, not candidate one, but candidate two will win the election. So everyone should vote on that, or we should all now become, like do something that's unethical. And that is very difficult. But also in social engineering, someone can replicate my voice and call my parents and say that I'm involved in an accident and they have to come with money or whatever, and then they rob
Right.
them or whatever. Like it's so scary to think about these things, but that's how it can go.
I do hope that companies like Gemini and others, and of course people such as yourself who are existing, distributing AI through your processes. I do hope that there's going to be some work on the legislative side on like how do we control some of these things, how do we observe it. I know that we have a cybercrime department in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if there's one in every part of the world, but our cybercrime department is actually pretty busy when it comes to not just online crimes, but also looking at these types of trends of what's happening that is illegal, that's violating spaces, that's putting people in danger. We've seen some of those terrible Netflix movies already on some of the things that have happened to people across the globe by people faking things. So it is a very scary thing, but it's also very exciting, in particular in the world of health, like that I'm working in with mental health. I do think there's a lot of opportunity. It's how do we navigate these opportunities without increasing the level of risk, So it's very difficult, I think, for us to see where this is going truly. So
yeah, I'm happy you mentioned the cybersecurity department, because all countries are required to have a cyber attack response team, but also cyber incident. So it's not just an attack, a cyber incident, but also the digital. I don't know how to say it in English. In Dutch is digitale delicten. So if someone does a digital crime, for instance, identity theft or cyber crimes or whatever, it goes to a special unit. But I think police, military, and military police, like everyone, all security professionals, even if you're just securing a person and not an object, not just computers, should have these skills and should be reskilled and upskilled in this, because crime is now taking other forms as well. So the crimes that people would do in real life are now being done online and with these digital tools. So the police should also be more digital and tech savvy.
I agree. Like when I was in Barbados, I had a small incident in Barbados where I ended up in police station with someone taking a police report from me. Yeah,
Whoa.
someone. That's a whole other story. But he was supposed to have his police cam on, and it's actually part of their uniforms now, where it's supposed to slip into his uniform. And I said to him, one of the things that opened my eyes up to this crime that happened to me when I was in Barbados was how vulnerable women are, or how vulnerable any person is. If someone stole your physical documents, you rely on your digital life to kind of help you because you don't have physical documents anymore. But in that situation, people are really vulnerable, and the vulnerable are really the ones who get manipulated the most with these opportunities for cybercrime and for human trafficking and all of these other horrible things that are happening in the world. I do think that even though we have police forces and cybercrime units and stuff like that, we as the people have to hold them accountable. Like if
Yeah.
we see a police officer who isn't wearing his cam, then you have to say, well, and then, I mean, that's really where we have the power of digital as well. A lot of people have started to use their phones to document things that they see people doing that are wrong, and that's how we can use storytelling to improve the democratic processes in our country. So
Yeah.
I think that's really great, and I do think that it's a really important discussion. Maybe we can further that discussion as well at the Tech Summit that's coming up soon, and of course, in any future AI conferences that might be coming up. So really excited to hear more about your amazing work, Anushka, and of course, we'll be seeing you soon, hopefully.
Yes.
Definitely looking at having a very important conversation around that, as well as the digitalization of certain processes here within the public here in the Caribbean. There's so much to be talking about. So thanks so much, Anushka, for coming out today.
Thank you for having me, and have a great second part of the summit. I'm looking forward to the hackathon because the team of Surinam is participating. So I hope we get good news. Thank you again, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you so much, Anushka. Okay, everyone. So for a minute, while everyone is just taking a small break, we are going to take a small 5-minute break before we get ready to welcome the amazing Chelsea Cree. Chelsea Cree is one of the partners that we have here at MindWise. MindWise Project is a nonprofit that I run together with Arnaldo James, and we focus on digital innovation for mental health. And Chelsea is one of our favorite, most amazing mental fitness coaches. She has something that is called the Cree method, and I strongly advocate for how she approaches not just life, but how we as people should look at framing our response to this crazy world that we live in, and how can we live healthier and happier lives. So for now, we are just going to take a small break, and we will be back shortly. Thank you, everyone. everyone. Thank you so much for rejoining us for our Women in Tech Makers, Women in Tech Korean Girls Hack, Girls in ICT Day celebration. Now I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Chelsea Cree. Chelsea Cree is extraordinary in so many different ways. Just want to introduce her properly. But Chelsea is a performance psychologist and mental fitness coach. And her Cree method is something that I think everyone needs to learn and understand and get behind. So today she's going to be leading us in a presentation on teen mental health. And that's for all of you teen girls who are paying attention all throughout the Caribbean right now. We are talking to you. So thank you so much, Chelsea, for being here with us today. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm actually very excited. I love doing things like this. As you would know, it just gives me a chance to really connect with people in a different way, on a topic that has had so much history of being so heavy and being so, oh my goodness, it's a way of making it fun and making us excited to learn how to create and build strong and healthy minds,
Okay, great. So I'm going to be like your wing woman, and I'm going to run the presentation. I'm not sure if you can control it on your end. Can you just check? Do you see it in the stage? Where
yes, I don't see it.
Okay, so you don't see it. So I will control it for you. Maybe you just want to let me know when to move to the next slide.
You want me to share my screen or?
Or you can share, if you want to add it and you hit present, you can try adding it yourself.
Let me see.
Just a little technical warm up, guys. But
right. Slides.
While you're doing that, Chelsea, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about why. Yes, yeah, you're just going to hit present and then you can add the same PDF.
I think it's processing, so I'm going to see if it works.
I think it will. If it's processing, there it is. Perfect.
I can see y'all.
There you go.
All right, are y'all seeing?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is Chelsea Cree. Cree stands for Creative and Free Spirited, which is kind of how I like to do things. So today we will be talking about teen mental health. Question, Maria?
I'm here. I'm always here.
It's not a very interactive space.
No, I mean, it's kind of like it's girls that are streaming in, walking in and out from multiple countries throughout the Caribbean.
Oh, so. Okay.
It's not, but if you need interaction, I can be here. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I had a little icebreaker and all of that, but we'll just get right into it. So, who am I? My name is Chelsea Cree. I'm a high-performance psychologist, a free spirit, and a mental fitness coach. Essentially, I teach students and adults the skills that they need to be successful and the skills that they need to unlock their full potential. I also happen to be a mermaid in my free time. I'm just kidding. But I love the ocean. I think, as I was growing up and I didn't understand a lot about my mental health, I used to go to the ocean a lot. It was a source of inspiration for me. And I felt very connected to myself every time that I went to the ocean. After I leave the beach, life just felt worth living again. So I've always stayed close to the ocean on my own journey as an adult and even as a psychologist, as I think that it also fuels me with continuous inspiration, even at this stage in my life. I love to play, but even more now with purpose. So ever since I was a child, I was called very playful, and I'm now learning how to use that as a strength to make learning more fun, because we actually learn so much better when we're in a state of joy and play than if we're sitting down listening to this very well done presentation, but it's not engaging. It's very easy to get lost and not want to focus because you're essentially bored. So I'm finding a way to make mental health very playful so that people get more excited to learn about it, and they're more excited to learn about what they could do to enhance the quality of their minds, So I teach students to think, feel, and perform at their best, but also doing it, building a life that they love. I don't want the people that I get the gift of being a coach to end up with a life that they don't even like. I don't want them to wake up in a life of goals that didn't come from within. It came from everybody around them. So my way of doing things, it's different, it's very playful, it's very free-spirited, because I feel like allowing yourself to be expressing yourself in a way that's authentic to you is a big part of having great mental health. So today we're going to talk a little bit more about mental health and what it really means, and also how we can improve the quality of our mental health, because we go to so many different spaces and we learn about, we know what mental health is, and but we don't really know what we can do to improve the quality of our mental health. So I wanted to share some things that you can do right at home to improve the quality of your mental health. So, well, this was supposed to be an icebreaker, but I will answer it for y'all. If you could have any superpower in the world, what would it be and why? And I think that my superpower would be, Ray, you want to answer this?
I think right now, I think my superpower would probably be forgiving myself. I don't know if that's like a superpower, but invisibility was always my number one choice.
If you could have any superpower in the world, what would you?
I would fly. I would definitely fly. I think flying is awesome. Like flying, I mean, I want to be able to be like, hey, I'm just gonna go to Germany tomorrow and I'll be back here afterwards. But even better than flying, I think would probably be that Star Trek thing where I can just like phase from one place to the other, because then I don't have to fly that entire distance. I've thought about this a lot.
Me too, because it's mine. Me too. So I would actually pick being able to teleport, simply because I love to travel.
Yeah.
I just can't deal with the lines in the airports. I get very overstimulated. If I'm on a plane too long, I feel very boxed in. So it would really make my life joyous if I could go to every beach in the world at the rate of, very quickly at the snap of my fingers, get to the Maldives or something, because I want to go there. But those flights, it's looking like I want to go there anytime soon.
Yeah, especially at this day and age, right? Like flying doesn't feel so safe. So
it doesn't even feel safe. And even, sometimes we want to go on trips alone. It's just like you think twice, because it's just kind of like, am I really that safe? So teleporting would be really, really nice to do.
Nice. Yeah, I vote yes.
I vote yes. I mean, if I came off this and when I was finished, I'm like, all right, let's go Bali, so that would be mine. And, I would have loved to hear from y'all, but I know we can't. So I'm going to move to the next slide.
That's great. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
So what is mental health? So mental health essentially looks at the health of your mind. It refers to our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It includes how we think, how we feel and behave, as well as it helps us determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. I'm going to go to the next slide. Why do we need to take care of our mental health? We hear so much about physical health and why it's important, but why do you think that you need to take care of your mind? A lot of the conversations we have about mental health, wait till it's bad. But why do we have to wait so long? Why not learn about it from a place where we could put things in place so that our mental health doesn't have to go to the end where, we may need external support? Why not do the things that can make our minds strong? Why not do the things that make our minds healthy? So we really have to think. I ask this question a lot because I realize that we have to literally think about why. A lot of times we don't even think about why we're doing a lot of things, but I really want you to take a moment to think about why you really need to take care of your mental health. Even if it's not currently bad, or you're not really struggling right now, why do you still need to understand the importance of mental health? So I'm going to go to the next slide now. So this is why we have to care. We need to care about our mental health because it affects every aspect of our lives. It's not just about, okay, well, I may not have a mental illness, so I'm good to go. No, every single body has mental health. The person looking at me right now, you have mental health, and the state of your mind controls everything that you do in life. From feeling good, if you don't take care of your mental health, you're not gonna feel good. You're not gonna wake up every morning. You're just gonna feel. You're gonna be in a state where life is not enjoyable, because you can't really enjoy life when you don't feel good. You have to take care of your mental health, because You need to be able to handle stress. Stress is not going anywhere. Life is stressful, especially at this age as a teenager. You're just going through so many changes right now that, you know, a lot of new things are happening. A lot of things are happening that are beyond your control, and navigating that is really stressful. So by learning how to care for your mental health, you learn how to deal with your stress so much better. We're actually going to look at stress a little more later on. But this is one of the main reasons why it's so important to take care of your mental health, because it determines how you deal with stress. Also, your relationships. If your mind is not in a good place, you're not going to be able to really hold space for the people around you. You could actually become very hurtful if you don't take care of your mental health, because sometimes, as you know, like, you can't really pour from an empty cup. So if your cup is empty, a lot of your relationships are going to suffer because you don't have anything to give. You know what I mean? So when your mind is in a good place, you feel so much, the ability to connect with others is so much easier, and you genuinely want to be around good people. You're generally able to give to, others. When your mind and, your mental health is struggling, you don't feel to even be around people sometimes. Some of our behaviors might cause us to withdraw or just not even feel to talk to anybody. So again, it's actually really important for us to understand mental health so that we could pour into the relationships and give the people around us the love and attention and the care that they deserve, but it starts with us. We have to care for ourselves first and our mind so that we are able to hold space and care for others. We have to care because of school. I think that we all know that you need your mind to be strong to succeed in school. And, going to school is not just about, okay, going and do your work and then you're going home. School is so much more complex than that. You have friendships, you have your relationship with teachers, there's so many things going on. Some of you may be athletes, and it's a lot to juggle, so you have to take care of your mind so that your brain is where it needs to be, so that you could focus on your work in addition to, managing the things that may be going outside of school that could affect your success. So yes, your mind, you need to strengthen your mind to be able to focus and do your work and, be creative and do all these, have all the mental skills you need to perform in school. But beyond that, you need your mind so that the things that may affect your schoolwork, they don't get any way. So when your mind is in a place where it can handle, again, the stress, your school success would not be affected by this. Again, enjoying life. I think it's really important to enjoy life. And I don't want you all to wait too long to learn that lesson. Your life is a gift. When you wake up in the morning, that is a blessing, and I want you all to really understand that life is to be enjoyed. Yes, life is to work hard and life is to do all these amazing, incredible things, but what's the purpose of all that if you can't even enjoy it? So I want to encourage you all to take care of your mental health so you know how to enjoy life. You don't want to wake up in a life where you have everything around you, all of the great house, car. I want that for y'all, but you don't enjoy it. You don't enjoy it. You feel empty. You don't know how to, you don't even know what it is. You feel so disconnected from living. I want you all to enjoy life, and to enjoy life, you have to learn how to care for your mind. Your physical health. Your physical health and your mental health are not separated. They are connected. Your mind affects your body and your body affects your mind. It is a bi-directional relationship. If your mental health is struggling, a lot of physical symptoms are going to show up. You're going to get headaches and stomach aches. Like, I am somebody, and I will share with you because I'm very big on being open and vulnerable. When I was struggling a lot with my mental health, I used to have really bad stomach pains, and I went to the doctor and they're like, everything is fine. And that is where I learned that your mental health could affect your physical health. The pain that you may feel, that could sometimes comes from mental stress. So it's really important to take care of your mental health, because if you don't, you will pay the price with your physical health. Sometimes when you try to ignore the things you're going through, your body starts to show you, tries to get your attention with physical symptoms. So you have to care for your mental health if you value your physical health. And again, for future planning, if your mind is not in the right place, it's real hard to care about the future. It's real hard to even care about next week because you just feel so defeated. So you have to be able to care for your mind so that your mind is strong enough to be able to now plan for the future. One of the parts of there's a part of our brain that is designed to plan and do a lot of it's called, it deals with executive function, which is like, task management, organization, all of these high order type of processes. And if your mental health is good, it's real hard to even get to these other mental abilities, because the basic, you just exist. You're in a lot of times you're in survival mode and you're just doing the bare minimum to get you by. It's real hard to care about your future when your present state of mind is not in a good place. So this is why you have to care about your mental health, because it affects every aspect of your life. Everything that you do is connected to the state of your mind. So I want you all to be able to care about your mental health. Do the things that you need to have a strong mind, because that's going to be the difference, whether you have a good life or not. Having a good life is not a matter of other people looking at you and what they think. It's about what you think. There may be other people be like, you have it real nice, but if you don't have the eyes to see it because your mind is not in a good place, then it doesn't even matter. So I want to encourage you today to take care of your mind. I'm moving on to the next slide. So now the question is, okay, yes, I understand that I need a strong and healthy mind for good mental health. So how do we get there? Well, there's actually a lot of ways that you can build a strong and healthy mind, but I want to just leave 3 with you, simply because I don't want to overwhelm y'all. I want y'all to, and I don't also want to give y'all things that y'all may be like, I have no access to. So the things that we're going to talk about, you have access to them, and I encourage you to use them the same way that you go to the gym and you work out your body because you want to be strong. You have to do the things you need to do to make your mind strong, and I'm going to teach you some of those things today, because you know what? I don't think many of us are taught this in school. I mean, there may be slight mentions, we might have a little personal development, but I think that we need to realize that these skills can make or break us. They determine if we get the lives we want or if we just get a life that is just handed to us. So we're going to look at 3 very important things that help us to build and create a strong and a healthy mind for good mental health. So 1, practice positive self-talk. Positive self-talk is when you talk to yourself in a very nice and supportive way. So my question to you today is, are you your biggest cheerleader or are you your biggest bully? And to those of you who are your biggest bully, I just want you to take a moment with yourself and ask yourself, why? Why would you treat yourself like that? You would never speak to somebody that you love in a way that was so hurtful. So why do you think that it is okay to talk to yourself like that? Self-talk, it just keeps running, it keeps going. And the more that you talk to yourself in a very unkind way is the easier. Okay, so let's get into a little neuroscience here. So neural connections are the pathways in your brains when you do a habit. So the more you do something, the stronger these neural pathways get. Think of it like a bridge, right? And the more it's like riding a bike. When you now start to ride a bike, yes, you might be scared. Well, when we were younger, you might have been scared. You had training wheels. When you took off your training wheels, you was a little shaky. Give it a few months, you're a BMX rider, okay? So it's like that. If you keep doing something, it's going to strengthen. Your brain is just going to be able to get stronger in doing it. So if you keep speaking to yourself very unkindly, your brain is going to start naturally resorting to being unkind to yourself. And that is very harmful. I think that, when we hear positive self-talk, we think it's this beautiful, fluffy thing, but your self-talk determines how you think and you feel about yourself. If you think negative things about yourself, you will be drawn to create a negative life, okay? You will be drawn to saying very cruel things about yourself. That is going to be your norm. The same way somebody else, it's like saying it to somebody else might be like, oh my God, how could I say that to you? I would never say that. But then when you by yourself, you are so mean. And it's like, where did you learn that that was okay? That's not okay. You have to be your biggest cheerleader. The relationship that you have with yourself is the longest relationship that you're going to have in your entire life. Don't wait too long. Don't wait too long to learn how important you are, because you will become an adult and you will put everybody before yourself, and you will be so kind to everybody. And then when you're in those dark rooms, you're going to be mean. And how are you supposed to come out of such a dark place when you yourself against you? The world has enough bullies waiting for you, and it is what it is. But you don't need to be on that list. You have to be responsible for taking care of you and being kind to yourself. Being the way that you speak to yourself, it motivates you and it helps you to believe in yourself and your abilities. Sometimes nobody might believe in your vision. That is just how the world works. If you're blessed, you might have people around you who really believe in your dream and stuff like that. But at the moments where people don't, you have to make sure that you tell yourself you can and you will. Okay, so you need to be positive, the positive force in your life when sometimes you don't have others around you. Because, I encourage you all to have a space where you have a lot of positive people around you to speak words of life into you. But any moments where you do not have those people, I need you to be that person for yourself. Okay, and also when you speak to yourself in a positive way, you learn how to replace those negative thoughts. I understand the importance of being very mindful of the reality of a situation, but stop allowing yourself to speak negative words to yourself and put yourself down. There is no value in putting yourself down. You can hold yourself accountable in a kind way. You don't have to be a bully. And if that is a voice in your head, then how is your mind going to be a nice place to live? It's going to be a prison. You're going to be stuck in a mental prison. So I encourage you to focus on being a cheerleader more so than a bully. And I'm not saying let yourself get away with, when you make mistakes, yes, you have to hold yourself accountable. But using shame as a tool to do that is not effective. So you can kindly allow yourself to do better and want better for yourself, but you don't have to be mean. So for those of you watching that might actually struggle with negative self-talk, because sometimes we might have negative thoughts and don't even know where they come from. And sometimes if you're in spaces where that is a norm, that is a voice that you carry, so to enhance your self-talk, first you need to just start with some self-awareness. Just recognize, just take a moment and be like, how do I talk to myself? Some people don't even realize that they talk to themselves in a mean way. So I have a friend and I was like, why are you so mean to yourself? And she's like, how am I mean to myself? And I was just like, okay, you know what? The next time you do it, I'll just show you. Then she was like, I look terrible. I'm not going. I look so ugly. And I'm just like, look at it right now. I was like, why are you speaking to yourself like that? And she's like, I don't even know. And that's the truth of it sometimes. Sometimes we don't even realize that our go-to naturally is to say something negative about ourselves. I'm not good enough. I always mess up. None of those things are true. You may have messed up that time, but you don't always mess up. You can change. And that's the beauty of the brain that we have. There is something called neuroplasticity, which highlights the fact that our brain can change in response to learning and new environments. So even if you're not good at something right now, you have the ability to become very good at it, with persistence and passion and perseverance, of course, but you have the ability to change. So if you struggle with negative thinking right now, that's okay. That's okay if you struggle with negative thinking. But what I want you to do is just take a moment to realize that you don't need to carry that forward into your life. I want you to work on your self-talk. If you're not good right now, that's okay. You're not going to be perfect tomorrow. I'm not asking you to, just change who you are in one day. But I'm asking you to try. I'm asking you to realize how harmful it is to be unkind to yourself and watch the way you speak to yourself. And don't be hard on yourself even more now. Be like, why are you talking to yourself? So don't get upset, because how are you supposed to be vulnerable with yourself if you're so quick to correct, if you're so quick to, be so hasty about it? Just slow down and just be like, how do I talk to myself? Where did this come from? Why do I choose to do this to myself? Especially if I would never do it to somebody that I love. I know that you are worthy of the love and respect that you are willing to just give to everybody else. So that's just the first step. Just get aware of how you speak to yourself. Like if you see, call it an ant, right? Stomp the ants, that automatic negative thought. So from the time you see a negative thought come into your head naturally, because it's not like we plan to have negative thoughts, it's almost like automatic, you know. So from the time you have that come into your mind, just be like, who said it? Why did I even say this? Who said this was true? What evidence am I basing on? And really start to look at the things you say to yourself and if it's the truth or not and where it came from, and correct yourself in those moments. Reframe those negative thoughts, challenge and replace them with more positive, realistic, and constructive perspectives. So for example, if you may not have done well on a test, I always fail. Don't speak those words over your life. Be like, okay, I may have not performed the way that I like to, but I can do better. You can do better, and use affirmations to, really speak words of life into you and reinforce the beliefs and attitudes you want for yourself. So I had some affirmations for you to say today, but I guess I will say them. So affirmations are positive statements that you repeat to yourself regularly. And when you repeat these affirmations, you are actually retraining your brain to have more positive patterns of thinking. So over time, what this does is it actually reprograms your mind. So yes, you might think it's a real cute exercise and stuff like that, but it also retraining your brain to become healthy and to become strong, because a strong and healthy brain uses positive self-talk. Negative thinking weakens your brain. It makes you more, susceptible to stress. So affirmations, they're cute, but they're effective. So I'm just going to read, you could read them to yourself aloud. I'm going to read them. And when you say them, you might not believe it at first, but don't give up. Just keep saying it until you believe it. And then after a while, you'll wake up one day and be like, I am. Again, think of riding a bike. You have to keep practicing. You have to keep doing it. And then your brain will, reprogram over time thanks to neuroplasticity. So right now, I want you to say, I am worthy of love and respect just as I am. I believe in myself and my abilities. I am capable of overcoming any challenges that come my way. And I believe all of these things. And I want you to believe them too, because it's the truth. I want you all to believe in yourself, and I want you all to know that you all are worthy of love and respect just as you are. Not when you get this job, not when you win or get an A. In every moment of your life, you are worthy of love and respect just as you are, and you are capable of overcoming challenges that come your way, because they're going to come. The challenges are going to come. I am not here to go, this world very hard, especially as an adult. Every day you wake up and you have bills to pay. I'm joking. But you are capable of overcoming any of the challenges that come your way, but you have to pour into your mind, and you have to take care of your brain, and you have to train your mind to be strong and healthy in order to do it. So another way that you take care of your mental health is by managing your stress. Stress is stress. Everybody deals with stress. Stress is our body's natural reaction to pressure from the environment. Some stress is actually good. You stress. It keeps us excited. It keeps us motivated. Our stress response is there to keep us safe. We were given, it's not a crime to go through stress, but it becomes a problem when you deal with too much stress. So again, stress is our natural response to anything that might be demanding or challenging from the environment. As a student, sometimes when you fall out with your parents, that might be stressful. Sometimes if you don't do too well on a test, you might be stressful. Sometimes just studying for those exams is be stressful. I remember when I was going to school, like I was so stressed. That was like the main stress in my life, exams and stuff like that. Okay, thanks, Maria. So your stress is there for a reason. It's designed to, it's like an alarm. It tells you your nervous system to prepare for something. So, evolution would have equipped us for dealing with threats like that. So I feel like, I'm not here to tell you that there's a little bit of stress is okay, but too much stress is where we have a problem. And it happens because your nervous system is not designed to be in a state of stress all the time. Our nervous system has two states: rest and digest, fight or flight. Are we not designed to be in fight or flight for too long? Because it does a lot of damage to our bodies, So having stress for a moment, it helps mobilize us. It helps us get away from threats. I mean, if we were running from a bear, we would need to be stressed because we would need to get away, but it becomes a problem when our nervous system is too stressed, and then it starts to take a toll on our mind and our bodies. And remember, I told you that these two are connected. So some of the long-term effects of stress on your mental health, it's anxiety, it's depression, it's negative thinking, it's difficulty concentrating, it's irritability, it's poor sleep. And then the physical effects are headaches, it's muscle tension, it's digestive issues, it's fatigue, and it's a weakened immune system. So stress essentially is not good if you're not managing it in a healthy way, and long-term stress can damage both your brain and your body. So if you are living in a state of, consistent stress, you'll pay the price with illness. So it's real important to learn how to manage your stress, to relieve the tension, to help avoid getting sick, because that's how some people end up getting sick. They have these random symptoms, with no really medical basis, and it's because they were in a state of stress for too long. So when something in your environment stresses you, your mind tells your body, okay, it's time to get ready for action. But if your mind is just consistently stuck in telling your body, okay, action, 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 what happens is that you burn out yourself and you compromise the state of your immune system. So it's very, very important to manage your stress to create a strong and healthy mind. And ways to manage it. There's a lot of different ways. So I just chose 3. So breathing exercises. Remember, again, the mind and the body are connected. So some people may not, everything doesn't work for one person. So pick and choose. 1 second. Oh, sorry. Everything may not work for one person. So, you have breathing exercises. What breathing exercises does is it actually calms your body down and it helps your mind get clear. Because what happens sometimes when we're in a state of stress, our thoughts race, our body, our heartbeat, our heartbeat just starts to pound. Our, cortisol, which is a stress hormone, is released in our bloodstream. So it's really hard to be very focused, calm, and collected when you're stressed out. So breathing helps bring your body back to a state of balance and helps you calm down and helps you be able to focus on what needs to happen. Setting boundaries. Get clear about, what's okay for you and what's not okay for you. Communicate your limits to other people and really prioritize things that you want to do. Okay. Prioritize things that you want to do. Choose activities that you enjoy, choose things that you want to do. Even as adults, some of us struggle setting boundaries. Like, we know we don't want to do something. Yes. And I want you all to start practice saying no. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to your parents. And I don't mean to, be disrespectful to your teachers. But just start to get clear about what's okay for you and what's not okay for you. And getting not bold, but getting clear about why. I want you all to learn how to make time for the things that improve the quality of your life. And if something does not align with who you are, it's okay to express that, to the person that you may be speaking to, in a case where it's a parent or something like that. And then another way to manage your stress is physical activity. So engage in physical activity to release tension and boost your mood. There's a lot of people who really underestimate the power of physical activity. And I will stress that, I will say that, remember, your nervous system, which consists of your brain and, the other nerves, it really determines the state of your mind. So these activities help release tension from your nervous system and helps your, it helps regulate your nervous system, which is a really fancy way of saying get it back in a state where it needs to be in balance, So I want you all to, set boundaries, engage with whether you ride a bike, I love to swim. So I'm not a big cardio girly, but I love to swim. And honestly, when you go to the ocean, you get a full dose of magnesium anyway. So, swim, ride a bike, stretch, just get physical. Physical activity and movement are some of the top treatments for mental health issues because it helps balance the body back. And remember, your brain is almost like another organ. So it's really important for you to give your brain the things that needs to be strong, which is physical activity, Even for me, when I struggle with my symptoms of ADHD at times, I am encouraged to work out because it helps my brain to focus more. So don't forget that body-based approaches to stress are actually super helpful and can make your mind more clear and able to deal with stress over the long term. And then I wanted to just do it. I thought we would be a little more interactive, but it's okay. This is one of the best breathing techniques that I even use with my clients. It's box breathing. It is a simple and effective breathing technique used to manage your stress and promote relaxation. Fun fact, actually, it's used in the military and special operations training to help soldiers maintain focus, manage stress, and regulate their nervous system in high pressure situations. So remember, when you're in a field like that, you cannot, like, one lapse is all it takes. So they use box breathing to train themselves to be resilient, to train themselves to work under pressure. And it might be simple to you, but it's actually so effective. You know what I mean? So and this is just to show you that sometimes it doesn't have to be something extreme. It doesn't have to be this big fancy intervention. Sometimes simple is effective. And this is something you could do sitting down right now. I'm just gonna, explain it to you a little better. You just inhale for 4, you hold for 4, you exhale for 4, and then you hold for 4 again. So, even if you take 5 minutes a day to just practice box breathing, you will be so surprised at how much better you are under pressure. When you have exams, you'll realize that, oh, my anxiety is not as extreme as it used to be. You'll be like, okay, I'm strangely calm. Because when I started practicing it, I was like, listen, I was a nervous wreck growing up. I didn't know about all these tools and tricks until an adult. And when I started practicing, because remember, consistency is the name of the game, right? So you can't do this once and be like, okay, nothing worked. You have to build. You have to continuously do it. It's like a kettle. When you now turn on the stove, the kettle don't boil, right? So you have to leave it for a while. You have to try it for a while. You have to keep going. You have to keep using it. So, I want you all to use this tool on a daily, 5 minutes a day. You have 5 minutes. You could find 5 minutes and just do your breathing exercises, because your brain will thank you later. And I mean, who wants to feel anxious anyway? I know I don't like to. Sometimes it's natural. I still get a little anxious at times, but it lasts all of 2 minutes and then it goes away. Compared to before, where I'm like sweating, my heart is beating, like you would swear a bear was chasing me. So I encourage you today to practice box breathing. It is widely used by, I love that fun fact. I'm like, I could basically be in the military, you know what I mean? Okay, I can't. But I'm just saying it just shows you how effective a simple tool can be to, making the difference in your life. So I encourage you to use box breathing. And then we're supposed to have a fun game, because I love to play games, but we'll just do it anyway. So true or false? All right, so I have a few statements here, and you can write it down or mentally take notes and tell me if it's true or false. Only weak people struggle with mental health issues. That's one. Do you think that's true, or do you think that's false? Mental health struggles can manifest in physical symptoms. Do you think that's true, or do you think that's false? My experiences and feelings are valid, and it's okay to express them. True or false? If I seek help for my mental health, people will think I'm weak. True or false? It's normal to experience a range of emotion, and it's okay to feel sad sometimes. True or false? So I'm just going to give you all the answers on the next page. Take a good look before I switch. Ta-da! Only we people struggle with mental health issues. False. That is not even false. Mental health, I believe it exists on a spectrum. I still have days where I struggle with mental health issues. And you know what? That's part of being human. And it's okay to have bad days, So that's not true. Everybody struggles with their mental health at times. It's part of being a human being. But you can reduce that by working on the exercises I gave you today and reduce your risk of dealing with, mental health issues. And while, yes, mental health struggles can manifest in physical symptoms, your experiences and your feelings are valid, and you deserve to express them. If you seek help for your mental health, people think I'm weak. No. Actually, there might be naysayers, I love to keep it real with y'all. There may be people who may be, against it, but I am here to tell you as a psychologist and a mental fitness coach, and y'all could quote me, that this makes you so strong. if you seek mental health people, I think you are strong, because it's real easy to stay quiet and just don't say anything. And it's real strong for you to open up about what you need so that you could create the life you want for yourself. And you know what? Even some of the greatest people, they need help with their minds sometimes. I know so many of my friends who are these very great, people in society, they got help along their journey. They went and they spoke to somebody else helped them when they were struggling, when the weight of the world was too heavy. So don't ever think that asking and seeking help for your mental health makes you weak. It makes you strong, okay? And it is normal to experience a range of emotions, and it's okay to feel sad sometimes. I still feel sad sometimes, and it's a blessing because, you at least you're able to feel. When you're sad, like, we are given all these things, we are equipped with all of these emotions. Emotions are good or bad, they're not. They just are. They're designed to communicate things to us. When you're angry, anger's not wrong. It's a part of letting you know when somebody is violating your boundaries or doing you something wrong. When you're happy, so emotions are there for a reason. And when you try to repress your emotion, that's when you end up in problems, because your body is designed to express emotions. So I encourage you to express your emotions in a healthy and a constructive way. And if you find struggle in doing that, get help to figure out why, and learn new ways to deal with your emotions. Because as I told you, remember, the brain, it's like plastic. You could change and you can learn and you can adapt. So I hope you all enjoyed my game. I hope you all played. And then I just want to encourage you all to tell you all that it's okay to not be okay sometimes, right? We're allowed to have bad days. I know you might see me here and be like, she probably have it all together. I have days where I don't. I know this, I have learned these skills and tools I needed, but when life happens, or very sad things happen and grief comes your way, I don't think anything really fully prepares you for that. And I think that it's really important to understand that we need each other. We were not put on this earth with millions and millions of other people to do this thing by ourselves. We are allowed to have bad days. And on the days where the weight of the world is too heavy, that's where you ask for help if you need it. Because you deserve to be helped. The same way that you would want to help somebody if they were in need, why do you not think that you're worthy of receiving the same help? I'm sure there's somebody in your life that would love to help you. So, please, I encourage you. Yes, you have moments where you want to be by yourself, but if you realize that, your mind is getting to a place where something's not right, this is not where you want to be, ask for help. And what I will encourage you to do is learn to identify the people who you feel safe with. I think that at this age, like, you have the awareness, like, your nervous system is so intelligent. So it's like, start to take a look around you and identify people that feel safe for your nervous system, the people who are kind to you, the people, who show you love. If you feel like, you're not safe, I want you to lean into it and ask yourself, like, why don't I feel safe telling this person how I feel? So I want you all, even in your friend groups, would you want to be around people who make you feel small? Do you want to be around people who make you feel low? Do you want to be around people who make your mental health worse? You don't want that for yourself, because I don't want you to grow up and think that that's okay. I don't want you to grow up and be like, well, this is all I have, because you deserve better. You deserve to be around people who really, really, really appreciate you. And I'm not saying that your friend, you won't have falling out with your friends, because we're all humans. And I'm sure you make mistakes. I make mistakes too. But I really need you all to get clear about the environments that are supportive for you, because as an adult in your career, you become the 5 people you spend the most time with. And you want people to really expand you. You want people who really pour into you. You want people who care about you. It's not honorable to be a mat to ungrateful feet. And what I mean by that is that, why do you think you have to be the giver and the giver and the giver and the giver and the giver? You deserve to receive too. Okay? You do the same things you want for everybody else. And I ask people, what do you love about yourself? I love that I can give. And I love that about you too. But I want you to love receiving too. Because real relationships are built on reciprocation, right? That's what makes it healthy. one person can't be doing everything, in relationships eventually in a very long time. You want to be aware of that. You want to be aware of, am I also receiving? So get comfortable, receiving too, because you are worthy of receiving. When people want to do good things for you, don't, I mean, depending, of course, but know that you're also worthy of receiving and being cared for and being loved. Life is not a one-player game. You're not designed to do it alone, like I said. So I just want to encourage you all to ask for help. Don't suffer in silence. Don't wait till things get really bad. There's somebody in your life that cares about you. There's somebody who wants you to be here. There's somebody that is so happy that you're in their life. So please, I want you to know that, and I want you to ask for help. So these skills that we learned today, they're helpful, but they're gonna have days where those skills might not be enough. And those are the days where I want you to ask for help. Be brave, be bold, and ask for help. If in school there's somebody to talk to, go and talk to them. Let somebody hold space for you. Sometimes we just need somebody to listen. A lot of time, many of us just need a space to be seen without judgment, and we feel so much better. So look for those spaces in your life and use them. And yes, you have your journal, and it will help you, but it's so nice to have friends and family that really could help you get through the darkest of times. Especially when you go through traumatic things. A lot of times people end up with long-term trauma because they never had an empathetic witness. So, even you, I want you to, if sometimes you might struggle to find one, I want you to also be one. Be a safe space for other people. Don't make the world, you don't know what somebody else is going through. You don't need to know that to be kind to them. Sometimes it's okay to just be kind to people without knowing why. So I'm not sure. I'm just checking for the end of my time, but
you're doing really good on time, Chelsea. Before you wrap up, because I know you've gotten to your last slide, we had 2 comments, and I think we have like 2 minutes before we jump on. But I want to also add some of our other partners to the stage so that you know that we've been here in the room with you. You haven't been completely by yourself. No, but we totally loved this presentation. I don't know if Nicole and Sonia feel like I kind of felt you were talking directly to me.
Tell me, and especially when you're saying about getting a healthy mind, I just think, okay, so if something is wrong with your heart, you go look after it.
Right.
If something is wrong with your teeth, if something is wrong with your teeth, you go to look after it. So why wouldn't we look after the mind? And I'm about to say because it's another organ, but I'm not too sure if it's an organ.
Well, it's the brain. The brain is also an organ. So
we had some great comments. We had some great comments on chat from Style Art, who was one of our very active commenters during this, and she said, he or she said, having a weak mind makes you weak in every other area of your life. And I feel like Chelsea probably has a really good response to that.
I mean, a weak mind is relative, but I understand what you're trying to say, for sure. And I do see how, sometimes having a mind that you don't make strong, we're more susceptible to the things in our life. So I do hear what you have to say, but, sometimes the language we use is very important too, because it's like if you just keep telling yourself like you have a weak mind, it's not very empowering. So maybe you just have a mind that's not strong yet, but it's true. Having a mind that is not equipped to deal with adversity will be very hard to deal with the things and the challenges and the ups and downs. You might feel to give up, so it's very important to have a strong mind and not wait too long to develop one. Like do what you have to do now to be prepared so that it doesn't knock you off when life hits you. It doesn't completely knock you off your feet.
Right. And as you can see here, I mean, I will definitely paste Chelsea's socials in the chat. I don't know if you want to share it for us.
Yeah. If I put it in a chat, would everybody see it?
Yeah, you can also share it up where you see comments at the top. You can share, unless you can't, you can put it in the chat and I will put it into the YouTube channel. That's fine. But yeah, I think it definitely has been a really great session, and thank you so much, Chelsea, for that. Just want to introduce you to our 2 other co-hosts, because I'm hoping that Chelsea will become a featured part of our Girls in ICT Day, because this is something that we do every year for girls
love
all around the Caribbean. Yeah, so we're talking about a massive possibility of helping quite a number of young people all at once. So Chelsea, this was a really important presentation, and we're going to be resharing this stuff over the next week or so. So thank you so much.
And what I really love also to Chelsea is the tools, right? So
Right.
the practice sessions and then kind of like the tools. What
Mhm.
is it that you can do? I've heard about stuff like Ikigai. Believe me, I could have done that stuff a long time ago. Mindfulness thinking, the spiritual side, making
Yeah.
sure that so it's so important. And I think, the fact that we speak about these things now is what's like so empowering as well.
Yeah, it's very
And
progressive,
so
honestly. It's very
yes.
Before we go, I would love to hear from Yusra and Sonia, our two youth representatives in the room. What is your feedback really quickly as we transition into your session on teen mental health, and just give us like one bit of what you think about the importance of teen mental health and what you do. We are both international leaders in the world skills community, as well as champions, as Sonia has explained to me so clearly. So give us a little bit of feedback on what you think your mental health, what role does that play in what you do? Sonia, you go first.
Okay. Well, mental health is very, very important, especially in world skills, seeing that world skills can be so competitive, and the competitions, they tend to get very stressful. So the competitors being able to regulate their mental health, that is actually very important.
Thank you so much for that. What about you, Yusra?
Well, first of all, great presentation. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Like it was really a great presentation. I really like it and really learn from it. And like as Sonia mentioned, like mental health is really important in work skills. And then like one of our mission is actually to inspire like youth and actually to give them like to show them what is important for them. So one of the things that is important is it's for sure like this mental health, and like one of our like key message is always mental health, such as it's like it's always the first thing to care about.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, well, with that, thank you so much for joining us, Chelsea Cree. Any last words you want to leave us with from?
I would just like to say thank you so much for being here. Mental health really has a PR issue. It's so many conversations around mental health. Wait till we're in the stress. And I really hope that we could work on creating resources and more digital spaces for them to enjoy strengthening your mind instead of being like, well, I have to do this. More of like, I get to do this, So I just look forward to the future of mental health and how exciting it could really be.
Okay, thank you so much, Chelsea. Have a great day. Bye.
Have a great day,
Thank
everybody.
you. Thanks, Chelsea. Look forward to more sessions in the future.
Yes. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, that was amazing, right? Chelsea's amazing. I think it's always very powerful to start an amazing session like this with something that's centering us in on the human experience of what you guys went through, what you had to, the walls you had to break down to get where you are. So I'm gonna leave Nicole, our Caribbean Girls Hack lead, and Sonia Hill and Yusra to take this session by the horns. Have a great session, guys.
Thank you. OMG. I am like so excited. I am rearing to jump on the world skills bicycle and that kind of thing, and hear from you, Sonia Hill, who is part of the CGH community. We're so lucky in terms of what you've been doing with World Skills and your World Skills Championship and leadership for the Americas. And we know we're going to have you sharing with us in terms of robotics also. And Yusra from Morocco, right? Yusra, welcome and congrats to you both, ladies. And this is the beginning of our journey with the World Skills community. So everybody that's out there, Stay tuned and look forward to seeing how you can be more engaged. And I am handing over to these two ladies right now. Happy Girls in ICT Day.
Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Nicole. Okay. All right. So everyone may be wondering what is World Skills, and you also may be wondering whose shoes are those. We'll figure out later down in the session. First of all, may I welcome you all to the World Skills session. I will start off with a video that I would like for you to watch so you can have an idea of what World Skills is about. Okay, all right. I understand that there was no audio. Let me rectify that issue, but let me go ahead with the presentation while I am rectifying that. Okay, so World Skills for me, is the portal of endless opportunities. World Skills is a movement. World Skills is the global hub for skills excellence and development. Also, World Skills mission is to raise the profile and recognition of World Skills mission is to raise the profile and recognition of skilled people and show how important skills are in achieving economic growth and personal success. Let me share with you the benefits of Okay, give me a minute, please. Okay, so let me share with you the benefits of competing in World Skills. So after the competition, you will receive a digital badge, and that you'll be able to put on your resume and share with your prospective employers. You'll be able to build a global network of persons who will be in who is sorry you'll be a part of a global network of persons who are related to your skills area, and World Skills fosters professional and personal development. World Skills provides an opportunity sorry. All right, let's see. Okay, so the benefits of World Skills. You get a digital badge after the competition. This is my digital badge that I received in the World Skills competition 2022. And you also get the ability to build a global network, fosters professional and personal development. And World Skills provide opportunities for you to develop your skills through global training standards and benchmarking systems. So you may be wondering, how can you be involved in World Skills? So you gotta first explore your options. So you'd have to pick something that you like or you think that you're good at. If you're unsure, World Skills has a personality quiz test that will help you decide on their website. Also, the next step is for you to learn your skill. Find a World Skills member to help you improve and challenge yourself in skills competitions. The other step for you would be to develop your skills, advance your skills with World Skills programs and opportunities. And you also should be able to test your skills after developing your skills at the World Skills competition and become a part of the global community. In order to compete at the World Skills competition, you'd have to be a part of the member countries. So right now there is just four Caribbean member countries in World Skills, which is Jamaica, World Skills Jamaica, Barbados, World Skills Jamaica, Barbados, Dominican Republic, and you can find find out more about Dominican Republic at Infotep website. Their website is in the slide, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're not really active, but they have been a member since a couple of years ago. Okay. The competition, it evolves around 6 skill sectors. So the first one is construction and building technology, which includes skills such as electrical installations, bricklaying, and carpentry. The other skill sector is creative arts and fashion, which includes skills such as graphic design technology, 3D, digital game art, and fashion technology. The third skill area is information and communication technology, which includes skills such as computing, cybersecurity, and mobile application development. The other skill is manufacturing and engineering technology, which includes skills such as mobile robotics, electronics, and mechanical engineering CAD. The fifth skill sector is social and personal services, which includes skills such as bakery, beauty therapy, and cooking. And the last skill sector is transportation and logistics, which includes skills such as aircraft maintenance, auto body repair, and automobile technology. And a fun fact that I would like to share with you is that World Skills is not about competitions, only about competitions. World Skills is also involved in projects such as World Skills Champions Trust and the Be Changer Maker program, which I will go into depth in the session. Oops. But I would like to play a video that shows you the final steps, the final moments in World Skills, and what it's really about. Okay, here's it. Let me know in the chat if you're able to hear. Okay, we're still experiencing difficulties in getting the sound on. Hold on. Are you guys hearing?
Hi, Sonia. Still no sound.
Okay. All right, there's still no sound, so I'll just go ahead with the presentation. All right, so the Be the Change Maker program is an online training program that inspires action on global challenges through social entrepreneurship and the power of skills. It is an annual program where the finalists present their ideas at the yearly World Skills Conference. The applications are now open, and it is open to teams of 2 to 5 persons in the age range of 18 to 35 years old. You may learn more about the program. You may learn more about the program at World Skills website at their website, worldskills.org, and you may apply with this link that leads to the application. The application closes on the 25th of May. So the World Skills Championships. The World Skills Championships is a volunteer group of past competitors who are the voice of young people in the World Skills movement. It comprises of 11 persons from all over the world, including Yusra, who will be joining us today to tell us more about our experience competing in World Skills. And we have representative from from Barbados, we have from Morocco, we have from France, we have from Portugal, the UK, India, and much more, and much more. Oh, I think that was another video. Yusra, are you able to join?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So Yusra, tell us, are you able to give us like a brief introduction of yourself and the skill that you competed in World Skills?
Yeah, so my name is Yusra Sali. I'm from Morocco. I studied electronics and electrical engineering, and I competed in World Skills Kazan, which is the competition that Sonia showed you, like on the videos, on electronics, as I said. And now I'm currently the World Skills Champions Trust regional representative for Middle East and North Africa.
Nice, nice, nice. So tell me, what inspired you to pursue a career in STEM?
Well, for me, electronics has been always been a passion since childhood. Like I've always been amazed by technology and always imagined myself inventing and designing innovation, making people's life easier. And like I remember while watching like news or videos of new inventions, seeing all the new devices and machines like doing all the work, like medical surgery, driving, or house cleaning. Like it was always that spark in
Oh
my
gosh,
eyes. And
sorry guys, I didn't realize I was on camera. All of a sudden, there's like the internet was just like no camera for you. They told me you guys are trying to play a video. You want to send it to me, or you want to try one more time?
Sure, I'll send the links to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to help. I am your backstage assistant. That's what I do.
Okay.
But how are you guys liking StreamYard? I mean, do you guys use StreamYard in any of your world skills work? No, is this your first time?
This is my first time.
Do you
Have you
feel like
used
you'll
it?
use it again? What about you, Yusra?
Yes.
Yeah, I think StreamYard's pretty cool. You sent it to me in WhatsApp?
Yes.
Cool. So in the meantime, I don't know which part I jumped into, but did you guys already like talk about what world skills is about and all that stuff? Because I feel like I missed that.
Yeah, we're speaking about our experience in world skills.
Okay. So I'm gonna let you guys continue to talk about that for a while. Just send me the link, and in the meantime, I'll get it up. Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying, that it was always was a passion from childhood, and after school, like after finishing high school, like I just decided that this is what I want to do as a career.
Nice, nice. My experience was it was different. I actually wanted to be in the medical field since I was a little girl, but as I approached to the end of high school, I decided to take a change because I thought the medical field was too populated and it would not be fit for me. So I kind of stumbled in engineering really because I just got a scholarship to study engineering at CMU. So it's like, oh, I think that's my sign to go ahead.
But you need to tell us, what is CMU, Sonia?
Oh, CMU is Caribbean Maritime University. It's a university in Kingston. Yeah.
Okay, great.
They
Those
actually,
stumbling alongs are the things that are part of our paths.
yeah.
So, Sonia, if I can, I wanted to go back a bit to Yusra and hear from you before we bring on our video with the audio. Hear from you, Yusra, in terms of what did you study, and how did that shape you getting involved with world skills and the competition? Your audio should be on. I think you can hear me, Yusra.
Yes. Like I couldn't hear you before. I just
Right. What I was saying is, what did you study? And in terms of how did that help you to steer you towards getting into world skills and getting into a competition with world skills?
Well, as I said, I studied electrical and electronic engineering. And and like after you just have the chance, like for participating in world skills, you just have the chance to choose like, the skills that Sonia mentioned before, like it's either mobile robotics, electronics, like it was even electrical. And I always had a soft spot for electronics, so I followed the electronic path.
Okay, awesome. And so what was your thing that you did? Because Sonia, you're going to be showing us some on the robotics. What was it that you did, user? Was that robotics also?
No, my skills was electronics.
Oh, I meaning, what was the challenge that you actually did in the competition?
Oh, so it's different parts. Like
Right.
you have to design like the board, the electronic board. Like you have the
Oh.
design, yeah, and you have to program it. You have to faults find then repairing. Like you find the fault and then you repair it, like kind of maintenance. And and like put it into practice and see if does it work. So it's different tasks.
Wow, sounds great. Serious STEM work that you ladies are doing. Well, thank you so much for sharing on your experiences in world skills. Sonia, I think Maria, if you're backstage, I think you're gonna bring up the videos that Sonia had sent you.
Yes, I am. I am here to help. Just getting ready to
Thank
make
you,
it home
Maria.
again. Give me 1 second. All right.
So this
Ready,
video
guys?
just indicates the opening ceremony, what it's like. This is from in Kazan 2019. And
Okay.
Mr. also competed in Kazan 2019,
Yeah.
so he was there in the flesh.
All right, guys, getting ready to hit play.
Not hearing.
Oh, you guys
Yep.
still aren't hearing sound?
No, no audio yet.
So let's stop that. Let's try again. Present, share screen. Also share tab audio. Oh, so it's better if I share the tab. That's interesting. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, so instead of sharing the whole thing, apparently that's weird. Didn't know that before.
Oh,
Ready,
yeah,
guys?
likewise.
One more time for the cheap seats at the back. 1 second.
Yes. Salam. Hello and welcome to the 45th World Skills Competition.
Im Namen aller Teilnehmerinnen.
I promise that we will officiate наши обязанности с полной беспристрастностью.
That skills change lives. Make new friends and create lasting memories. And of course, enjoy yourselves.
45-й мировой чемпионат по профессиональному мастерству по стандарту WorldSkills объявляю открытым.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. So you want me to share the next video?
Yes.
Or share the next one as well?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
This is it, live and direct. Tech with tech issues. It's called Murphy's Law. It's called Murphy's Law. If who knows what Murphy's Law is? Let me see if you guys are in my old age category. Okay, not old age, but do you know what Murphy's Law is, Sonia?
No, I don't remember right now.
Okay, Yusra, do you know what Murphy's Law is?
No.
Okay, so Murphy's Law is like this. If something can go wrong, it probably will.
I'm sorry, did you guys just say that you don't know Murphy's Law?
I
is
don't.
so-
Maria,
that
we
is
are
crazy.
old. Maria?
You are
old.
technologists. You need to understand that Murphy's Law is like the law most of the time. Okay? So I'm just gonna go ahead and share one more time. So I know you sent me 3 videos. You want me to play all 3?
You can leave the rest, the last one for after Yusra
Okay.
and I have.
Okay, cool. I'll just share this one and then I'll let you guys take away. Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is the final moment.
So we're
of
gonna do a
World
test at the end to see if everybody remembers Murphy's Law, right?
Just one more thing to help separate our generations. Thanks, guys. So this one is the final moments of World Skills Kazan 2019. All right. Oh.
Okay, Sonia. So, are you going to share with us some of what you've done on your robotics?
Yeah, sure. I can just let me present. Share screen. Okay.
I'm back now. I meant to just do a
Okay.
little thing, but yeah, it looks like we're good now. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Maria.
Of course, guys,
Okay.
now to run your session. I think we're a little bit close to time, so just keep an eye on the time and the personal chat. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
What's my end time?
Just keep
No,
an eye
go
on the
ahead, go
chat,
ahead.
just because we have the hackathon starting soon.
Yes,
Okay.
we have the
All right.
hackathon starting soon.
So mobile robotics. Mobile robotics plays an important part in the future of technology in different industries such as the automotive industry, manufacturing, agriculture, aerospace, mining, and medical industry. How you can get started with mobile robotics is, through sections. So mobile robotics consists of three sections: the mechanical, electrical, or electronics, and the programming aspect. So one must be familiar with logic, microprocessors, computer programming, mechanical, electrical, and control systems to design and prototype the right type of robot of each application. Where to start? Oh, there was supposed to be a picture there. So the picture, it had a Studica. Are you able to? Okay. So the picture, it consists of a Studica kit that okay, let me pull that out real quick.
Sonia, you want to move on to the next slide?
Okay. All right. So how you can get components is from Studica, and you can get into the electronics. You can start learning the basics of electronics in Coursera, edX, YouTube, and you can also use the Multisim online simulator, which basically just let you work on circuits, but online. To get started with 3D mechanical design, you would need to start with your Autodesk software, which you can start with Inventor and Fusion 360. Autodesk softwares are free to students. Yeah. And the programming aspect of it, you can learn different programming codes such as Python, C++, Java from Code Academy, SolarLearn, and you can learn from CodeRobo.ai. It is more beginner friendly. It's like Scratch. If you know Scratch, it's like building blocks of the of the program. So it's a pictorial program. Thank you for joining in, and please feel free to send me any queries in the chat or at my email. Maria, are you able to play the last video?
Roger Dodger. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
And I think what's so important to point out also to Sonia is that a lot of those information that you had shared on the Coursera and that kind of stuff, a lot of those are free online courses, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Take advantage of that. It is. So we see Sonia's information here, Sonia Hill at worldskills.org. So we can reach out to Sonia in our time zone and Yusra, but don't wake up Yusra when she's in another time zone. You ready, Maria?
Yusra, where are you? I'm adding it now. Where are you located, Yusra?
Morocco.
Oh, wow. I want to go so bad. You're going to be my person whose couch I'm going to crash on. I'm giving you like 2 years notice. to prepare the couch.
I thought you were going to say 2 weeks.
Okay, this is the last
You are
one.
welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. We hope to see more of you, Yusra, as we do this work here in our region. It's so amazing to have you on board.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you.
Okay, guys.
It all starts with you, the ones who raise standards and pattern every culture, the ones who set the bar high and spread excellence with their hands and their minds. You are the landscapers, the chemists, the welders, the game designers, and many more. It all starts with you. From the very moment you commit, you keep following your dreams, empowered by your skills. So come and join us here in France, the land of passion, know-how, and creativity. World Skills Competition 2024 is waiting for you in Lyon, the city of French art de vivre. Let's show the world the tremendous need for skills. World Skills Lyon 2024. Where there is a skill, there is a way.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the end of my presentations. Please feel free to send me any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusra. Thank you, Sonia, so much for sharing all of that on World Skills. And it just reinforces how much technology is integrated in so many different fields and careers. So, I mean, that's what we want to leave you with. And right now, we are going to be going into another amazing session that we are having the pitches from a Jamaican, well, not Jamaican, a Caribbean hackathon, right? That is being led by Steam House. Am I right, Muriel?
You are right, but not only that, this is the first time that we're actually having one live stream streamed directly into this live stream, which is then streaming through Raj's live stream to multiple satellite locations all over the Caribbean. It is our first time doing this on Girls in ICT Day, so really excited. I'm just waiting for the signal from Godiva before we add them in, but I can show you guys. I know that she had a team member who was in here just now, but just giving you guys a little bit of what it looks like. You know, they look like they're ready over there. So let's just see.
Ladies welcome. You guys are all the therapists, but you know, once we got into it, you guys really gave it your all.
See, they're getting their Girls in ICT Hackathon Awards. I kind of feel like a radio announcer right now. So, you know, like I think watching the game getting started, all of the young people are waiting and watching.
Are we ready?
I'm just going to let them know that we're waiting on the audio to clear up a little bit. So while they get ready. Just one more quick question before we all leave. You know, would love to hear from you guys as to how you feel around things like hackathons. I mean, we see so many amazing things coming out of hackathons. Remember during the pandemic, Nicole, some of the hackathons they had to find solutions to COVID-19. That was just so incredible. But now it feels like almost every hackathon is about AI, I think. Like, that's like the only hackathons that I see. So I'm just going to just check in on Godiva really quickly. So I'm just going to leave you guys to talk about that just for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and not just what do you think, Sonia? What do you think, Yusra?
Oh, I think the hackathon is excellent opportunities for students. I didn't have this opportunity when I was going to school, so
girl, neither did I.
So like there wasn't like any avenues for me to, you know, learn two things that I wouldn't even learn in school. So I believe the hackathon is very good for students who are in high school and probably in university now.
And let me tell you more than that also too, because there's so many things that have been hacked, right? IBM had a competition. I'm not even sure they maybe still have the competition on Copper Code, and they're hacking around solutions for firemen dealing with fire signaling? How can you use technology for dealing with signaling for real life things in climate related things?
Yeah,
Yusra, you have anything that you want to share? And then we're gonna close and move into our hackathon session.
No, I guess I just want to say thank you for having me with you, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say and see us, and we have to come and see you in
Yeah,
Lyon.
yeah, that's for sure.
That's
You're
for
all
sure.
you're in Leon. Yeah, in September. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia.
Okay.
Thank you, Yusra. It was really an interesting session learning about world skills. And Maria, are we ready to bring on Steam House creator Girls in ICT Hackathon? We know, well, what little I do know is that we have some teams from Surinam also that are participating in this hackathon. And so we're going to be seeing what they're going to be doing in their pitches coming up now. And then we are going to have another session, and then we go straight in to, I think I'm right on the time, right, Maria?
Yes. So we're gonna try one more time and see if the audio is better. I just gave them a call. So just if everyone could just mute their mics, myself included. We're just gonna see if we can hear what's going on in there.
Is Safer Haven, a safe space for all females. This application uses technology to ensure the safety of women and young girls. It uses GPS technology to track the route of drivers, crime maps to inform you of potential violent areas, and you don't have to worry
It's very
about
quiet on my end. Is it quiet on your end as well, Nicole?
No, it's great.
No, I'm seeing the Surinamese team here in the chat. Do we add them to the stage as well? Are you guys hearing us? We see you, Eliza. Hi! Oh, there they are.
Of course, you must
Hi, guys. From Surinam in the house. Thanks so much for joining us. We're all trying to catch into the live.
They're going to be doing a pitch also to Maria. So let's listen into the pitch that the students are doing.
Yeah, I hope so. Are you guys hearing it clearly, or is it just me?
Yeah, we're hearing.
I'm hearing it.
We're
Okay.
hearing clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
But we intend for our app to make women feel safe. And this is what we aim to do with our carpool feature. So what exactly is the potential impact of our app? It promotes jobs for women in a male-dominated field. It can also be done as a side job, but even so, it provides more job opportunities for women. As said before, the carpool feature would lessen the emission of greenhouse gases by prioritizing en route the passenger pickup. Not only that, it would promote the unification of women who possibly share traumatic experiences. Lastly, it will make women safer and reduce the amount of crimes against women during transportation and on the streets. Although there are women-owned transport apps on the market, none exist in Jamaica, and they don't include some of the features we have in our app, like the crime map and the news section. If we're given opportunity for further development, Safer Haven will implement a dashcam live stream which the passenger can use and share with friends and family in case of emergency. Panic buttons inside the car for both passengers and drivers who send direct message to our company. Tracking jewelry that connects to the app, useful and stylish. The ability to share your location with trusted contacts to further ensure your safety. And much more in future upgrades to further ensure the safety of all females. Now, let's show you our demo. So, let's show you how it works. So, this is it. So this is Saber Haven. This is our login page, which comes up with a few different error messages, which can be done if you don't enter username or password, if you enter username and no password, if you enter a password and no username. If there's an account there that already exists and you try to sign up with the same username, and if you upload an incorrect password. These are stored in cloud. Now, this is our crime house page. It shows maps for different types of crime, including rape, murders, etc., which can help in decision when you're deciding where you want to travel. For example, you want to take a vacation, but you notice that more crime is in St. James than in St. Anne, then you would choose St. Anne over it.
Thanks for letting us know there is no audio, guys. I'm not sure if you're hearing me, but I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, Maria, we were hearing, but not hearing anything now. Eliza, are you guys in Suriname hearing?
I'm hearing her.
No, we're not hearing anything.
Yeah, that's let me just let them know while that's going on. But Eliza, you guys are also part of the pitch as well that's taking place?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. What are you guys pitching? Can we know, or we can only know when you pitch?
Yes.
Short answer, Maria. Yes, you can only know when you pitch.
Yeah, that's amazing. And of course, you're part of the Creative Tech Hub Caribbean family. We are big partners with them, and we're really excited. Let me just check on these guys and make sure that they're okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah. So they've muted themselves. So I'm just going to let them know that they've muted themselves. Hold on a second.
Okay, great. So next time, Eliza and Anuska and the rock stars from Suriname, I don't know if you remember meeting me, but I know you ladies because you won the last Caribbean Girls Hackathon with RSC Tech Clubs. It was all virtual. And that was just so amazing to see you guys celebrating and that kind of thing. Yes, remember it was during COVID and everything, the whole entire thing was virtual. Even the venue was virtual, everything was virtual. So, I mean, I'm just so excited and happy to see that you guys are a part of this hackathon again, right? Who needs to get on a plane when you can do it virtually? And yes, right, Anushka, it was so amazing. It was so incredible. So, you can give us any little hint in terms of kind of like, okay, the big topics for this hackathon. Can one of you ladies share with us not what your solution is, but what the overall topics for this hackathon were?
The topics of this hackathon were about cybersecurity, data science, and another one. What's the other one? But we chose for cybersecurity. That was actually what got our interest in. So the other two were like, skip those.
Yeah, and cybersecurity is such a crucial issue in so many different levels, right? Both cybersecurity and cyber safety, both from the business perspective. I promise I won't keep you talking so that you give away what your pitch is going to be all about, because I know Anushka would just chop off my neck. But I have a challenge for you guys and a challenge for Anushka. I think we should all be coming to Suriname to do the next hackathon there in Suriname. Okay, so that means you heard it here, right? I heard all of you say yes. Yes, we're gonna make it happen. So can you share a little bit, ladies, where you are? Are you working? Just tell me, like, if you're working or if you're at uni. And if you're at uni, what are you studying? And just give me your first name.
My first name is Eliza, not Leliza.
Oh, it's Eliza. Sorry.
Yes, I'm studying at Natin MBO, third year in ICT. And I'm also studying at NetAcad for Python. And I'm also working.
Okay. Multitasking. Welcome to the world. You're in the world. Okay, next person.
Hi, I am Nurishika. I'm studying at Natin MBO third year. I'm studying at Natin ICT, application development, and at NetAcad, I'm doing courses like JavaScript, HTML, PHP.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm also working.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
The other ladies with you?
Hi, my name is Ambreen. I am studying at Natin, fourth year. I'm doing network administrator, and I'm not working yet.
Okay, all right. Network administrator.
Internship? You are also doing your internship?
Yeah, I'm doing my internship.
And where are you doing your internship at? I think I know the answer, but
last year internship though?
Where are you doing your internship?
What do you internship?
Which company?
Oh, which company? It's called SIOC.
Okay. Cool. Next, two more ladies we need to hear from.
Hi, my name is Maina Aguilera. She's Aguilera. I'm from Natin MBO and I study ICT. I'm in third year.
Okay, third year student as well. Great. And the last but not least.
Yes, my name is Tanas. I also study at Natin ICT, and it's my first year. So yeah.
Ooh, nice. So that means we got to see you at least for another 3 years after this, right? Right,
Yeah,
Anushka? He is definitely with us for another 3 years. Okay, I think we are getting there in terms of the audio. Because
Hey
I know the
guys, we're
audience.
gonna be trying something. Let's see if this works, okay?
All
Right, because these guys will need the audio also to do their pitch, right?
Yeah. They shouldn't be a problem, but
I'm not hearing anything, Maria.
let's see. He sent a separate stream with audio. Yeah, we're not hearing anything. Okay.
Well, maybe we can see the screen if we could get a zoom in on the screen.
Yeah.
And so this team from Surinam was sharing with us, Maria, that some of the options were on cybersecurity, and they will be focusing in on cybersecurity.
Yeah.
I hear clicking.
Oh, that's me, guys. Sorry.
I know. No, that's no problem.
That's okay. Thanks so much, Sonia, for joining. So when the Liza and they are supposed to go on.
So this is a pitch that's being done by could we have somebody from the Steamhouse team with us?
That would be
Where
great.
the school
Yeah.
is pitching so they can talk us through what's happening?
I think that's a great idea. Let me talk to Godiva now.
Because this seems to be a health tech solution that they're pitching on. Health priorities. We care.
Testing, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your name?
We're hearing you very low. Can you hear us?
Testing, mic check. Can you hear me?
No, that's the mic check. Can you speak much, much louder? It's very, very low. Can Nashra join us from Godiva's team so she could be speaking through who is pitching? So what we're watching here is we're watching the Creator Hackathon competition in Jamaica from high schools that are pitching their solutions. They see, yeah, they're high schools because they have on their uniforms.
We care. Yes. So what is we care? We care this, we care that. What do you think?
Yes.
That is so right. So our company came up with a website that allows users from any area, but especially the rural areas, to book appointments with healthcare facilities such as the hospital, clinics, and other practices. Our key features. Number one, our first feature would be that individuals who are considered shocking or running with illness, they'll be able to book an appointment online and then a doctor will come to you. So I know in today's age, you can do anything with this. You can pay our bills online. You can even buy groceries online. That is similar to what we do with at the touch of a button, the doctor can get to you. So no more people telling us that we have
The second feature is pre-arrival appointments. So a person should be able to schedule ahead of time rather than just going there and having to wait my one queue just to get one patient. And you'll be able to have it delivered before time by schedule. So third feature,
we've heard about the benefits to the customers, but what about to the health facilities? Number one, it creates organization within your system, such as every venture. Somebody says, oh, I'm sick, I need this prescription to be refilled, ordered and sent out. But then somebody else comes in store and
no antibiotics. This helps with prevention management, as well as keeps a record of all the certain periods of appointments in this. So we care this, we care that. Do we care? Yes. Do we care? Yes. Do we care? Immaculate, do we care? Now, do we care? So we heard all about we care, but we haven't really seen we care. We were encouraged to do our video training, but I feel like it's best if we do it ourselves. So if you're able to use it right now, you can just scan the QR code on the screen and I will go through that. If you're on it, say we care. Okay. So the first thing that you're supposed to see is the whole page. Get quick medical help. That means we're on this slide here. Okay, so now you will see your book now button. As you can see on the form, when you select the terms, have you already seen the various form? That means your geospatial referencing work. So, in the drop down, you can see the available health facilities around the area, such as University Hospital of West Indies. Could somebody else in the crowd please be Oxford Medical? Anyone else? Doctor, really love doctor. Somebody. Doctor, you welcome me? All right. So, do somebody feel the point? An appointment. Let's see who this is. Okay, so while you guys are filling out the form, if you have a question, let's see if you can take. Or somebody suggested I say a song, but I don't think we want to do it. Okay, so we'll play a game. Or somebody do it out. Oh. Did you guys fill out all the? And you say you can't send an empty file? Do you know what to do? That means that the healthcare facilities are potentially looking at okay. We talk about guys now. What we so that's our website. You guys can go or view the presentation on to our next slide. Or target. So we would like to tell you the first now our main target audience or elders constantly face difficulty when one is healthcare, whether it be lack of mobility illness or just lack of transportation in the rural area. So what we here will do, talk about you. Alright, the second target audience is saving person. So you know that for example, the person it's difficult to travel in a wheelchair. So having we here is not the person who are unable to allow for them to receive it at their own pace in however. It's also very difficult to travel. So it just makes it much more easy and convenient for them. Thirdly, we have distant community. So the distant community. Is it anybody here who looks at the social issue? YouTube. And I'm telling you that when my mom has to make an appointment for successful medical we go into the facility and I'm like, it's a rush, there's a crowd, just to make an appointment. Come back 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time we're not gonna see a rush. With me here, what we do is we cut down the wait time, we cut down the crowd, we cut down wasting time to go to the practices just to make an appointment. We could say the possible we are moving people coming out and pay and I'll say that. So upon our research, we happened to saw an article from the reading. We need to do better with the target of the reading. We need to do better. Progressively access to more work. But the young woman from you know, this was a problem, as I said before, where her mother is 65 years old and she's living in the need of her mother is able to go to because it's very difficult for her to move on home. Even after the pandemic happened, who was hypertension and other critical illnesses, it just and because of all those illnesses, and even though she's currently going through she's very difficult and he can't alone for her mother to be able to and we also will also working on we would want to also search for nurses or moms. So you might wonder, how did this person know what well, that's all right. So for the other of us, for our competition, NPA Arena has been executing such services. Great job to them for excellent. For we're capitalizing on that activity, we will be focusing within the region of I see where we or hold better than we can go abroad. Then, so we will be starting with the or sometimes there's a problem or even oh, somebody else is already the idea. We need to tell you, please, as a we do the partnerships with non-profits and community organizations where we will provide free telehealth services to the underserved. Secondly, so while we're talking about services, there's always room for growth and improvement, and this is where we number one, we will expand for services. Not only will we be booking appointments for persons in rural areas, and I think that we all use that, So it's no longer just a person doing the number of services. Now we're doing package jobs. So package jobs. Someone ordering a shuttle, she wants food for the she gets food. Here, she logs on, she tells us the food and we deliver the food to her. We can probably use drones. Let's see, it's not even using computers. So we started to look at because it was the most cost efficient thing to do. Further on, we could have mobile developed where you could fill your prescriptions in app. Also, you could have personal tracking of yourself so that your partner so on. Next thing is data analytics. You don't want an app that's just giving you general information. You want an app that will tell you about you because you care about you and we care about you as well. The next thing and the final thing is patient education. What's the sense of going on an app that's so cold? You know nothing about it. If you want to if you cannot get first, you have to answer. You are worrying when you're going to the doctor. Well, when we here, we find out helping forward and possible support for the person. Use our Jamaica. So once again, I care, you care, and we care. Let's empower the unheard voices by amplifying the youth of technology. Thank you, everybody. I would just like to welcome up the wonderful lady that we have today. Okay, so raise your hand if you ate breakfast this morning. We're going to pretend that if you did eat breakfast, then you probably consumed one of the main as many agricultural products. Currently, agricultural consumes approximately 8.3% of the main and gross domestic product. And according to the agriculture minister, the goal is to get back to 90%. So we have observed that traditional practices do not keep up with the modern times. And so this can negatively impact Jamaica with their economy, their farming security, their environment, and livelihood of rural and urban
Additionally, there is a need to include FA farmers with disabilities data. With our pitch, you're able to remotely manage your crops for the hard manual labor. Overall, we aim to improve the quality and agricultural produce developed in Kenya. So, what is our solution? Well, save our balance then with Ultimate your home farming. This is a high-tech automated farming system, which is comprised of hardware components as well as a mobile app to help farmers manage their crops. This is also equipped with AI. So, who will we target? The vulnerable, way, of course. This system targets agricultural enthusiasts, both seasoned and newly, fully able and disabled, especially those with large farms and those who grow disease-prone crops. Okay, so to give you guys a description of what exactly so in our automated farming system, the concept of determining precise geographic coordinate begins with the reception of signals from multiple satellites by integrated farms. These receivers, whether integrated into drones or deployed as standalone units, they triangulate the signal from three satellites by the GPS receiver to calculate their own predictions in three-dimensional. This process will form a species of triangulation, where the distance between the sensor and the receiver are integrated with the receiver's position and the the efficacy here is basically just over the kind of farmland. This is a big scale, but it can be applied to farm scale, to small scale as well, where you're doing to the different satellites around the farm and receiving and calculating its current position. Once a drone or receiver has determined its position, it can translate its geolocation data on the system, like soil moisture levels or particle metrics back to a back-end code algorithm. This code-based algorithm processes the incoming data, integrated with additional geospatial imagery and historical and cultural records. Through advanced analytics and machine learning algorithms, the code-based system can derive valuable insights on conditions, including the nature level, the water strength, and the overall prevalence of the community back to the farmer, allowing for informed decision-making and precise planning. So right now we have a sample code of when you want to automated farming system, based on our detection. So this is coded C++, which is the language for it. You can also follow along with the unhappy that we have. So the power source is right. Okay, so this but essentially how it works, demonstration. So essentially how it works is that we have a microcontroller and a water level sensor. So a water level is so this sensor will detect water irrigation channels, and then it will send that information to the cloud and process it. You guys, I need to go back to the show. But there's also a serial monitor that receives the data continuously, that processes all the time. It's always sending to the farmer. So when it's empty, there's no water current. Or it's showing real time amount that's zero. It shows you the level of water. If you want to compose but it's not a firm. So you're going to see the lenguaje that it's always going to show you the data rewards every time. This data is constantly transmitted to the phone. So we've been talking about the hardware persona. Everyone's like, no, yes, no. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the software of our app. So we are using a programming language called Python. Anyone knows about it? There's a class here. Anyone can code it? Good job. So our software so you enter your name, okay, so this is showing the various screens of our app. This would be the startup screen, that's the screen where you sign in, you enter your email, password, and then it would bring you to the whole screen, which has various options like computing, a to-do list, tips for farmers, control, and stuff. So we'll see what happens when so the first screen show what you see on the computing area. It allows you to scan through various images collected by the drone on the farm. And if you click one image, you get a close-up of what's going on in that farm. AI will detect diseases that are present based on the farm. And you can either find out more about either Google search more about the disease or get an AI generated based on data collected from our work. This is the farm screen, which will enable you to move that icon all over the farm and see different nutrient levels in graphs. So yeah, you can identify the nutrients for different crop yields and areas. So if you want to give one and these are some items that are put in the cover page where a farmer can find different events like farmer markets happening around them, or find vendors related to their field. There's a to-do list so farmers can keep track of their crops, tips from other farmers all over the world, and you can search by climate, the type of crop growth, quality, or expertise. And there's also the farm control section, which you can click on for your innovation or update on your innovation. And you can see the control button. So we're going to talk about the safety and security of so what this app will do, so first our system will monitor the area and it will determine like the presence of wildfires. And then secondly, our system will identify any uncontrolled behavior or diseases that is on our farm. Now people who are working remotely, you need to have a certain system that you can monitor. So this app will give you real-time updates all the time. And we also have a database that is protected by firewall, which will store all of our statistics and different data in a cloud system. And that's kind of a local story. Anyone that's IT here, IT will call. Have you heard about local versus cloud service? Yes. So you would know that A little demo, a little demo. All right, thank you so much, the girls of Immaculate for also sponsoring. All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is we are the Okay, awesome. Alright, so we have listened to the cries of our teachers and here we are today. So we're already at our time limited, 7 minutes, and so we have made this presentation as concise as possible with incorporating, just more of us and less of this. Great. So our first question, why is this a problem? So we have 4 reasons. Number 1, gives rise to toxic learning environment due to stress. Ladies, if you know your teacher, you know that once a teacher is stressed, the classroom ends. Once a teacher overwhelmed, the grade after. And so, with this environment, it does not facilitate communication between the teacher and the student. Number 2, contribute to poor academic performance of teachers. All right. So, if our teachers are overwhelmed, we know that they won't be able to function as they should. They'll be dysfunctional now in the classroom, and this can impact the students' academic performance. Number 3, these to lack of interest in the field, which can result in a shortage of professionals. I have talked to many young adults, and the reason, or one of the reasons, we would know that it's because of the work teachers have a lot to do. And teachers are saying, no one can teach them because it's straightforward, we can't do it, and so the person are just genuinely not interested in the profession. Number 4, the question to bring you. Who does this question so somebody may ask, who does this question to bring you? At the end of the day, the people go the money to do it. As I said earlier,
Hi everyone, how are we doing?
so the teachers.
So here I just wanted to give you a rundown of what's happening. We have our final physical team here. They are from the Queen School and they're presenting on a application that they created called Grade Genie. So they're explaining now why this is a problem. Some of the reasons that they're outlining are the learning environments, tense learning environments created due to stress, as well as this level of stress for teachers when it comes to marking papers and just an overwhelming workload altogether can contribute to their learning
You guys
environment.
are doing great. We want to make sure we don't miss our cue time, but thanks for giving us the insight, Godiva.
So we're going ahead. I don't know if you're able to hear them, but we have. Oh, so we actually have one mic here. All right. So I want to make sure getting a sense of like what's happening in the room. We're basically talking about why this solution would solve the problem, and then going now into the features of Grade Genie. So one of the first things that it's going to be able to do is actually scan multiple papers. Yes. So that it's machine readable. We're also looking at, utilizing tools like ChatGPT for marking based on pre-decided marking scheme. And for whatever school management system that your school uses, this application will be able to automatically upload the grades that are generated, even from handwritten documents. We're
Oh
talking
wow.
about having Excel files automatically uploaded. They're now displaying their flowchart, which gives an idea of what is the pseudocode, breaking out the logic flow of many of things, going from scanning, using OCR technology, interpreting that data using Python, specifically an OCR API, and then going on to like upload the mark schemes. So you're seeing quite a few integration points. Okay. So
Yeah.
you're seeing quite a few integration points with that. Now you do have the option of uploading or simply just downloading a grade summary. So they're talking now about how they could actually go ahead and do batch scanning. Oftentimes, when you have a classroom of students, you don't just have 20 students whose papers you have to mark. Some teachers possibly teach multiple classes, and this can bear in mind, it can reach to the hundreds of papers when it is exam time. So they've devised a mechanism where you could actually go ahead and scan all of these documents in a relatively short space of time. So teachers literally don't go ahead and have to individually mark papers. So if you're teaching 5 different classes, maybe you're teaching a class in Form 1, maybe you're teaching a class in Form 7, whatever it is, when you're handling multiple classes, you can also have the option of having batch marking as long as you upload your grading scheme. There is also the cloud storage features that they are expressing now, understanding too that sometimes, based on the school management system that is being used, you get a different sense of how the information can basically be relayed. So really looking at reducing the stress of teachers with a tool like Grade Genie.
Where the grades are organized according to its name, stream, or card keeping. Furthermore, we have the grade genie that provides a cloud storage and secure one.
So secure cloud storage is super
Can you hear
important
me,
here.
Godiva? Sorry.
Are you are you hearing me, Maria?
Okay, great. No, no. I just wanted to tell you, I think that's such a great idea. Like from the perspective of teachers in the Caribbean have so much stress anyway. So I think it's definitely something that will help a lot of teachers. Really excited about this idea. Is this something that they built already?
So they would have gone ahead and created all the screens for these applications. So it really is a matter of they're going ahead now and demoing the app. You can see from the home screens there is a login. Once you enter the dashboard, it will show you how many of the papers that you've uploaded have actually been graded based on the mark scheme that you would have provided. It also gives you a reminder in terms of submitting those grades, because obviously sometimes once you haven't done an exam, have marked papers, especially if those papers are supposed to contribute to overall term reports or even external reports. They've basically built in ways to summarize this information so that it can be relayed to the respective parties. So they're making reference now. One of their demos is that you can actually grade based on past CXC papers. They're specifically demoing the biology and mathematics CXC papers here, indicating just how many papers can be batch scanned.
That's pretty great. Amazing work. Amazing.
So there are two features, understanding too, like even in CXC or CSEC, we have paper one and paper two, paper one being our multiple choice, paper two being our short answer paper. So they're working through now how they would use open AI API to actually go ahead and mark for those short answer questions based on keywords, key phrases. So whereas
sit down
the
and read 2 essays in 3 days. So God bless them.
So whereas your multiple choice questions are going to be a lot more straightforward, they're often provided with some sort of key. They are talking about how the incorporation of AI into the application can really speed up that process of marking the open-ended and short answer questions.
So over here,
Yeah. So
you see the number that can be inputted in the box scanner. It also gives the
So they're talking through now how the batch scanner can actually, you can tell the batch scanner how many papers you're scanning, or you can decide as things are being marked.
Is that after they input the grades in their mark, something that they
Is that so?
it's a struggle to actually sit down.
It's kind of funny because I was actually like, I think I can hear them.
No.
Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Good.
That's very time consuming, and I think they get very overwhelmed. And so with this app, they will be able to actually scan the register, and it will upload each and every student's grade automatically to them.
Okay.
Alright. So I'm last night so don't worry, I'm going to walk with you. So first we start off in talking. Left, right here, yes, left. Those are the important libraries. So we have OpenAI, which is our artificial intelligence that we'll be using throughout the entire group. Mind you, this is a piece of the future. So we also have Python, which is our OCR, which stands for Optical Character. Alright, we're learning today. Moving on, we have our first function, which is actually to extract the text from the image. So let's just deep into this code. So OCR is powered by Python, which is able to extract text from paper-based submission quickly and accurately. So this allows us to transition from the traditional manual grading process to a more automated one, saving educators valuable time and valuable effort. So for our next function, we can show you the next function. So the next function is, which is after extracting text from the image, the full interactive open data. The extracted input to generate answers to questions posed to the model. So this is achieved by sending a prompt containing the extracted text to the image. So the code requests the answer based on the given prompt and extract the text. It specifies prompt parameters such as GPT, engine, the temperature, we can have that one. Well, at least I didn't say anything bad. Temperature, this basically controls the randomness of the response and the maximum number of taken words. So our project is designed with flexibility in mind. So while the AI automation forms the backbone of our marketing process, we understand that some educators may prefer a more traditional approach. That's why our system allows teachers to input their own marketing schemes. So ensuring that the grading process aligns with their specific requirements and preferences. Nobody can say that the AI is you can put in your own marketing scheme, and then you get the answer easier for everyone, for the students, for you, for your supervisor as well. Okay. Why is investing in our educators important? This is a question that I believe we should all know the answer to. Because if we invest in our teachers, we are investing in our youth. And by investing in our youth, we are sure to be guaranteed a bright and better society.
will end by saying this. Education is the most powerful tool countries have for boosting economic growth, increasing prosperity, and forging more just, peaceful, and equitable societies. Where education deprivation exists, it breeds conflict and enables repression. Thank you. So much today, ladies of Team Queens for great innovation. We now have a really cool online presentation to show you guys from our ladies national team, a team from Surinam called Team Creative Tech Hub.
Good diver, this is where we come in.
You want to try connecting first, or you want me to look here?
Do they stream from here?
Hi everyone, my name is Sharda and I'm from Surinam. I'm currently a student at Hackathon, where I'm in the third year, specialized in ICT with a focus on web application.
Hi everyone, my name is Kalinga and I'm from Surinam. I am a student at NATIN in the IT field and I'm studying network engineering.
Hi guys, my name is Myra and I'm from Surinam. I'm in the third year of NATIN and we're at ICT.
Greetings everyone. My name is Elias and I'm going to just student and where I study Hello everyone. We are the girls in ICT Hackathon, Team Creative Tech. In this presentation, we'll have a short introduction entitled Problem Statement, Solution Research, Steps of the Review, and the End of Presentation. Here we have our team member number 1, who's also the captain of our team, Elizabeth Liza. Team member number 2, Liza and Liza. Jana Anishka. And our subject for this hackathon is cybersecurity, and our title is innovation. So, what are the problems? Observation, negative impact, consequence, and who's impacted. Based on our observation, we've noticed that the blockchain application has a non-central environment which can cause hackers to easily log into your application and use your information, and the people who are impacted are the users of blockchain. After open search, we found a solution for this problem, and that is creating an application implementing strong encryption, secure development practices, and continuous monitoring and logging.
I know it.
So I'm presenting the steps of the tools. Our application has a sign up and sign in form. Before signing up, you need to make an account, and that's where you're going to the field of sign up. After making an account, you'll be going to the field to sign in with your account. After signing in, you will be coming to the platform of your home page. If you're having access to 3 pages, dashboard, accounting portfolio, you will add in a pinnacle and four-digit pinnacle. The first one is the actual pinnacle, and the second one is the road confirm. We also have a responsive application that is going to be on devices, where the Google security actually, that's what we're going to do, where if you are logged in on your phone, it will send a code or give you a code on your PC that is the same, verifying the same. For example, you have 22 on your phone, and if it says on your laptop that you also have that, you will access yes or no, you will press yes or no. If you press yes, it will give you access to the page. If it says no, you'll be logged out. As you come to the home page, you will have at the bottom 3 buttons that are related to 3 pages. Before going to the page, you need to enter a 4-pin code that has security structure within. If you're going to the page dashboard and you're
Okay, guys, I guess we're just waiting a little while the audio comes back. But what we're watching right now is the intro video of our Surinamese Creative Tech Hub Caribbean team, just pitching the initial concept of the app with this, which they decided to keep secret from us. So we actually won't know until they demo it for us what it does. So really looking forward to that demo shortly while we're waiting for the audio to come back. So thank you so much.
that we are very proud of the results. It wasn't that easy to build this application. We had a lot of ups and downs with security and development security, but at the end we were very proud and
So as they're concluding, I am going to go ahead and get started by adding our amazing team from Suriname getting ready to pitch. I have your presentation loaded. I don't know if you want to do an intro at first, just for us to get to know your team better. I know you just did an intro for everyone else, but I believe that they should be getting ready for you right now. So without much ado, I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves, and we can take it from there.
What? 3. Hi everyone! We are a team from Suriname, Creative Tech Hub. My name, oh you're starting? My name is Ellen Spirah Eliza.
My name is Jaina Trishika.
My name is Ambreen Lais Mohammed Khan.
My name is Maina Gilera.
And I am Tanasi Mambax.
And today we are going to presentate about our application.
Great, guys. I want to wait until we get the go from the diver for you guys to start your presentation, because I don't want you to start and then you have to start over. This time, how about each of you let us know what part of the team you were?
Oh, I'm the team captain of the Team Creative Tech Hub, and I'm also doing just managing everyone to get the work done, but also having fun. It's not easy working, and then not having fun. We need to have some air, light up a bit and just have a little fun.
Yeah, that's great.
And I was doing the code for this application, also helping managing those things with the team leader.
Right. That's amazing.
Yes.
Next.
Yes. I also help with coding problems and researching what the problem we want to solve by this. Basically, the application we built, I was searching for the problems we wanted to fix and help them get the work done.
I love that. That's amazing. Okay, right next to you, what was your role in this amazing project?
What's what is it?
What was your role in this amazing project?
Coding and what is it?
That's okay, guys. You know, I think when I first did my hackathon, I think my first hackathon, I wasn't really sure what I was doing there, but by the end of it, it's always so amazing what comes out, right? So one more person to go. What was your role? Yeah.
I was helping with the research of the codes and
Oh,
also
love that.
the coding.
Amazing, guys. So I think that we should get started. I'm gonna let Godiva know that she can always track back to the beginning of this when you guys get started. Not sure what's going on over there, but in the meantime, I think you should get started. Now, I would like to remove this from full screen, remove you from full screen. Great. I'm gonna see if I can. Sorry, I guess to hear me, I have to be here. So, with that being said, I think that we are going to get started shortly. And I don't know if you and your team need to get started right now. And we let Godiva will track back from the beginning of when you get started with your presentation. Does that work for you? Or do you want to wait? This is your competition.
We will wait.
Yes.
You'll wait?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to see if Nicole can talk to you guys. Nicole, Sonia, can you guys come on? And while we wait to see what's going on with
Maria,
Godiva.
they just sent a message to say that if they can start.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
So they can go ahead and start.
Okay. Yes.
They can. They're gonna be on the screen. Okay, that's great. Cool.
Can I share my screen with you?
Yes, you can. If you want to share it, you can go to where it says present, and you can either if you want to share your screen, just hit share screen from there. So we're not doing your presentation; we're just doing the demo. Do you see it?
Yes.
All right. Take it away, Liliza.
I can start?
Yes.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Eliza and I'm here with my team, Creative Tech Hub. This is
Jaina Trishika.
I am Ambreen Lais Mohammed Khan.
I'm Maina Gilera.
And I'm Tanasi Mambax.
For our hackathon competition, we didn't invent it. Blockchain was already invented, but we would like to recreate that application by adding multi-factor authentication. This is our application. This is the registration form. As you can see, we added a slideshow, 3 slideshows with a caption underneath the pictures. The slideshow has a sign in and sign up. This is the sign in form. This is the sign up form. Before having access to this platform, we will have to create an account. I will be adding my teammate, her name. Then her email address. And then her password. After doing this, I will be signing up, and that will lead me back to the sign-in form. I will be adding my email account and email address and my password. Again, I will be putting her email address. And her password. Then I will be signing in. After signing in, I will be getting this platform, my home page, where I can choose one of these platforms pages. I will be choosing this dashboard, but before I be entering this dashboard, I entered her email address that will send a code to her phone. Can you check your email address? To her email address. Can you check your email address, Rishika?
Yes, I have got the email address.
Which code
The
did
PIN
you-
code is 5.
Yes.
0.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
3.
Yes. Okay. Authentication successfully. Redirecting. I will be pressing OK. And this leads me to my cryptocurrency dashboard. You can see every investments, recent transactions, bank cards, and a sidebar. You can see the payment, fast payment, and the graphics. I will be removing this one, and this will be here. Adding it, removing this one will be here. Update, back. Here are some details of the express, income, and cashback. Our application is also a dark mode version. Next, here I have my database that is also updated with my team member her data. This is the code of our registration form. We use PHP, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This is the beginning. Here is the HTML. Right about here, here's the PHP section where we linked our database, our local host with our PHP. And here is our form, HTML section. The CSS of our registration form is here. It's a very long code, but that's what we have. For our home page, we have HTML, also PHP, and CSS and JavaScript. These are the sections of the dashboard, account, and portfolio, which is also linked with CSS and JavaScript. This is the JavaScript, and this is the CSS. Our CryptandSeek dashboard is HTML, no PHP, CSS. It has CSS and JavaScript. That is the JavaScript. Oh, the HTML is here. The CSS is here. And the JavaScript is here. That was our presentation about our blockchain application of our wallet. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you like our presentation.
That was so incredible, guys. Do we now do your additional slides, or is that the amazing? That was an amazing demo, by the way. I can't believe you guys built that so quickly. That was amazing. So great job, team. We are very impressed. Congratulations, Creative Tech Hub Caribbean. Of course, we know there's so much amazing talent coming out of Suriname, and you guys definitely did your country proud today. So thank you so much. For that, I'm just going to add Nicole back to the stage as well. Nicole, what did you think about that demo?
Oh, it was fantastic. Did I understand it? No. Was I following you in your pitch on what your solution was and what you were addressing? Yes. I have to say, very, very well and very clearly shown also, ladies. And excellent work of the tech ladies from Suriname. So I don't know if I'm giving my hand, but I'm not one of the judges. Really, really excellent. I think Anuska is saying to go ahead and do the presentation as well to Maria.
Okay. All right, great. So we're going to add presentation.
Ladies.
And you guys go ahead, take it away.
Tanaz, will you be starting?
Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So we are Creative Tech Hub, also known as Suriname Techies, and yes, so we've been doing research, and after doing all the research, we found a solution for better Bitcoin, for a more safer Bitcoin wallet. So that's when we started. That's when we decided to build this application.
I'm not presenting.
Oh, okay.
The next slide, please. Yes.
Yes. So we did some research. So the presentation will be about our problem statement, solution research, steps of the tool, and code layout. Next slide, please. Yes. So we have our team members. We've already been through this. Can we please go to the next slide? Yes. So we chose for the subject cybersecurity, but we wanted to focus on blockchain because, it's a big platform and it can always be managed with more security. So that's why we chose blockchain. Next slide, please. Yes. So after doing research, we found multiple problems, and here are the problems. We have negative impact, we have the consequences, who are impacted, and observation. So after our observation, we noticed that not every Bitcoin wallet is secure enough. So we wanted to create one of our own with a better security and with a better security, because there are a lot of consequences, such as you can have other people go into your wallet, and that's where all your information is blank as soon as you open your wallet, and that's not really smart. And of course, the people who are impacted are all the users of Bitcoin, and as like I said, Bitcoin is a big platform. So yeah, we wanted to help all the people that use this wallet. Next slide. Yes, so we have here we have the solution. After doing our research what the problem is, this is the solution we came with. We created a application. We implemented a strong encryption, secure development practices, and continuous monitoring and logging. So what this does is, every time you leave your wallet and you want to go inside your wallet again, it gives you the opportunity to log in and make sure that it's you who is going into your wallet and not someone else. In this way, you can secure all your information and not just have anybody, not just give anybody access to your wallet, but yeah, it's you who is totally managing this system. Yes. Next slide.
So in this slide, I was giving a demo about our application. This is the sign up and sign in form. You are registering with your account, creating an account. After creating an account, you are getting access to a platform. That's a page. That's the next slide. No. The first picture gives us the three platforms that you want to have access to. That's dashboard, account, and portfolio. We chose personal. The next slide. That's it. So in your sign-in form, you will put your email address back, and that will send a code to you so that you can enter this one in for like a multi-factor authentication, in implementing extra security. After entering your 4-digit PIN code, you will have access to the dashboard of crypto. We just did a few changes about our crypto dashboard because we didn't like it so good, so we added more changes.
Yeah, and the changes we added, we just showed in our demonstration we did just then. So yeah, that are the changes we did after signing in. We have a different platform that's not in this presentation, and that's why we showed it in our demonstration. So yeah.
So the next slides this one, we didn't like it. So the demo actually shows what we have, the dark feature and the light feature of our crypto dashboard.
And yeah, how our dashboard actually looks like right now at the moment.
The next slide.
Yeah, so these are all the changes we made, like we said, and we showed it in our demonstration because by the time we made this presentation, we weren't there yet. So, but yeah, right now we have the final product, and that's what we showed. So yeah, that was it for our presentation.
That was it for our conclusion. It was a very hard. It was not that hard, but our security was the most hardest part for this application. It was putting code, it doesn't work, adding another code, it doesn't work, and another. We tried multi things to get this done, but at the end of the day, sleepless nights as well.
Sleepless nights.
Sleepless nights as well. But at the end of the day, we did it. We made it, and we created our project, our final project that really actually works.
So yeah, we are happy.
We are very happy.
Yes, so that was
it for our presentation.
Wow. Really, ladies, you show. I want to ask, how much time did you actually get this done in from when you started? Because it was this month of April, wasn't it?
Yes.
Really excellent.
It was a lot of work. A lot of pressure.
As we said, we had sleepless nights.
Thinking like
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did. And the level of, I think the presentation that you just did is really good to really, go through and explain it. So now I understand much better.
Glad you understand it better now.
Yeah. But I think something like this, Maria, is really something that we need to see how we can, use this to showcase the tech skills and the thinking of the tech talent that we have across the Caribbean region.
I was literally just saying that in a message to Nicholas, who's going to be coming up in an interview after you guys. Nicholas Topwell is one of he's a senior Googler, and I was telling him we've been encountering so much challenge in this one Girls in ICT Day that it's kind of amazing, and we have to figure out how do we simplify your pathway into your next steps into your career, So maybe a really great thing for us to do right now while we're here is to find out from you guys, where do you see yourselves? What are your next steps? What do you want to get into?
Who would like to start?
Yes. Yes. This first of all, I want to start by saying that this journey was amazing. Working with a team that is this proactive, it's really nice to work, and having these teammates motivates you more to work together and do a lot of projects together, especially for girls in ICT. So we made a plan, and our goal is not only to bring this application further and our goal isn't only to introduce this application to the world, especially the Caribbean countries, but we also want to start our own
club
where we motivate women and girls in ICT to really do if you're really into ICT, if ICT really is your thing, you can do it, because we all started with just a dream. It was
wanted to go in the IT world, but not how far.
Even when we came here, we never knew it would be this amazing and that we would be here. So being here gives us so much motivation to be an inspiration for other girls who are out there and doubting themselves. So we just want to be the tap in the back and be like, it's gonna be okay. We are here for you.
I love that. I love that you're already thinking about the community. That's really important, and finding other like-minded young girls like yourself who are willing to build the future. I mean, our theme from Google Women Tech Makers to this year is impact the future. And what you're doing is that you're not just thinking about yourself, you're thinking about how do other young girls such as myself find other people like me who want to just build stuff and change things. That's amazing.
And they're doing it with real world solutions.
Real world solutions. I mean, I'm sure you guys have been paying attention. We've had companies getting hacked throughout the Caribbean. So like it's we're having a serious cybersecurity issue within the Caribbean. I can only imagine what it's like in other parts of the world, but in the Caribbean especially, we have a lot of hacks taking place. So
Yeah.
there's definitely lots of opportunity in the area that you chose to do your hackathon in. And it'd be very interesting to see if you guys together have a startup that we might be interviewing you around how you solved all of these problems in like 5 years. And I mean, you're laughing, but that's the truth. I mean, that's how these things get started. We have problems, and then someone has to solve them. Yeah.
But I'm also looking forward to the questions that they're going to be asking Nicholas
Me
with
too.
Google Cloud. So are we going to be going into that now, Maria?
I think we can, but I think that the awards are taking place at 4. So I actually asked Nicholas if he could. But if you guys are willing to stick around, I don't know if you guys have plans for the rest of the afternoon.
No, we
But
don't.
no, we would love it if you would join us in interviewing Nicholas. You're also going to be joined by Gloria Samaru, who's from the First Citizen Sustainable Minds Volunteer Program, which is a tech for mental health program led by MindWise and First Citizens. And I am from MindWise Project and Google Women Tech Makers, in case you guys are wondering who I was. And Nicole Peter Patterson, as you may already know, is the founder of Caribbean Girls Hack. So we're super excited to have you in the room. And I actually think you guys might have some really good questions for Nick. So I think this could be great.
Yes, I think it would be great because clearly they are hands deep in and brain deep into the coding and the tech solutions and that kind of thing.
So
it would really be great to have that. It looks like they're not ready to get started.
No, they're not ready just yet. So part of me is
So-
wondering if we should do one of our scholarship stories now.
I think the scholarship stories would be great. Ladies, we're just sharing in terms of scholarships beyond whether or not it's undergrad or at the master's or even PhD level that are available that were presented by some different universities today. So scholarship stories is going to be sharing some people speaking who went to universities in Poland, Ukraine long time ago, and Brazil, just to think outside of the box as well. So I think if we can get started with that, Maria, and then see about coming back and having these ladies with us with Nicholas would be awesome.
Well, when we come back, we're supposed to come back to the awards, and I think these ladies will be very
If
interested.
they're ready. If they're ready.
If they're ready, yeah. So, but I think we can play one of them, and maybe we actually start Nicholas on time, and we play the others afterwards, if anything. So let's start with Soima, and then we're gonna dive straight into Nicholas. So
stay tuned, guys.
The award ceremony.
Hi everyone, my name is Samya and I'm from the beautiful islands of the Bahamas, and I am here to talk to you all about potentially exploring options in a country like Poland. So I moved to Poland when I was like 16 years old, straight after high school in the Bahamas, and it was actually a very great experience. So a few things I want to mention. I ended up going to Poland for a few reasons. The main reason was actually that it was very much cost effective. I spent €1,000 per semester, and that's just tuition. And living wise, because Poland doesn't use the euro, they use their own currency. When you convert it, like when you do all the conversion rates and everything, it's much cheaper. So it's a very affordable country to live in, especially as a foreigner. So it was cost effective. And also a lot of the classes are in English. So in many universities, especially if you're studying STEM degrees, you will find many courses and programs in English. So I was able to do my bachelor's and master's in Poland. So I did my bachelor's in electronics and telecommunications in Poznan University of Technology, and I did my master's in AGH University of Technology in computer science. And so, yes, great for learning. You have a lot of international students like yourself and like me that do come. So it's not like this is like a completely new thing. Like people are coming. So that's education. Work-wise, once again, if you're in STEM, especially in technology, I think you'll be so good because there are so many tech companies in Poland. So whatever American tech company you think of, obviously not all, but like most of them are in Poland. And it's great because you can really start your career off in a really good company and strengthen your resume and portfolio. And the cool thing about it is that you do not need to know Polish, right? Because it's a tech company. The language of the work is English, so you can easily find a job, in my opinion. And there aren't any like crazy visa restrictions like in the US, for example. So straight after, well, not even after college, during the time in my undergraduate, I was able to do a summer internship, and then it moved into part-time as well with Cisco, right? And then the following summer, I interned with Intel, and then I came back to Cisco to continue full-time because they had offered me a full-time degree. I mean, a full-time offer. But it was great. So education-wise, work-wise, Poland is fantastic, and living-wise as well. That's a different topic because it comes with its own challenges, as any foreign country. But in terms of affordability, that's there. So many colleges do offer like scholarships. I actually got my first 3 semesters for free, tuition free, because of a scholarship through my undergraduate university. So these are available at the local institutions and maybe at your home countries. So you can also look into these things. What else? What else? Yeah, I think if you want a great foundation, ooh, and as well, like within Poland, I guess another thing about their studies is that they have like exchange programs with like a lot of different universities. So I was able to spend like 1 semester in Finland, which I think was super fun because I was able to like explore another country. And they also give you a scholarship for this as well. It's called Erasmus. And they give you some like stipend as well to help with your living expenses, etc. So you get some really opportunities studying and living in Poland. And once you live in Europe, I think it's also possible to eventually move to other European countries, right? So like I didn't stay in Poland. After a while, I actually moved to the Netherlands and continued living there. So you have a lot of opportunities to travel, around the continent, to study, to work, to meet people. And I think it's a great opportunity if you want to study technology or honestly even medicine. A lot of people come to Poland to study medicine because you can become a doctor in 6 years straight after like high school. So all of these things are possible. The opportunities are there. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Okay, so that was pretty great from oh, you guys, oh, sorry guys. I think we're ready now for Nicholas. Nicholas is here with us. Hi Nicholas, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Are you ready to get grilled by some girls?
Yeah.
I'm going to welcome as well to the stage Gloria. Gloria, are you there? No, camera's not on. Oh, there we go. Hi, Gloria. Eliza, let us know when you're ready. So, very quickly, I think we're just letting you know that we're kind of recovering from the awesomeness of the hackathon that we just saw. Quite a lot of amazing solutions from these amazing young women. And then we have Gloria, who is one of our amazing team leaders with our Tech for Mental Health program at the First Citizen Sustainable Minds Volunteer Program. And Gloria is also non-traditional role in tech. manager. Yeah. So today our session, just give me 1 second, guys. It's been a busy day. This was definitely the first time I think that we did something like this. So today our topic is non-traditional roles in tech, and I just want to give a little bit of a break just while we get into Nicholas's overlay. Here we go. So Nicholas Stockwell is a senior territory manager for Google Cloud Caribbean, and he is one of our favorite Caribbean Googlers at women tech leaders as well as women in Tech Caribbean. We've had a lot of amazing opportunities to work with Googlers to achieve advocacy goals, outreach goals, and of course, Nicholas is joining in our fight to open up the world of opportunities to young women in tech. So while we're getting ready, Eliza, you guys ready? So while you guys are getting ready, I am going to have Nicholas take the stage a bit. And Nicholas, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do? And while the girls get ready to grill you with questions, you guys, everybody tune in. We wanna learn about what Nicholas does, and then Gloria, you can lead the questions, and you guys can respond and asking more questions together. Okay, so we're gonna take turns. Okay, everyone, let's do this. Okay, Nicholas, tell us a little bit about what you do for Google and how did you get into that role?
Sure. So I work in essentially public sector sales at Google Cloud. My job is essentially to help the public sector as well as educational institutions in the region in using tech to achieve their objectives in a great way, right? And Google has extremely strong tech that's able to help do that. I'll tell you quickly how I got into it. So I didn't start out in tech at all. I went to UE St. Augustine in Trinidad. I did management studies and finance. I worked in finance for 5 years after that. And then I saw a video of a Stanford speech that Steve Jobs did to the graduating students. If you have not seen the 2005 Stanford Steve Jobs speech, please watch it today. That is what changed my life. So it was about, I had been working in finance, even lecturing finance for about 5 years. And I saw that and I realized that I wasn't passionate about finance, and I needed to let go of that. So it was actually the part of his speech where he talks about why he dropped out of university, because he thought it was just a waste of his life and his his potential. And he was, well, in his case, he was also spending a lot of his parents' money. So so what I did was I essentially dropped out of finance. I quit my job. I had always had a passion for learning about Latin America, and I wanted to learn Spanish. So I quit my job and I moved to Peru for 6 months. And I was a volunteer. I lived with a family that only spoke Spanish. And that's how I started learning Spanish. And then when I came back to Trinidad, I actually met my wife a couple of months after, before we were married, of course. But and she's from Costa Rica, and so then after she had a contract in Trinidad, when the contract was up, at that point I was considering if to do a master's degree or not. And in this case, I had to choose between doing the master's degree in Trinidad or moving to Costa Rica. And I decided, for a couple of reasons, it would make more sense for me long term to go get fully fluent at Spanish and restart my career. I had to restart my career from zero about 10 years ago, when I had to work 100% in Spanish when my Spanish was very poor. So I lived in Costa Rica for 8 years. After the first 3, I I got an opportunity. I was very lucky at a career fair. I knew I wanted to get into sales, and my Spanish was just about good enough at that point. And someone from Microsoft spoke to me, and I got into Microsoft, worked there for 5 years, got good results, and then was given the opportunity by Google to join Google, and that's how I moved to Colombia. So now I live in Colombia. Yeah, it's been a really crazy ride. That's a quick way of telling my story. You're on mute, Maria.
I said I love your story so much because it kind of feels like a big adventure with a love story in the middle of it. And
yeah, that's a very condensed version, but yes, it has been a big adventure. In fact, I was hearing the pitch for Poland a little while ago as I was joining, and one of the reasons I just want to say quickly, one of the reasons I decided to move to Latin America when I had the choice was because one thing is the real estate market gives you way more options and it's way cheaper. So the way I saw it was, I'm sure I can become fluent in 2 years in Spanish, and it's true. If you live there, you will become fluent in 2 years, and that's gonna make it a lot easier for me to buy a house that I could be paying 30 years if I stayed in the Caribbean. And I'm very I get panic attacks thinking about long-term debt. So yeah, I was able to. That's a long story. You can get access to buying a house if you pick your country and place right. Real estate is just so much more diverse and affordable in Latin America.
I think Greece was on my list back in my day when I was thinking about where to move that had really cheap land and lots of cool things to do. But now I'm going to hand over to Gloria. Gloria, do you want to ask Nick your first question? You need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, so hi, Nicholas. And I just want to ask you, can you share your perspective on the importance of untraditional roles in technology and the success of companies?
Non-traditional roles. So interestingly enough, I mentioned in my story that one of the reasons why I got out of finance was because of Steve Jobs. If you think about it, Steve Jobs is the first major non-traditional tech leader, right? So he wasn't like the techiest person was, right? But he was the sales and marketing genius, and that's on the non-traditional side. So if you think about it, in tech, the traditional roles are the production, right? But you cannot mature as an organization if all you think about is production, but you don't think about legality, compliance. If you don't think about sales and marketing, if you don't think about corporate communications and all those other basic things. So as tech companies mature and as the tech industry matures, we see more and more tech roles opening up that are non-traditional. So it's in many cases, it's half the company or more.
Maria, your mic is...
I'm so sorry, guys. I keep doing that. Liza, do you have any questions for Nicholas on? I see all of you nodding. Do you have any questions for Nicholas on what it is to have? I mean, you guys are talking about potentially starting a startup on cybersecurity. What do you think about non-traditional roles in tech? Any questions for Nick?
Yes, there are questions.
I have a question. You work for Google, which really excites us. We wanted to know how it is to work in such a big company.
Well, so, Google is a company that has grown a lot over the last, since it started 25 years ago. It's a high-paced company. You can be very creative. They let you do what you want, but in terms of your creativity, but you are held 100% accountable to your creativity at the same time. So yeah, it's a bigger company now than maybe what people might be expecting. Working at Google is a lot of work. It's a lot of very hard work. The offices are extremely amazing. That part is true. I don't go to the office very much, but yeah, it's a great environment. I've learned a massive amount in Google, and it's very different from many other tech companies. So I think Google is also younger on the the maturity curve when we think about going from production to the business side of things. So there might be some other tech companies you think about that have been around longer, and they mightn't seem as exciting to you, but because they have like a lot, they're much more business oriented and maybe not as innovation oriented. But in those companies, you also find extremely mature business processes. Right? With Google, might be a bit more fluid, which can be good in some ways, but it can be challenging in others. So that's the very quick way of explaining what it's like at Google.
Okay, that's a great question, guys. I love that. And of course, that was like one of my first questions too. It's like all I wanted to do was work at Google when I became a woman tech maker. So I feel that entirely. Gloria, you want to jump to your next question?
Yes. So how did you get into sales in the tech industry?
So I knew I wanted to work in sales. After I left finance, I had worked in Invest TT in Trinidad for a while, which was the first place I thought about sales. So my manager, who's the current CEO, he used to tell us we need to think of it as a sales job and think of it as a career, right? And that's why I started thinking about it. But then yeah, it happened by chance. If I'm going to be 100% honest, it happened by chance. I was at a career fair in Costa Rica. I was getting rejected by everyone. And then I was trying to have a conversation with one tech company I won't mention. And a nice lady walked over because she heard I wanted to get into sales, and she was at Microsoft, and she had a conversation with me. And then I was able to have an interview the same day at the career fair. And then I had another day with 3 more interviews, and that's how I got into it. And after a year there, I had a very interesting opportunity because they were looking for sales, because I was actually working in sales in Spanish for Latin America. And then they needed to have someone to manage the Caribbean public sector, but to work and live in Costa Rica. So they didn't have that many Trinis or Caribbean people, I should say, in Costa Rica. So that's how they gave me a chance, but I happened to get good results, and that helped my career to keep moving.
So I think we have a question from the audience. Nicole wants to know, what city are you in Colombia, and how does Google allow for remote tech talent?
Okay, that's a good question. So I work out of the Bogota office, though I do go to the office probably once every 2 months. I'm the only one in my team that really lives in Colombia, so I don't really have to go to the office. But when I lived closer, I went there. It was great. In terms of remote work, so I need to be in the same country where they have the office, right? But for Google, they want to be able to pay you compliantly and have you as a full-time employee, not a contractor. So you need to live in the country where they have an office. So that's probably the answer to that.
That's so great. Any questions?
Colombia is awesome.
And Colombia is awesome. I've heard so many amazing things about the startup community in Colombia, even from, I would say, 12 years ago when I started getting into startups. That's amazing. Any more questions? I do think I was suggesting a few questions, but I do think would love to hear any other questions from the Surinamese group around. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. How do you see the future of technology?
Oh, the future of technology. That's a good question. So, the hot topic these days is generative AI, right? I think that's going to, but I'll kind of go backwards, like what is technology, right? So everything we're creating in technology is essentially just tools, right? New fancy tools, really fancy tools. When you get a new type of tool, you have to think, hey, can I work in a different way, right? Or is this going to change how I work? So the future of technology to me and the technology industry is that I believe that it's going to be more, and this is me personally, I believe it's going to be a lot more important to have very diverse knowledge. Have you heard the expression, a master of, a jack of all trades and a master of none? Have you heard the second half of that quotation? Which is,
Nicholas, we only recently learned that this generation didn't even know what Murphy's Law was.
My goodness. So there's this expression, a jack of all trades and the master of none, but far better than the master of one, right? In the future, I do not believe it's going to be extremely valuable to be the master of one little topic. So when you're learning, think, I want to be fairly good and knowledgeable about 3 to 5 things, not one thing. So I'll try not to be condescending on anything, but I worked in finance before. I don't believe that in 5 to 10 years, people are going to need very many accountants or people to do their taxes, right? So I wouldn't, but if you have good accounting knowledge and you also have good coding knowledge, and you also are able to understand a bit of mechanical engineering or prompt engineering together, you then have this strange recipe that cannot be easily duplicated by AI, but also you are able to manipulate AI effectively across more fields so that then you can create things that someone else can't. So the way in which I see the future of the tech industry is that I see AI is going to have a bigger. I do not believe it's going anywhere, but how we respond to it, in my mind, needs to be that we need to think, I need to now not try to say, I'm going to go after this one career and try to be the best at it. That is the recipe that you worked for the last few hundred years. But I don't think that that's going to work in the future. So you have to think, with this new tool, if I can understand 5 topics at a fairly deep level, not the deepest, I can then let the deep knowledge of AI help me get to further. But there will be careers that will not go away. If you need a physiotherapy or a dentist, AI is not going to be doing that, right? So there will be careers where you still need to go extremely deep. I do not want somebody asking, Gemini or ChatGPT how to pull my teeth. But in terms of especially, desk careers, the careers where you're at a desk, whether you're a programmer, whether you're in sales like me, whatever you do, try to, in many careers, you might want to factor in the impact of AI.
Okay, so I think we have one question coming from Gloria next. Yes, Gloria. But I think we have one more question from Eliza, which is.
Can I
Yes, of course.
I have a question. What opportunities in sales do you see for girls in the Caribbean who might want to learn about this role in the tech space?
Could you repeat? What roles do I see? What roles do I?
What opportunities in sales do you see for girls in the Caribbean who might want to learn about the role in the tech space?
Oh, okay. So essentially, in the sales in the tech space, of course, it's one of the non-traditional roles, but extremely valuable because you need to sell your product. Here's one thing that's very interesting. In Google, as in many other companies, traditionally it has been male dominated if you look at the overall number. But here's what's also interesting. The percentage of people that are in non-traditional roles keeps growing. And that percentage is dominated by women. So Google, in all non-traditional roles, 54% women, right? And it's also true. I mean, I know dozens and dozens of women that work in sales in the Caribbean. So there's a huge capacity to build a career. Do not think that it is something that cannot be done. It definitely can be done. The biggest thing you have to do is jump into it. You just have to jump head first into it and let yourself learn the hard way. All right, and
Definitely, I agree with you, Nicholas. Let me just put in for a bit. I am actually a person who works in sales and in engineering. So I am a solar sales engineer. I just do like 3D designs of solar systems and propose them to clients. So there are actually jobs in the Caribbean because a lot of companies are going the tech way. They're upping their business and they want to include, the advancements so that they can stay ahead of the curve. So women in sales in tech are needed in the Caribbean and the world on a whole.
Yeah, especially from a sales perspective, I think, I'm not sure what the percentage is in the Caribbean, but I would think of who I know works in sales, and I know a lot in the Caribbean, about half are women. Sales is an area that's very open, that you can make a great career immediately. But I love that Sonia is an engineer. I'm not. So if you can have the technical expertise and combine it with sales, it's exactly what I mentioned before. It's something that is not replaceable.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love
Well,
that.
you've done a great presentation, Nicholas. I totally agree with your presentation, and it's very insightful and informative.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. I think we have one last question. It could come from Gloria. Gloria, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I also agree with the jack of all trades. I just want to mention that because I'm personally from doing the same degree that you did, actually, in management studies. I'm doing that currently. So I'm definitely intrigued into like your experience. What skills or qualities do you think individuals in non-traditional tech roles bring to the table, in your perspective?
So I think like all the skills that a company needs to really flourish, beyond just creating the product, are all the non-traditional roles, right? So I don't think that a company can flourish without a good, first thing, most important, a good strategy, right? Strategy does not come from the traditional roles, but a great strategist is able to understand, okay, so this is where we are going to enter the market. This is how we are going to win, right? And so it starts there, but then to execute that strategy, the first thing you might think, okay, so we need to market, and we need to market to the right people in the right way. We need to then think, okay, how do we follow up on that marketing and so that it wasn't just a fun event that wastes money? How do we follow up on that? And how does pre-sales get in? How do we reach out to people in a way that doesn't that isn't annoying? And then how do we become a trusted advisor to the right type of customer? How do we follow through? How do we make sure that the customer comes away with a good experience and feels not like, oh, this guy just scammed me, but I'm actually getting real value, right? So you have to build something that is of real value, and building something of real value is not about the production. It's actually about understanding the customer, right? So I think the non-traditional roles help connect the traditional tech industry to the actual users, right? And that might be one area where the traditional tech industry has created so many products that didn't really add great value to the customer, right? To the user. But when the non-traditional roles become stronger, they help understand what the user really needs and feeds that information into the traditional tech roles so that they can then be informed. Because at the end, the tech is something that helps you get from where you want to be to where from where you are to where you want to be, right? It is not something that is good all by itself. So you can definitely just, customer can definitely just waste money buying tech for the hell of it. But if it's not something that really creates the value for the user, then it's not, and so we need tech to have a great bridge between technology and user, and that's all the non-traditional roles.
Yeah, I love that. We have one question from the audience on YouTube from Shan Chen. Is there anything in place for talents fresh from university? And I think this actually aligns with a question that Nicole was asking around internships from university, willing and ready to learn. How do they get the opportunity when jobs are asking for 3 to 5 years of experience for entry-level positions?
Okay, so when you look at the entry-level positions and it says that, just ignore it. Just ignore it. It's full of crap. Apply anyway, right? Because they'll have to. They're not going to get someone who is doing a great job with 5 years experience accepting an entry-level position, right? So they're going to have to give somebody a chance, right? In many of the roles that I have gotten, I didn't have the number of years experience required. I applied anyway, right? And at the same time, I've been rejected many times as well, right? But coming straight out of university, I think the most important thing to figure out is, what do you really want to do with your life?
Yeah.
Not how do I rush into a career. I think we are rushed into careers. That's why I had to do a reset myself, and that was the one thing that made a big difference to me. So if it's something that someone can do, if they don't have dependents leaving university, so I wouldn't try to pretend that everybody has the same. I essentially had dependents for the first few years leaving university, so that wasn't an option for me. But if you have the opportunity to just go somewhere else in the world, take care of yourself, and learn, right? Learn different cultures. There's millions of free courses. I know Google and other tech companies have a lot of free courses that you can do. Then you can, try as best as you can to not think about it like the rat race that you are initially told it is, especially if you don't have dependents. Because you need to really be creative when you're starting your career, as creative as you possibly can, and you need to enjoy it. not just feel like you need to work until you burn out, but doing something that you really feel passionate about makes a huge difference. So find your passion. And the Steve Jobs 2005 Stanford speech, I'll say it one more time. It will help anyone leaving university.
Nicholas, I think you're going to force us to have to share that YouTube link. You will.
You have to. I'll put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat for us. And with that, I think I want to give you guys one last question that you can ask Nick before you go, and I'm gonna give you guys the option to ask the question or asking for advice. Like, what's the bit of advice that he has to give to you guys? Any questions from Suriname? Anything that you guys may want to learn about?
Yes, just a moment.
Just a moment. Okay, we'll go to Gloria first. Gloria, any last question you want to ask Nick?
Oh yes, I do want to ask a question. So I know you did the same degree that I'm doing, and I just want to know, like, based on your experience doing the same degree, what do you think would be like good advice for me as someone who is now embarking in tech?
You can connect with me outside of here, so I can tell you in more detail. But for the benefits of everyone, and so anyone that wants to can reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I'm open for chats. But in terms of the advice, I would say is again, don't be afraid of feeling like you don't know things. I think especially in a Caribbean context, I was taught, you have to try to get things right all the time. Our education system is very much about pushing you. You need to be right, and if you're wrong, that's a failure. No, that's not a failure. In the real world, that's not a failure because success is iterative, right? So like they have like this Michael Jordan quote where he talks about like how many times he failed, right? But everything that if you want to do anything great, you're gonna fail, right? And trust me, I have failed big time. One of the first big deals I was working on with I made a big error, and my boss at that time, he said, "Hey, mistakes happen. You just started. Come, let's work on this and figure out what went wrong." So try to learn from your mistakes, but take big risks. Don't be afraid to go to another country. It doesn't have to be somewhere in Latin America. In my mind, Latin America is right next to us, huge market. So that's why I went. Huge market, huge opportunities, but go somewhere, learn new things. Don't be afraid. If you didn't do tech, I haven't learned coding yet, but I probably should, right? I'm actually thinking of starting a course next week to start learning some of these things that, in my mind, a few years ago, I would have thought were impossible for me. So nothing is, most things are not impossible. So push the limits of things you believe are impossible, take risks, and you'll find out what really is.
Thank you so much for that.
I love that. Suriname, you guys ready? Last question.
Yes.
Yes, the last question is, what advice would you give to someone aspiring to work in similar role or industry as yours at Google?
From our region? Is it someone from our region?
Iman from ons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you live in the Caribbean, you need to understand the Caribbean context, right? And there are certain opportunities you have and certain you do not. I personally believe it's a good idea to see if you can get international experience. So it might mean leaving. We heard about opportunities in Europe. I will tell you there's huge opportunities in Latin America. In Colombia, I am shocked at the number of tech companies. Just name the tech company that you have heard about. It's here as well, but it's good to learn a second language to start with. Again, you'll feel like you don't know what the hell is happening, at least for the first year. That's how I got most of my gray hairs, right? But you definitely you learn a lot extra under that pressure, and then the great thing I would say about Latin America, whether it's Brazil, and I don't speak Portuguese, whether it's Brazil or Colombia or Mexico or Panama or whatever, there's huge opportunities to learn not just the language but also the culture, and then it just opens up these huge possibilities, and there's massive linkages that people don't realize between Latin America and the Caribbean. Like we in the Caribbean, we think of Latin America as a very different place, but if you came and you lived here, you actually realize the culture is almost the same, just in another language. Whereas when I go to the US, the culture is not like in Europe, it's not like our culture. Culturally, it's extremely different, right? The way in which people make jokes, the way in which people address time and lateness and things like that. There's huge similarities, but there's massive opportunities. Most important, you need to get out of your comfort zone. And so that's why I would say, you want to be successful, leave home. Leave home. Even if it's to go to Jamaica from wherever you are, or if you're in Jamaica, to go in Trinidad or Barbados, but leave home for a while. You cannot. It's very hard to learn what you have to learn, but being comfortable at the same time. So it's going to be painful.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be extremely painful.
I think I would back that up. I think especially in the world of tech, the Caribbean has a lot of amazing work opportunities right now in technology because we are trying to digitalize the region, right? But at the same time, if you want to have that advantage, if you want to have that edge, you got to start looking at least spending, I would say, at least 3 to 5 years in a different environment.
Correct.
And I mean, it doesn't always have to be all at once. I mean, I know some of us, especially with all the remote opportunities that are available, staying in one place feels really comfortable. And then, of course, some of us have family responsibilities. Some of us have financial limitations, you know. But at the same time, as we talked about earlier, there are tons of amazing scholarships that have been literally designed for young people such as yourself. So follow up on those scholarships, follow up on those amazing universities that pitched to us today. Talk to Nicholas Dotwell and other Caribbean Googlers who want to help you, and just ask them questions. That is exactly how you find the mentors who are going to give you that step in the right direction. And networking is definitely another area I would definitely say is important. Like when you do travel, network. I have a lot of friends who went away and they thought that jobs would be waiting for them or whatever the case might happen, but you definitely have to go. And I introduced them to women tech makers communities across in Canada. I told them that these are technology communities that could give you a leg up, because you'll meet other technologists in there who are women who went through what you're going through. So definitely finding your tribe, as Camille was talking about earlier, is really important. So, but you gotta like sometimes leave home to know where your tribe is. Like not to say that home is in your tribe. Like home is your tribe, but you don't get to choose that tribe. But I definitely think going abroad, you get to figure out where you really belong. That's sometimes what I think. That's how I felt about it.
And I think it gives you more perspectives, which is a big thing when it comes to tech, right? So when I'm speaking to everyone in the Caribbean about tech and how to address certain challenges, I know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Because there's an echo chamber. You need to get out of that echo chamber to see, well, how these 10 other areas in the world addressing the same problem.
Yeah.
And then you might come back and you know what? You might look at challenges in your own region and you might say, I know the real answer and I'm frustrated because everybody is in an echo chamber, right? So you really, to strengthen the Caribbean, we need more perspectives. And that's where you need the diversity of thought.
I love that. At this point, I want to bring in Nicole, Sonia. It's quite a few of us here. And I definitely want to very lastly thank Nicholas. Just putting up his slide one more time. Thank you, Gloria, for representing our First Citizen Sustainable Minds volunteer program. And Nicholas has really come on board as a mentor, not just for the community, but for what we are trying to do with Google Developer Groups and Google Women Tech Makers. So I just want to thank him for like everything that he's bringing to the community. And of course, should he ever decide to come back, you'd be so welcome. And you have all of these mentees waiting for you. So thank you so much, Nick. Any last things for Nick on Nicole or Sonia before he runs away?
Well, I just really want to just reinforce what you were saying, Nicholas, in terms of, especially for young people today, younger people who may not have taken on as yet, other family obligations and that kind of stuff. Listen, don't stay in the same place. Go somewhere different. Learn to think differently. It really works, I think, a lot for critical thinking and helping you to adjust in terms of understanding how people operate differently, because you're going to be operating differently. And believe me, you will be bringing, just like you were saying, Nicola, so much more to the table, because from the richness of what you've experienced, you are even bringing so much more to the table than what Google would be getting from just, let's say a colleague who has only been in Colombia and, for instance, hasn't been to another, perspective and that kind of thing. At the end of the day, I think that that's what's so tremendous in terms of adding value, right? And adding that richness in terms of new vistas and understanding really what it is that we all as customers in different parts of the world are really trying to see. No, I don't want that. I want this. This is what so I'm going to throw out one last thing to you, Nicholas. When we were talking about innovation today, okay? So here is the thing that I want to see somebody come up with. I told my husband, who is a techie, he needs to come up with this. I want to see how you can use kinetic energy, because so much of the time our phone is in our hands.
Yeah.
How you can tap the kinetic energy from my body to charge my phone.
That sounds really dangerous.
So let me just leave you with that.
And your body dry.
Let me just leave you with that. There's a lot of energy fields there. There's a lot of thing that's going on there. I'm just gonna leave that. I'm just gonna leave that out there. Sonia said renewable energy. I'm jumping in on that.
Will Nicole's idea kill us?
No, it won't. Because want to know why? I did a case study like some time ago, and in a big city, I don't remember, probably it's New York. I think it's New York because of the amount of people in New York.
Right.
They had like grounds that generate electricity from the kinetic energy, and that is what they use to power their buildings. And I believe they also have like bikes that you ride to exercise that also generates electricity and store it in a battery or something of that sort.
Right.
So it's doable. Nothing is impossible right now with technology.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear what. Thanks.
I was actually thinking about that.
What do you say, Nicholas?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you have to take anything I say here with a big grain of salt, because I'm not from the traditional tech roles. I'm not an engineer, but off the top of my head, I think, yeah, I mean, she just mentioned it, the answer right there. Everybody's walking. You just need like some sort of device attached to your feet, to your shoes, with a wire that runs up your pants and a battery that sits on your waist, and then you just plug that into your phone in your pocket. There you go. I created it for you. But you could, I mean, there's definitely other ways. Maybe you could have like a little rolling die on your phone.
It can be just an armband. If I have on the armband on my hand while I'm holding the phone, then it's tapping, hello. Anyway, I can't be giving away my IP, guys.
I feel like you already did. It's all over the internet now. It's 52,000 girls across the Caribbean out.
One of these girls is definitely gonna have.
You're gonna see.
Thanks so much for this conversation, Maria and Gloria, Eliza and Nicholas. Really, it's so rich. I really also so much thank you, Nicholas, for the last part of Master of All Trades, Jack of None. That's me. Okay. From urban development to environment, international development, small business financing, women financing, now climate finance, right? NGO for Girls in Technology. But the thing that I would say is part of this also, and you were speaking to it, Nicholas, never stop learning, ladies.
Correct.
100%.
Never stop learning.
And of course, when the lessons come, and they're hard lessons, I've had some hard lessons myself this week. I think it's really important to find how to make those obstacles into opportunities.
Yeah.
Like I think for me, especially becoming a cancer patient, not bringing that into this space, but I think I've had to rediscover my limitations, and I've disappointed some people in that process, and finding a way to say, okay, how do I learn from that? How do I build from that? Especially at my stage, I guess I'm kind of like late mid career. I'm definitely I'm mid career, yeah, but I think it's
You
very.
are not late mid career,
I
Maria.
feel like I am. I've been
Please.
doing this since I'm 18 years old. I've been a designer for over 22 years, Nicole Pitter Patterson.
Uh-huh. Okay, come talk to me when you've been working for 30. Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Nicholas, you were amazing. Bye.
Bye.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Gloria.
Great. I think we are now going to be hearing from Michael Morgan,
Michael
who
here?
is coming on screen. Michael and Sarah is going to be following
Sarah
up.
was just here, but she just left.
No, yeah, Sarah has another session she has to do.
Well, let's very
So-
temporarily tune in and see what's happening with the awards.
I think Michael is waiting backstage also. It doesn't
I'm
look
seeing
like the
him.
awards are ready as yet.
No, I think it was going on. They were clapping and.
Oh.
But I think we can
sorry.
bring Godiva back in later and see if she
What?
can let us know who won.
We could play one of the scholarships video. We haven't played all of them.
No, Sonia, the thing is that I think we have Michael waiting for us in the back room.
No,
Oh no,
he's not
he
in
said
there.
that he's coming
Oh,
on.
he's not there. Oh,
No.
He's
okay,
not
okay.
here.
Yeah.
But he'll be
So
here
you guys,
soon.
I'm gonna leave you two amazing
Yes.
women to run the show for a little bit. And Ja is Dutch for yes. Thank you, Anushka. We learn something every day. I learned a lot of things today, guys. I gotta process all the things that I just learned, including trying to figure out if I'm going to steal Nicole's idea now that it's out. So I'll see you guys in a little while. Be back later. Bye.
Okay,
See
so
you,
we're going to
Maria.
listen to the scholarship stories.
All right, let's
And I
play
think
Carol
Michael is.
Clinton.
Yes, sure.
Hello, Caribbean girls, ladies. I'm happy to be here with you and to celebrate Girls in ICT 2024. I'd like to share with you my journey in a scholarship that took me far away from Jamaica to the Ukraine. I studied international law and international relations in the Ukraine. Many, many years ago, of course, was a quieter time than it is now, but really has been a wonderful experience. Today, I am head of the Caribbean section in the World Intellectual Property Organization, a UN specialized agency, which is based here in Geneva, Switzerland. And really, why did I decide to take up this scholarship? I was a young country girl from St. Elizabeth, wanting to have knowledge and to the opportunity for an education and wherever it took me. And so this was my destiny. And I studied there. I studied in Russian language because that was the language spoken in the Ukraine at the time. And of course, I had many friends. I was able to also share a part of Jamaica with our newfound friends in the Ukraine. And I performed at the palace. I danced. I was not so much of a dancer coming out of Jamaica, I must tell you at the time. But this was the creative arts. And of course, Bob Marley, reggae music was so well known. And our group celebrated every year Bob Marley Day. And so we really exposed to some persons who may not have known in this part of the world much about Jamaica. From our little island, I brought a piece of Jamaica there. And I really enjoyed my experience. To this day, I still have my friends, some of whom, of course, have traveled elsewhere and are working all over the world. Some are presidents, ministers in their country. Some work in the UN as well. Some are diplomats. But the idea is we have now a network, and you have to see it in that way. You have to think out of the box, think that you can achieve what you will, what you put your mind to. And really, I encourage you that if this is what you want, and really that you think about it and see that there are others like myself who have been successful in taking up these scholarship programs. I also work now with young people, young women, women in entrepreneurship, designers, inventors, innovators, researchers in the Caribbean, encouraging them so that they too can fulfill their dreams. So you don't know where you may end up, really, but it's the opportunity that is there, and I encourage you to grasp it and to make the very best of the opportunity. And I must say to you that do take some colors from home, take memorabilia from home, things that when you get to wherever your scholarship takes you, you can share with others, that they can discover a part of your culture. And of course, you'll have lifelong friendship. I treasure those moments that I had. Of course, with the advent of social media, you will have lots of opportunity to record, to share, to be in contact with your family and your friends back in Jamaica, to share with your experience with them. At the time, we did not have social media as it is now. And since then, I've also been able to tutor, mentor, Jamaicans who want to study in the Ukraine. One young lady actually did study in the Ukraine before the war and completed her studies successfully, and is now a doctor working in Jamaica. So I'm really proud of her achievement as well. And we kept in touch throughout her whole journey. So really, just to say to you that embrace the experience, embrace life. You know, it's so dynamic. I now live in Switzerland, and it's just a wonderful opportunity, and I do travel home regularly. I keep in touch. My friends visit me here in Switzerland as well, and I keep contact with my friends. I practice my language skills because I did learn Russian language, and so, you know, within a diplomatic community here in Geneva, we're able to use our language skills. So that has been an asset. And in fact, I think this was one of the things that allowed me to get this position here at the World Intellectual Property Organization. So has been a wonderful time, and I wish you all the success that life has to offer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Sonia. So what we're doing, guys, is that we're looping back the connection. You heard a lot about scholarship opportunities. You heard about scholarship opportunities presented by some universities in India and also in Brazil. And so now we're going to be hearing from, you can bring back the cover page. We're going to be hearing from Renee. Thanks for that, Sonia. So we heard from Soumya earlier today, earlier this evening, in terms of what was her experience in Poland. We just heard from Carol in Ukraine. And I think we are ready now to bring up the quick video from Renee Campbell, who had studied in Brazil. Over to you, Sonia.
Hello, ladies. My name is Renee Campbell, and it's a pleasure being here with you for the Girls in ICT Summit for 2024. I'm here to share a bit with you about my experience studying engineering in Brazil. So, a bit about me. I am an electrical engineer. I now work at Starapple AI. And yes, I have a passion for all things tech. I have a passion for mentoring younger persons, especially women. And this all, I'd say, had its genesis when I started studying engineering in Brazil. So I applied through the Brazilian embassy, and I got through. However, I only had a short period of time, relatively short, before I'd have to embark on this journey. So I was finishing up sixth form. I was a young girl from Manchester, and I went straight to to the southern part of Brazil. Initially, it was a huge adjustment because, first of all, I'm from Manchester, so I'm from a really small city. There are certainly no skyscrapers there. And I went to one of the largest cities to learn the language, which is Porto Alegre, which is in the south of Brazil. And, I just had to be versatile and kind of adopt a when in Rome mindset with regards to getting acclimatized to the culture and the language. But luckily for me, there was a group of Jamaicans who was already settled and helped me a bit more with things like housing and knowing where to go, where not to go. So that's a tip that I'd give you, that whenever you go, abroad, try to find a community not necessarily of people who are from where you are from, but people who can kind of show you the ropes. While I was there, I was able to, of course, study, but also more importantly, I was able to build long-lasting relationships with the Brazilian people. I was able to expand my worldview, learn a lot about the way that people in different areas live. And I was also able to do some really cool stuff, like I was able to go to Gramado, which is a city that's sort of a European type city, really beautiful. I've never seen anything like that, great architecture. I was able to go to Foz Iguaçu, which is Iguaçu Falls, one of the 7 natural wonders of the modern world. A huge waterfall, which is also a feat of modern engineering because that's where Brazil does a lot of its power generation. So I'd say it was really a worthwhile experience, and I have a lot of tips for you if you would like to study abroad, but I'll share 4 right now. So the first one is to go with an open mind. Wherever you're going, it's not going to be exactly like your hometown or your home country. So you really need to understand that it's not your country, so it's easier for you to adjust to their way of life a bit than for them to completely change to suit you. I'd also say you need to prioritize your mental health because homesickness is a real thing. It can be quite difficult adjusting, especially in the first year. So ensure that you're getting enough rest, you're speaking with other people, don't isolate yourself, drinking water, getting sunlight, all of that. Also, I encourage you to build a strong community when you get there, not just of persons who are from where you are from, but also of local people because they know a little bit better, certain tips, as in if you fall unfortunately ill, they probably will know what's the best doctor to go to, where to go. If you need a shoemaker, dressmaker, they will be able to help you a bit. Also, lastly, work hard. Remember why you are there. Don't be afraid to chase after your goals, and don't be afraid to be excellent and bring the excellence from your home country there. So you can do it. You're capable of making it anywhere. And I would say if you want to study abroad, jump after it. Contact the embassies, look online, follow all of the resources, and you'll make it. Don't be afraid, go after it. So yes, thank you for having me.
Wow, so that's it. We've heard 3 different stories. We've heard from Somia going to Poland, so that's going north. Somia is from the Bahamas. We've heard from Carol going to Ukraine, again going north, very cold places. And we've heard from Renee going to Brazil. Warmer, different environment, lots of great tips. Hopefully, this has all been really interesting information. And then look, remember we just finished hearing from Nicholas speaking about, going, and he after he got married, he's studying in Costa Rica, studying in a different language, and how it really opens you up in terms of just, being more open to different experiences, and bringing what you have to different experiences as well. And remember, a lot of people know you can also do that by doing it online. I think we are moving now, Sonia, to bringing on Michael Morgan, who is going to be speaking to us about unlocking the creative potential of AI. Is Michael with us in the back room? Are we ready to bring Michael on screen?
He said he'll be here in 2 minutes.
He will be here in 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Well, Michael has been doing some really interesting work. Also, from when he was studying in America, this is, gosh, quite a few years now that we've been supported by Michael in so many different ways with the work that he was doing, what that he was studying. And now he is back in the region and he has his company, Morgan Insights. And we are going to be hearing from how we can really look at integrating AI into our everyday work that we're doing and that kind of thing. As well, we have another session after this. We're going to be hearing from Sarah on a day in the life of a data scientist. So I would love to be seeing more in the chat though, Sonia. If we have more questions in the chat from people who have been viewing and what they've been thinking about in terms of some of the topics that we've been discussing. The young ladies from Surinam and Anuska, your other colleagues and teams that are there. And what did we think also in terms of what was shared by Nicholas with regards to what he saw that was such a game changer with Steve Jobs. But I'm not seeing any questions as yet. Can we bring Michael on screen now, please?
Hi. Hi,
Hey,
Nicole.
Michael. Hi. We need to just give Michael screen share. I think we're looking at the wrong screen there. Posted there. Wrong. Okay, just jump to giving him full screen control. If you can do that, Sonia. Thanks. So, Michael, tell us what you're going to be talking about as Sonia is bringing up your giving you the full controls.
Yes, so I'm really excited. Today we'll be talking about, as you mentioned, how you can really use AI tools in your daily life, and we're focusing on ChatGPT. So how, students can use it, and really anyone, but this is like, young people focus how we can start using the tools offhand.
All right, Michael. Well, I'm handing over to you. We're going to have a youth uh, ambassador joining us shortly. Her name is Angel Pinnock, and she is doing her degree at UTech. So she will be firing you with some questions afterwards.
Nice.
So we're going to give you the floor so you can jump in. And remember, you have all control.
Yes. As before that. Yes, we'll be good. All right, great. So first of all, thanks so much to everyone for sticking with the sessions. I know we've had some amazing speakers come on and really talk about why it's important to encourage young girls and women, of course, to enter the ICT field, why it's important to have your voices in tech, and how we can build stronger leaders for this 2024 Girls in ICT Day. So we're going to start off looking at, so here's the journey. So we're focusing on, as I said, generative AI. So we'll talk about that foundation. Then we'll talk about prompt engineering. What is this? What are the strategies to be used? What are the student applications? And very, very important towards the end, focus on what are the considerations for ethics and data protection, right? So let's jump right in. So for the foundations of generative AI, what we'll focus on are really what it is, how it works, and what it can and cannot do. Right. Great. So here's where we start. So I think a lot of people talking about AI, it can be very confusing on why is it no such a buzzword. So AI has actually been around for a very long time. And I know people know about Elon Musk and the self-driving cars, how you predict the weather, stuff like that. So there's been AI all around us for that long. And what's happening now is we're really able to interact with it more closely. So it's not just the highly paid scientists in California working for Elon Musk who uses AI anymore. I can use AI, someone down the street can use AI, and that's really what the buzz has really been about. So we'll start kind of talking about what is the new form and why is it so important. So think of it as a really, really smart machine being trained on a lot of information. And to give you a scope of this information, it's like, I know everyone has data on their phones. So it's like sending one text message to everybody in the world, over 8 billion people, every single day for a whole month. So you can just imagine how much data that is. That's a huge amount of data, right? So that's what we're working with. So with that data, the thing that comes now is we can ask it questions. And the beauty about it is when we ask it questions, it sifts through all that data and gives us something useful, like a sieve, right? So all of that on top, and we ask it something, and we get something out towards the end that's useful to us, right? So what do we get towards the end? We can get ideas from ChatGPT and other generative AI tools, right? So ideas, if you're having a party, what are some party theme ideas? Maybe they say, oh, let's do a Shrek party, something like that, right? Different ideas around anything. But also we get strategy, which is a fancy way for basically just saying planning. So how you can do things. So it might be a schedule, it might be a recipe to say, okay, this is how you bake a chocolate cake. You're going to put in this many eggs, and then you're going to put in this much flour, and you're making sure that the oven is heated to this particular temperature. So you can handle all of those planning strategy stuff, right? Then really, really important is content. And I think, content can be books, so it can be written content, it can be video content, it can be graphics as well. So there's so many applications for what you can get out of it, out of the useful portions of it, right? So before we move to the limitations, let's just recap where we just went off. So generative AI, it's built on this huge system, and we can interact with that data. It's a large amount of data. And through that, we can get ideas, we can get content, and we can get information around planning and strategy, right? But there are definitely some things that it cannot do. And so we'll get into that some more now. So let me just share my ChatGPT, right? So this is ChatGPT. I know probably some people have used this, so we're just going to go in and kind of explore real world interactive on what the limitations are. So remember how I mentioned that we have all this data, we're pulling from it, right? But how you pull from it is really important, right? What you write, the prompt, the instructions that you put in, right? But it's important to know that all these fancy AI systems, they don't have true understanding. And let me explain what I mean. So they can't really understand from a first principles, like, oh, you taught me this, I now understand it, and I'm going to make a bunch of suggestions. What it really does is it finishes sentences based on the sequencing, right? So it basically says, okay, These are the things you input. This is what's likely to be the result of that, right? So let me give you an example. So let me write Jack and Jill, right? Jack and Jill. What's it going to do? It's telling me a little bit about Jack and Jill, but the most important thing is it's finishing the rhyme, right? So that shows you it's limited based on not having the true understanding, but being able to complete it. So Jack and Jill went up the hill, catch a pail of water. Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. So that's an example of it just finishing, right? Well, what it has, right? So it can't understand in that sense, right? So we have instructions. This is what it can do. It can't really understand, but it can finish a lot of things, and that's really, really, really important, right? But let's dive some more into how we actually talk to it and get useful things out of it, right? So let's say we're going to ask. So we're going to say to it, tell me. So I'm going to say to it, tell me about Beyonce, right? So this is just a question, tell me about her, right? So what it's doing is looking through that data, it's seeing what's the logical conclusion of that. Let me just refresh here. Right, so we're back on. So it telling me, Beyonce known as Beyonce, influential music artist, all the stuff, born in Texas. This is her first album. These are the songs that were a success. So we get a sense of what, who Beyonce really is, right? But let's say I wanted to know some more. So let's say I'm phrasing the question differently. So I want to say instead, tell me, right? Tell me about Beyonce, and her significance as an artist, right? So totally different. So not just general, but a little bit more specific. Let's see what we get, right? So right off the bat, it's totally different, right? So before it was, who is Beyonce? We got, basic things about her music, where she's from and all of that stuff. And now we're getting really detailed information about her impact. Like how can I think about her? So music, obviously her innovating with music, different genres of music. But then we get stuff about her cultural impact, right? So we get stuff about her as a Black woman in America, more details about, for example, performing at the Super Bowl, right? And we also get information on her as a feminist icon, her businesses, her philanthropy. So what we've shown right here is ChatGPT and really talking to the AI, you can get totally different outputs, right? So this is what we call the shallow context. So I gave it no context, just tell me about Beyonce, shallow, right? Pretty straightforward. Then I gave deeper context. So tell me about Beyonce and her significance as this artist. And then I get all of this information, right? So what we see here is what it can do, which is give you different levels of output based on what you ask it, the details of which you ask it, and how that, helps you in the long run, right? So what we've done so far, we got some things about Beyonce, the shallow context, now the deep context. But let's say I want to know about Beyonce from a perspective of what would a visual artist think of Beyonce? What would a publicist think of Beyonce? What would a non R&B music fan think about Beyonce? So let's say, tell me about Beyonce as if you were, right? As if you were a music artist, a visual artist, or someone who doesn't like, let's use one of the genres, pop music, right? And you might see some misspellings, that's totally fine. It's smarter than you and I. It totally can handle that, right? So we were giving it some more details. So look what we get right here, right? We get, as a music artist, right? From one musician to another. Beyonce's artistry, something that constantly pushes the envelope. So we got that. Then from a visual artist perspective, we get that it's more than music, right? So they start talking about the visuals of the albums, each frame of the videos, her use of color, costumes, and stuff like that. And then it says to us, admittedly, pop music isn't my cup of tea. It often feels, too polished, all of that. But I still acknowledge her impact on music and stuff like that, right? So what we've done here is shown AI's capability to give us different personality outputs. So you can ask it to simulate a specific personality and get output from it. And that's really, really good because let's say for all the students here, let's say you want to figure some more, do some more information or get some more information about a particular topic. Let's say you're in music class and you don't really understand, treble clef and all of the nuances of that. So you might say, tell me about writing music as an experienced composer or music teacher. Let's say it's 7 p.m. You can't, you don't have your teacher available and you just want some information about it, right? So right there, because AI is able to give you these simulations and simulate these different people, you're able to get very, very specific information from their perspective, right? So it's telling you about music theory, right? It's giving you the background as a music composer would give you, as a music teacher would give you. Here are some development ideas about music, arrangement details, right? Emotional expression and communication with music. So what we've done here is just giving you an example of how it's able to talk from different person's perspective, which is a huge part of using ChatGPT and using AI tools that are generative, right? So let's jump back into this presentation. So great. So just a little recap so we know where we are. So trained on this large amount of data, acts as a sieve, filtering the inputs, and then you can get something useful out of it. That can be text, image, or code, or tables, or anything like that. It lacks that true understanding. And as you notice, we're not training it on new information. We're just giving it the context and getting things back, right? And it obviously has those limitations like the Jack and the Jill. It really just completes things, right? So we have that down. So let's move to a little bit more about the prompt engineering. So it's about the communication with AI to get useful outputs. And that's really important. So it's not just talking to it. You notice I was very specific in talking to it. So it's about getting useful outputs that are important for what you want. So if I'm, I will talk about this a little bit later, working on a project and I want to know some more about, rainforest ecosystems. I have to be very specific to make sure I get information I need. And maybe it's not any rainforest. Maybe it's just, rainforest in Guyana or South America generally. So you're able to get new and specific outputs from that prompt, right? So this is a little bit just about me, talking about how obviously extensively worked with ChatGPT, and this is a question I asked it. So yes, it says, by diving into this guide, you're gaining insights from someone who understands how to command ChatGPT's potential. So this is all good. So we get a firm understanding of where we're starting from, right? So what we're going to go through now are some strategies that you can use as you're picking up AI to have better outputs. So not just talking to it specifically, but just things to keep in mind, right? So a big thing is imagine you're talking back and forth with someone. So, we're having a dialogue right now. I mean, I'm sure, I hope people are, talking to the chat, putting those questions. We definitely want to hear, what you're thinking. How do I, expand on some things more a little bit towards the end. But it's about talking back and forth. So it's not just take, it's filtering out. So back to the Beyonce example, maybe it gave me, something about her album, right? Her recent album, Cowboy Carter, and I want some more details. So I might say, okay, Tell me about this album and compare it to things that she's done before, right? So it's the back and forth, it's talking. And this is really important and probably the most important point when talking to these systems, especially ChatGPT, right? So we have that as the first one. Then the second one is more about the context. So by setting the scene, painting a picture with your words, you're guiding the AI, right? Imagine you're telling a story to a friend, right? You're not going to start with, oh, then I want $1 million. No, you're going to say, oh, I was thinking about this. I saw this ad on TV. I went to this store, and there's a story behind it. So there's context. And it's important when you're using these AI systems to be able to give that context, to give it enough information to work with, to give you exactly what you need. And right, again, the shallow context, the basic, who is Beyonce, the deep context, give me more information about her and her relevance and impact on the industry, right? And then we mentioned this. So again, this is just focusing on the personas. So again, how we can use ChatGPT to get different personas, and then hypothetical. So we didn't go do the mock scenario there, but it's like, let's say I want to let's say create an album cover that looks like a Beyonce album cover. I might say, let's say I want to do this. Tell me how I could do this. So basically, how can you give it a hypothetical, what you want to happen? Let's say, again, you have a project working on, or you have to create this presentation, but the presentation is actually supposed to be 15 minutes. How do I do that? So you can give it those hypotheticals as well to run through. Right, and then this is a little bit of a bonus, and it may be a little bit technical, but I'll go through it a little bit slower. So, it's really focusing on not just asking one question, hey, give me a presentation on climate change, but saying to it, okay, I'm exploring climate change in class, and we have to give this presentation, and let's start with figuring out what the background will look like. Then we move to what the history looks like. Then we move to what are some of the current things going on with climate change. So when it says macro to micro dialogue, what it means is going from something general, like, hey, I have this project, to specifically breaking it down for the AI, almost like, as you said, for the first slide, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for the model to follow, right? So this is just a recap of that. So, imagine you're engaging in a convo with someone, be clear, exactly thinking about, okay, before I even start typing, right, into ChatGPT, what do I really want? Providing that context to it, using the personas, maybe I want different perspectives on things, and then being very, sequential in terms of one thing, then two, then three, then four, so it can have time to learn about and really give you a good amount of and good substance for the outputs. Right. So this is the good part, right? This is actually how you can use it today, right now. After this session, after taking in all of this, how you can actually use ChatGPT and those other AI tools, right? So we have idea generation, right? So as I said, let's say you're starting a project on sustainable cities, which is very important right now. How can ChatGPT help me generate those ideas about renewable energy or smart transportation, right? So we have the ideas that you can do, and we're going to go back into ChatGPT after this for a little bit. So we have that. Then we have the planning thing. So focusing on, let's say at the start of the school year, I get my the syllabus, and I want to figure out how can I study properly. So I might say, this is my syllabus. Here are the exam dates. Give me a custom study plan. And what that means, let's make it more specific to you. Let's say your parents have to pick you up at a certain time, so you're going to be home. Or let's say you go to their office for a little bit, so you're going to be home a little bit later. You can put all of that context in and get something very, very specific about a study schedule, right? And then obviously right now, a big thing is jobs, right? So thinking about, for you, these are the subjects I'm interested in. These are the courses I've taken. Help me explore what jobs would fit me, right? You can write me a questionnaire to help me develop a sense of what should I put forward to employers, right? So it might say, you've taken these science classes, but you've also taken right? Some geography classes and some history classes, right? So these are the fields that you'll be best in. You can also do that, right? So that's the planning. Then the content. So back to that project. So we've done the work of the project, but we want a cover page. We can do that. Or we want a chart that explains photosynthesis, for example. We can use that in ChatGPT. So let me just switch over again really quickly to do that. So as I said, so we've done that. So let's say we want to create right a cover page for me about sustainable cities in the Caribbean, right? In the Caribbean, right? And we want it to be horizontal and colorful, right? School project. And let's see what it makes. So this is actually it making the images in real time. And you can, reply in the chat. Let me know what you think about this, what you think about the things I've said in terms of the ideas, the cover pages, and all the things that can help you with the studying, all of that. Just put that in the chat as well, right? So right now what it's doing, it's looking at what the instructions I've given it, and it's just going through and creating an image that fits those criteria. So something horizontal, something colorful, and let's see what we get. Amazing. Off the bat, what that? Less than a minute? That must be great. Look at what we got. So we got this beautiful cover page image about sustainable cities. So can you imagine you have a project at school, you finish the hard research, you want a cover page instantly, just like that, right? And let me do one more. Let's say I want a cover page on on water, no, let's on historical monuments from Asia, right? Make a cover page, and maybe we're include, let's say include India, let's include South Korea, right? And let's also include China, right? So again, it's doing that. It's giving me something that can be useful as a cover page again. And the beauty is, while you're doing that, let's say I'm thinking about something else, right? So let's say we're thinking about, okay, let's say we're putting together the recipe I mentioned before, and you have the plan for the recipe, but let's say you want to create a recipe for garlic chickpeas, make a pretty flyer, right? So before we put that in, look at that. So we've gotten, again, this is very specific to the region. So this is my new project, and we're able to essentially get exactly what we want based on having those detailed keywords and prompting it specifically, right? So this is immediately useful, right? So it's still doing that. I know we're a little bit on time, so let me go a little bit to the ethics portion real quick, which is very important, and I don't want to skip that. Right, so let me just present full screen. So it's very important, obviously very exciting, so many possibilities, but we want to make sure that we're safe and we're getting the best out of these tools, right? So this focuses on what you put in and not put into the tools, right? So for the ethics portion of it, it's important to note that don't put in financial information that has your identifiers, right? No personal data like that. You want to make sure that you don't put in things that are, I say, personal. And the reason why is there are a bunch of laws, such as we have the Data Protection Act here in Jamaica, and we also have European laws on AI. So these are some things you have to keep in mind. And so now you have all the skills you need. Make ChatGPT and AI your friend. And I'll leave you with this final quote that I tell my daughters to have their voice in this world. And it became clear I needed to really role model that. So don't just listen to all these things. Use it. use it impactfully, and I think that will make sure that you have a very, very strong place in the world of ICT as a female leader in 2024 and obviously beyond. So thank you so much, and I hope you learned a lot.
Wow, Michael, that was really. Hey, where are you gone?
Yeah,
You need to go back
that's
on screen. We're also gonna have with us Angel Pinnock, who is fresh out of exams. Hi, Angel. Fresh out of exams at UTech. And Michael, has she ever got questions for you?
sure.
Right? So, Angel is one of our youth ambassadors, and she is doing her degree at University of Technology in Jamaica, and she's just joined us most recently. Came in, joining the Caribbean Girls Hack community. Tell us about some of what you've been doing, Angel. Other than your exam that was just finished about a little bit a while ago. You need to unmute your mic though, Angel. No, we're not hearing you. Can you unmute your mic? Ah, I get you. I get you. Okay, you're going to be speaking into a different thing. Okay, go ahead. Not hearing you. Not hearing you. Is there something else that she need? No, we're not hearing you. You sure you can't just unmute on your Okay, one moment. So Michael, while she sorts that out, I was taking pictures of every slide that you brought up. Because one of the things that in my work on using chat gpt is to, if you're reading like a 50 or a 60-page document, you you read it and you have some key takeaways, but you also want to get a different optic to add
Yeah.
to your understanding. And I think that that's something that I've found very valuable in terms of it giving an analysis of what the key highlights are. But what I really love that you reinforced is when you were saying how you ask the question.
Yeah, it's all down to how you ask it. And it's been obviously I've been, I mean, always on ChatGPT to figure it out, but it's really the nuance of the questions you use, the words, how detailed it is. Yeah, and I think it takes a while, but the principles is really know exactly what you want at the start and be open to shifting and changing as you go along, for sure.
No, but I think another part of it to Michael is what you said about having a conversation. Because I approach using chat gpt like how I approach using Google search, right? So I will say, like, I'm looking for this topic or this, so I don't give it the context. Angel, please jump in at any point. You can unmute now, Angel.
Are you guys able to hear me a bit clearly?
We are hearing you loud and clear.
All right. First of all, I'm Angel Pinnock, as you introduced earlier. I'm a computer science student here at the University of Technology. I'm currently live in one of the robotics labs here at UTech. I've just finished an exam, but I'm so enthusiastic to be a part of the show that I have a few questions to ask you, Mr. Morgan. So my first question is,
you can't make him feel old by calling him Mr. Morgan.
No, I like it. It's that. I like it.
It's vibes, pure vibes. So my first question is a bit controversial. So do you believe that artificial intelligence will become so normalized with society that we're unable to distinguish between artificial language models and real human beings?
Right. So I think the part of the question about like the differentiation is a real concern. I mean, I think no, there's this There's this new movie called Civil War from Netflix, I think, and they had this poster up, and people from Chicago are like, "That's not Chicago, right? That's not Chicago." So uh, uh, at this point, we're able to kind of distinguish a little bit, but I would say that it's really important to, I think, not view the advancement in the technology as a threat, and view it as a enhancing the human experience. I'm sure, when I think people know, but can go back to read it, when digital cameras came out, all the analog camera persons were saying, this is the end. Photography is dead, and I'm sure photography ain't dead, right? So that's
That
that's
is
one point
nice.
about it. And there's always that fear, and I'd say to people that that fear is extremely normal, extremely important. I think based on how fast everything's moving, it's good to have that skepticism, but it's also good to know that it's here to be an asset, and it's important to have these conversations. And young people, especially being a part of the conversation from the start, make sure that the world that we're building in 15, 20, 30 years is more equitable, and we can have those lines to say this is what we want to differentiate, these are the areas that it's fine for AI to control, but it's a really good point to keep in mind as we develop as the technology is developing.
Wow, thank you very much for that response. I love how you mentioned data privacy as it relates to artificial intelligence. So, my next question to you is over the course of the last couple months, there was a spike in the popularity of artificial intelligence, especially generative models. So, my question is that what are your thoughts on the fact that the general public is currently using machine learning and artificial intelligence interchangeably? There is currently a bit of a misunderstanding. There are things we're calling AI that is actually not AI right now. So I'm just asking you, what's your thoughts on that?
Right. So I think, I started the presentation by saying that AI has kind of always been around in some respects. And what new buzz is this very distinct field called generative AI, which is what the chat GPTs and the image generations is really built on. Um, and I would say when you look at, the first point is when you look at the fact that it has been here, it's really to know that there's that distinction. So there's the AI that's like in the background, and then the AI that we interact with all the time, right? So as I said, the AI for mapping out, giving us weather recommendations, the AI in use in the self-driving cars to know, should I turn here? Is a person crossing the street, right? So that's AI that's already been there, and actually AI also on your Netflix, giving you recommendations about, okay, this is what you're likely to like based on you watching Game of Thrones. What's another one? Well, no, that's not on it. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Let's say Game of Thrones was on Netflix. Game of Thrones, Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings. Based on that modeling, is able to say, okay, this is what you might like. But the new aspect of it is the generative AI. So it being able to create something new, and me, you, and everybody kind of having more access to it is the new thing that we should be classifying it as, which is generative AI. So make me that poster, give me a list of things, read this document, give me 10 bullet points, give me 10 bullet points from the perspective of an investor as a user of the system, stuff like that. So I think as going forward, I think it's important for people to, you never want to exclude people from the conversation. So it's good for people to, be part of it, but always good to know that this is, these are more machine learning, this is general AI, and this is generative AI. So that's how I think people can interpret the conversation around it.
Yeah, I see that Angel dropped off, but I'm sure she's going to be coming back on. But also to Michael, you gave the example of Chat GPT, and I've heard and been exploring more recently Claude AI, and I saw this other one, Gen AI. I think it's
Yeah.
called Gen AI, which looked quite interesting. It said, what was indicated was girl on train with backpack, and then it just pops up, so I guess it's, I think that's is so interesting in terms, but at the same time, the parts of AI that make me kind of scared, right, Angel, is when somebody might put up somebody speaking and they say that's me, and it's my
Right.
moving, and it's like
I
with the
mean,
minute.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
right now we have videos on YouTube of Adele singing "I Will Always Love You" by Whitney Houston. Adele did record, right? Exactly. So we're seeing, yeah, it's that's a huge part of it for sure, definitely.
Yeah, I love how
Angel,
you
do you have
mentioned
anything else?
deepfake. I love how you mentioned deepfake technology, as they're able to, put a mask of another person's face over another
Mhm.
person. It's truly interesting how technology is becoming so popular, so that we are able to do these things even from our phones.
Mhm.
um, I don't currently have any more questions, but I truly enjoyed the presentation, Michael, and I'm sure that this information will help many girls throughout the Caribbean to understand, the definitions of artificial intelligence and how we can use artificial intelligence in our livelihood. Thank you again for inviting me to the show.
Definitely.
I
I've a
like
quick
how she
question
called
for
it
you.
a
I know
show.
we
This
have a
is like,
minute,
Michael, this is your show.
right? I know, right? We should talk about that afterwards, actually. I have a question, like how much do you use ChatGPT at school, and what are your peers saying about it?
All right, first of all, I can say that ChatGPT has become like a thing where we can't even do without it at this
Wow.
point. I currently have ChatGPT pinned on this tab right here, and it's really funny how both lecturers and and students alike are using these generative models to help them throughout school. So yes, ChatGPT is a major thing in my life right now.
Yeah,
Wow.
because it's just like you wouldn't be studying, right? I mean, Michael, you're finished your program now, but you wouldn't be doing your studies, Angel, without going to the internet and saying, maybe like doing a search on something related to
Right.
physics course or something related for your computer science course, because then you're getting additional elements of information. So I
Yeah.
think for in terms of studying, I'm sure it can really help. But as you say, Michael, in terms of understanding the contexts, right,
Mhm.
of questions and that kind of thing, so that you can broaden and deepen your understanding, and also in terms of application, right? So not just and I think that example that you gave, Michael, was so excellent in terms of, okay, give me basic information about Beyonce, but now give me information in terms of her various capacities and dimensions as an artist, and then you went even deeper. So I think that that really helps, Angel, and I'm sure we will definitely be setting up another session with Morgan Insights. Thank you.
Yeah, more sessions definitely.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Great.
You were saying, Michael, because we're going to bring on our last speaker for the day.
And
After you, data
yes.
science, please stick around, because I know you will have a lot of questions to hit her with as well on data science, Michael.
Yeah, I was just saying I really like, talking about it, and for me it's been especially impactful as an artist. So being someone who is creative and draws, paints, sculpts, all of the visual things, it's interesting for me using it. And the ideas I would have in my head and take 2 weeks to paint, I can just do it in a second, and then kind of craft it. And okay, do I want to put this there, put that there? And I think there's something there about human creativity. So I think it's beyond just typing in the prompt and getting something, but it really is going to redefine what is knowledge, what is expertise, what is creativity, and
And what is
how do we measure that?
understanding, right?
Yeah,
What is
exactly. How do
understanding?
we value it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Michael. And we are
yeah.
always happy in the Women in Tech Caribbean space, Caribbean Girls Hack, and Google Women Tech Makers to have Michael joining us with his expertise, everything from social media now into
Yeah.
AI. Thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah.
so we are going to be bringing on, I think Sarah, Sonia is with us. We're going to be bringing on Sarah Bernard from Trinidad and Tobago, and Sarah is going to be speaking to us about a day in the life, there you go, of a data scientist. And I know that Angel is quite keen to be speaking with you again. So let us, and asking questions, let us please bring on Sarah, who is going to be giving us her snapshot in terms of a day in the life of a data scientist. Welcome, Sarah. The floor is yours.
Hi, Nicole. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to those who are just joining us, and to those who have been with us for the entire day. Thank you. Last stretch, right? We're almost done. So today I am going to present day in the life of a data scientist. So let me see if I can. I'm just going to put up my slides here. And so in the meantime, I'll share about me. So I am, first and foremost, a process engineer. I spent 15 years in the oil and gas industry. And after that, while I was a process engineer, I founded a company called Smart Kids, and we teach coding to kids. And we've taught or introduced around over 2,000 kids to STEM. And now I am a data scientist. So I actually transitioned. So later in life, I mean, I look young, but I am later in my career. So after I spent 15 years in engineering, and so now I've transitioned. And how did I transition? Just super quickly, I did a boot camp, a coding boot camp, as well as 2 internships. And now I have a job as a data scientist for a telecom company here in Trinidad and Tobago. I think it's really important that people understand and know that this is possible, right? It is possible to switch, and we can talk about that some other day, like how do you switch, especially later in your career. Feel free to message me, reach out to me on LinkedIn if you want any advice on that, right? But I'm sure a lot of young people are listening and they want to know what it's like in terms of, daily life as a data scientist. So, okay. So I just realized my slides won't be clicking, right? Anyways, because I have like little animation, so I'm not sure if it's going to work, but anyways. So instead of day in the life of, I thought about this, and a day is really too short to give you an insight into what it's like. So we're actually going to look at a week, right? As a data scientist. Right, I've already introduced myself, and in today's presentation, we're going to keep it to less than a half an hour because I know you're tired. So what is data science? We're going to do a little data science versus, there was a conversation just now, what's the difference between machine learning, AI? I'll briefly touch on that when it comes to data science. Where's data science in the real world? And then we'll go into the daily activities, right? So data science, right? If you are thinking of getting into data science, just because you hear at school, they're talking about it on TikTok, it sounds like, ooh, they get a lot of money, let me get into it. But what are the skills, what's the subject matter around it? So it's a mixture of computer science, right? Math and statistics and domain or business knowledge. Now, on TikTok, they will say, they'll say, oh, you can become a data scientist in 2 months or whatever. No, you don't need math. Yeah, so you know that social media hypes up things. You need math, right? Like I do math, whole day, right? 8 hours, 9 hours, that's all I do, just math, right? And so, or applying math to solve problems. That's what data science is. It's kind of like it's what it really is statistics on steroids. That's what it is, because you're using math and statistical tools to basically generate meaning from data. That sounds like a stats class, right? Exactly. So I said we were going to do like data science versus what about AI? So excuse me, my animations aren't going to work on StreamYard. So the data science was supposed to come inside there. But if you can imagine that, what is AI? AI is this discipline that includes machine learning and deep learning. So you have machine learning where you use mathematical algorithms to solve problems, to make predictions. That's basically what machine learning is. So any algorithm that's used to, you take data, you look at data that's in the past, you call that training the model, and you use that to predict what's going to happen in the future, right? So just as Michael mentioned, we're going to look and see which movies you looked at in the past, and we're going to predict which movies you're going to like in the future, right? And deep learning is just like way more advanced than that, where now in the machine learning you actually give you program the algorithm, you say exactly what you're going to do. With deep learning, the machine actually, right, there's some learning behind it. So there you get that AI bit where it's mimicking human behavior, because humans learn. So that's where the deep learning comes in. And then you have data science, which encompasses some of that. So whereas AI would go into, so you need AI for self-driving cars, etc. You wouldn't necessarily call that data science, right? So you can see, yes, there's an overlap in some of it with the predictions and so on, but not all of it, right? And I wanted to just that you all, re-emphasize for those who aren't clear on it, what are some examples of data science in real life? So Michael already mentioned the recommender systems on Netflix. You have, and they recommend systems everywhere, right? So like Amazon, there's like, oh, you bought this, would you like this as well, right? Those are all recommender systems. They're personalized advertisements, right? You know that the advertisements you get versus what your parents get, totally different, right? And I have a serious problem with that, because I noticed that I've been getting ads about seniors. I get senior ads. I don't know why, because no way I would qualify as a senior. So I think something's wrong with my algorithm. Identifying cancer tumors and search algorithms. So your Google search, right? Those things are using machine learning algorithms, right? And so in terms of so I'm so sorry about this. This is an animation, so I realized what I'm using this sharing thing, my animations aren't going to work. But basically we have here, it's supposed to show data science versus engineering versus data analytics. I so apologize. It's a really cool animation. Anyways, but basically you have these four, and you're going to see it, right? When we go through in the day of the life of, the week in the life of, you're going to see that these are the steps that I take almost every week or every 2 weeks, right? You need to do an exploratory data analysis. You need to develop a model. You need to evaluate that model. And then you need to present it in some way. Nowadays, everybody presents it visually, right? Great. So who does what, right? So data, so they're called BI, a business intelligence analyst. So they do exploratory data analysis. They find meaning from the data without necessarily applying a machine learning model, right? And they will do the visualizations to help drive business decisions, right? So that's the blue part, right? When you move to data science, you stick in there the model and the evaluation. So it's a longer process where you have the exploratory data analysis. You need to understand, hey, what data do we have here? You create a machine learning algorithm. You evaluate it to make sure that it's good, and then you present it to management or your stakeholders. And then finally, the red part is the data engineer, right? The pipeline. So you can see the red or the arrows, getting everything done, right? It's way more than that. You can either see it as the arrows, the process, but actually it's kind of like the foundation as well. So it's kind of the foundation of that. what are the database, right, that stores all that information? How do we get that data from one place to another? How do we store that data properly, right? What is the most efficient way to manage that data? So that's where the data engineer comes in. So overview of responsibilities, right? So here we're looking at a data scientist now. We're saying we want to look at the week in the life of a data scientist. Okay, but what are their general responsibilities? They are supposed to design, implement, monitor, and manage machine learning models and algorithms to optimize the company's objectives, right? Collaborate with other data scientists, data engineers, and internal and external stakeholders, and stay up to date with AI research and industry developments, right? And skills required. So we're basically going through here, like if you go on LinkedIn and you search for what would job offers, job openings, for data scientists, these are the responsibilities you'll see, and these are the skills required. Basic Python, SQL, right? Most places. There's a language called R for those who don't know, and that's more in some companies use it, and mainly in academia, right? And then big data and machine learning platforms, Azure Databricks, Apache Spark, Docker, TensorFlow, Git, Shell. That's just again, how do you get your data and so on. So these things, the data engineer would be very familiar with these platforms as well. But of course, as I said, the data scientist has to use them as well. And data visualization tools like Tableau and Power BI. Here, it's about the presentation, the reporting. So, I'm so sorry that my animations aren't working. Anyways, so day one, so we're starting our week, and one of the things that I think may surprise you about the world of work, you're thinking you're going to go in there, and I'm going to create a machine learning model. Hold up, there's one already, right? Can you now check out the model that we have in here, review the code, and monitor its performance, make sure that it's running right, notice any anomalies, and make improvements to suit. So that's what you're really doing. That's the main function that you'll have as a data scientist, unless it is that you are it's a newer department and you're developing models more consistently, right? In fact, in the little data science chats on Twitter, it's very typical for data scientists to develop most of the times 2 to 3 models a year, right? Because again, you have to spend your time making sure that they're proper models and then make sure that they're running properly, right? But you think you're going to get through with all of that in day one. Actually, no, right? You refactor the code. Refactor the code just means change the code, improve it, but you're not changing the objective. If the model was to check to see if if customers are going to leave us in a certain amount of time, predict that, then the model's still going to do that, but we're just improving the code to get that done. So that's refactoring. So you learned a new term today. Trust me, I didn't know that term either a few months ago. And what happens is that your code doesn't work, right? So now you have to go search online to see, okay, how do I fix this code? And you spend your rest of the day debugging your code, right? So that's how your day basically goes, right? And then day 2, your boss gives you a new project, says, hey, build a new model for us that achieves this business objective, right? So you start now gathering data, exploring the data, processing the data, going back, exploring the data some more. When you see what data you have, and then you go and talk to your customers, your internal customers. So in my case, that's the marketing team. You talk to them and you realize, you're not sure if this objective is going to work in the way that it's stated. You go back, you talk to your boss. Do you think we should approach it this way instead? Is this the question we should ask? So it's an iterative process that happens in there. Then finally, day 3, you're sure. You know what the problem is and you know how to state it. So defining your problem is like step 1 of any, so you're realizing here, if you're doing engineering or problem solving, it sounds pretty much the same regardless of the discipline, right? You need to make sure you frame your problem, right? Even if you're doing social sciences, right? What problem are we trying to solve? And that takes time, right? And you need to determine, do you have the data to solve that problem? And sometimes the data guides you as to what problem to solve, right? Then you determine what type of mathematical models would be suitable to train the model, right? So based on the problem, you will know what kind of model to apply, right? So if you're doing a recommender system, that will be a different kind of model, right? So they call them recommendation engines, which will be different to a classification problem where you are trying to determine, let's say you're planning a smart city and you want to look at, you're using computer vision to determine, did the light change red or green, right? That's a classification problem, right? Red or green, right? So you need to figure out which type of model you're going to use. And then you think about how you'd measure the performance of such models, right? So what is your threshold for acceptance? Because you don't want to wait until afterwards. So you say, so you do the model, your model gets 60% accuracy, and then you tell your boss, yeah, well, I was hoping for 55% accuracy, so it's good. No, beforehand, you determine what accuracy or whatever the metric is that you want. It could be error, right? So if it's error, you want to minimize that as smaller error as possible. That's the difference between your prediction and what actually happens. So you want to have as small error as possible. Or if it's accuracy you're looking at, then you want that to be as high as possible, right? Good. So now when I'm doing that, so let's go back. So I just said, hey, we need to determine which mathematical model, right? It's just, you don't remember everything from school, right? So you need to now go back and see, okay, which models are the best models for this problem I have. So you need to do some research. Or, there might be some new models that you didn't know about back when you studied it. So that's why it's really important, because these fields change so quickly, to go and do some research. Where do I do research? So depending on what it is, if it's a model that I haven't touched in a long time, or if it's a model that I have never done, then I'll do a super quick course on DataCamp. They are relatively inexpensive. In fact, I did one on LinkedIn and it was free. So just something I just wanted like a refresher on, right? And this was before I got this job. You just want a little refresher on something, and so I did it there. Coursera, if you have a subscription to Coursera, you can do a Coursera course, but those are more expensive. Udemy, super expensive, I find. However, I personally find their courses way more in depth. So I really love Udemy courses. Again, I haven't used Udemy since I started working as a data scientist. I used them before when I was studying. I find them, when I was an intern, I find them very in depth, right? So I'm definitely planning to go back, right? That's my ring doorbell, sorry. And the other thing is that I think going in depth is really important. So books, right? Sometimes a Google search is not enough, right? Sometimes, I have there Towards Data Science. That is a blog on Medium, really, really good for data science. However, it will only get you there to a certain point, right? If you need to go in depth, then you need to get some serious literature. So then, because I'm studying right now, I'm pursuing my master's. I have access to O'Reilly through the school. So if you are associated with a school and you're thinking about data science, check out some of the books. There's some really good books on Intro to Data Science, Intro to NLP, which is Natural Language Processing. There are a whole set of books that like practical ones. There's storytelling. Storytelling with Data. That's a really, really good book. So check out those. They're all available on O'Reilly if your school has access, right? Great. So now I come back, right? It's day 4, new day at work, and I start training and testing the model because everything, all my code is magically working on Thursday, right? So I'm training and testing the model. Oh no, not one model. You've got to try multiple models, because what if, you do one model and you get, 60% accuracy? That might not be enough, to justify to justify the, putting it in production. So, you want a model that gives you, very good accuracy if possible. So you're going to perform cross-validation against other models, right? And you set it up, again, everything, it's not like you're doing one model at a time. At the beginning, yes, when you're investigating, right? When you're doing, when you're trying it out, but then finally, right, you're going to do a cross-validation. You set it up such that it trains each model, right? And it trains it against multiple data, and then you get some results. I said that as if it happens just like that. Again, your code, you have to code it and make sure that it's working. Then you select the model with the optimal performance metric. So just to be clear, remember, we're making predictions, right, against what is reality, so against all data. So you're checking to see, hey, am I predicting what actually happened? Is the error between, if I take my prediction minus my my actual, is it small? So the smaller it is, the better. Or if I've decided, the better metric to use is accuracy, right? So I've just given the other metrics. I'm just giving really simple ones. So accuracy, such that, you want to maximize that and make sure it's as high as possible. So, a data scientist, you'll more hear them saying about optimal performance versus minimum or maximum, because it depends, right? Good. And finally, right, hopefully you only work a 5-day week. You now present those results to your manager, right? And if everything's okay, then the next step will be implementing the machine learning pipeline in the following week. If it is that you have a data engineer, then you will be working with the data engineer to get that done. Well, mainly the data engineer will be doing it, right? But you'll work closely with them. If it is that you are the only person in there, then you would put the machine learning pipeline in train, right? So now I would like to stop presenting, and I do know how to do that. Okay, good, great. And I would like to present just to show you what these look like. So let me see if I can do that really quick. So just what some of these look like. So let me share my screen, which I should have done from the beginning. Anyways. Yeah, I want to show, right, this one. So this is a Medium article I wrote. The reason why I'm showing it is just to show what I mentioned, an EDA. So this is an exploratory data analysis. I'm not going to go into it, but what I would show you, so this is what a data analyst might do. So they're trying to answer some kind of question, right? So they try to answer some kind of question, and they explore the data, right? So as you can see here, I looked at a number of features here and checked out, what was the impact of it on the price, right? Factors that negatively and positively correlate with the price of the New York apartment. As I said, I'm not going to go into this, but just to show you, okay, this is what I was looking at. Okay, I compared a host versus, this is a super host versus a regular host, the availability of the apartments. So this is what, and then you can see, wow, so there's more. These are the different features that we looked at. Now, the thing is that to get to these features, there were way more features that we looked at, right? But yet I narrowed them down to 5, right? So why would that be? Again, the EDA, you're trying to get meaning out of the data, and that's exactly what the EDA does. So yes, that's what a data analyst does. The difference is that, so in here, no machine learning has been done yet. So this was an exploratory data analysis, right? So I'm going to stop sharing this, and I'm going to share a really simple classification model, right? share screen. Classification, right? So this is a really simple classification model, and it's on my GitHub here. So why do I want to? So you can see we imported the data, we got our features, we just explored. So I have my exploratory data analysis in here, right? I cleaned it up some more, right? There's some visuals to help me understand. Again, that's all of that was exploratory, right? To help me understand, bring meaning to the data without model building. Then comes the data science, where you now use model building to, where you use machine learning to make a prediction, right? So first you train the model. What does that mean? It means that you are now using the old data, right, to discern patterns using a particular mathematical model, right? So you're gonna see which mathematical model best represents this data. That will tell me, okay, in math there's X, so the old data is X, right? And the thing I want to predict, you can say, or the feature I want to predict is on the y-axis. How well do I predict that? Right? So that's training the model. I determine. So in this case, I used accuracy, right? So that's this is the evaluation metric that I used, and then there's visualization of my results, right? So there's something called a confusion matrix. ROC curve, right? We're not going to go into details of it, but that's the point, right? So you can see how a simple classification model works, and the I don't want to say pipeline, because pipeline would mean that you're actually making predictions on new data now. But this is the setup. This is the creation of the model and evaluating it. So that's that part, right? So I hope you got a good insight, and I hope I was able to do this super quickly, because I know that you all have been with us for the entire day, and I didn't want it to go too long. So
Girl, that has been
Nicole.
So interesting.
Thank you,
My
Nicole.
gosh. I like the example you gave of the article that that you did with Airbnb, that makes it understandable for me and that kind of thing. But just so incredible. We have a youth ambassador. I'm not sure if Maria or Sonia is going to be able to bring our youth ambassador, Angel, back on screen. Here she is. And Angel has some questions for you. She's not
ready.
on
I'm
screen
ready.
yet. But you see, what I love also to Sarah is that you're talking about coming from your expertise of being a process engineer, re-envisioning. I think this is a message that we've been covering throughout the day. We heard my journey. We also heard in terms of Nicholas sharing, starting out in finance, so I think we've shared so much with the young ladies today in terms of, hey, and this thing about fail smart, fail fast. You don't gotta be fast. There's nothing called failure. Everything is a learning. Everything is a learning. Okay, let me stop talking. Angel, shoot. Ooh, Angel looks like she is frozen. Go. Are you with us, Angel? She was, yes.
Yes, I'm here with you. Are you guys hearing me properly?
Yes, we can hear you now. So Sarah is ready for your question.
Oh, okay. I think you're stuck again, Angel.
I think it's sticking a bit.
No problem. You know what I'll do in the meantime, because I didn't touch on it, because I was trying to go quickly because I know we're really behind. Oh, yeah, you're really breaking up.
Maybe come out, go out, Angel, and come back in.
Yeah, or you might have to do it with no video. I don't know. But one of the things I wanted to touch on that I didn't was that domain knowledge that you mentioned, Nicole. So I had, let me share screen. So it's a little, yeah. I don't know why I didn't share screen like this before. Yeah, I didn't, yeah. So, yeah, so I think this would be better. Yeah, you see, look, more my animations are here. Okay, but this is the part here that, so you see, this is really important. Yes, you need math. Yes, you need the computer science because you need to know how to code. But in order to understand the business, in order to bring meaning to the data, it's like, what is, and people spoke about this, like, what's your niche, right? So is it that you want to work on agricultural problems? Is it that you want to work on climate change problems? Is it that your expertise is in oil and gas? What is your expertise? Mine in particular is process engineering. Yes, from the oil and gas sector is where I'm originally from, but process engineering, really is about processes and improving processes. So that's where my expertise comes in, and I love to improve processes. And so I would look, look to see, okay, what are the, break things down into steps and see how we can, drill down and then optimize. And then optimize what? Which parts need optimizing, right? So what I was really surprised at is that now you can do data science as a bachelor's. I'm really surprised, but great. But what would be interesting is just be sure that if you do data science as your first degree, what would matter now is when you go into whichever whatever your first job is you really need to get intimate with the data, and really liaise with and collaborate with the stakeholders to understand what are the drivers behind the business, what are our true objectives, what are the values of the business. And that way, when you are now doing your exploratory data analysis, you can identify those areas that are most meaningful to your organization.
Right, most meaningful for the analysis of what you're looking for. Angel, I think you're good. I can see you're with us. Do you want to get your question?
Alrighty, are you guys hearing me properly?
Perfect.
All right, so first of all, that was a beautiful presentation, Sarah. We truly appreciate it. I'm Angel Pinnock here from live at University of Technology in Jamaica. So my first question is, as it relates to data science terminologies, I'm a bit curious as, a machine learning enthusiast. What are some tips to know when to use supervised learning versus unsupervised learning? And what are some examples of where you have applied this?
Wow. Listen, is this an interview for a data science job? No problem. I love these questions. So great question. And that means you're really interested in this. So
Very
supervised
interested.
learning, yeah, that's good that you know this stuff. So supervised learning is where the data is labeled, right? So in fact, in my first, two of my internships, I had to label data, right? So I want people to understand, like, we're talking about technology, but for the technology to get where it is, there was a lot of manual labor behind it, right? So how does it, again, like, let's say a traffic light, red, green. Somebody initially had to label these things red, green, right? These, in order for you to now put this data into the model, right? And differentiate, for the model now to differentiate in computer vision between red and green, cat and dog, or whatever, right? So in my so supervised learning, there can be classification or regression, but the point is it's supervised, is that you have labeled data. I've done so, because like you gave you wanted examples. So there's an example where one of the internships that I had, we had to actually label responses for it's an app, right, where they look to see well respondents answered these questions. So we had to label and actually put, okay, yes, this is a good answer to this question. Yes, and they were subjective questions. So in that case now, I had to come up with a rubric for how do we establish whether this answer is a good answer or not, right? There's something called sentiment analysis. So this is where you look at reviews and you look to see if they gave it a good review or a bad review. Let's say on Amazon, they said the product was good or not. You can look at keywords and see, okay, this was positive or negative. In this particular case, it was way more subjective because it was looking at subject matter experts, right? So we came up with a rubric. I had to, again, consult the experts in the organization to get their feedback. You can't just do it on your own, right? And then we had a team that was labeling. Anyways, so the point is that machine learning algorithm was just able to say, hey, you told me that answers that are good, these are them here. Answers that are bad, these are them over here. Okay, I kind of guess. I kind of understand what it is now. Give me one. I'll predict whether or not it's good or bad, right? So that's supervised learning. Unsupervised learning, you don't have label data. So that means now that you're just going to give your now you have features, right? So that means that you have characteristics of your data. So it might be I'm trying to think of one offhand, like an unsupervised one, because I mainly work with supervised things with label data. But it's one where, okay, so a good one might be like a clustering algorithm where you're trying to decide, put things in groups, right? So it will look, you tell it, hey, you know what, put them in groups of 5, right? Separate these documents in 5 different groups, see if you can do that. And basically it would just cluster them. And because you said 5 groups, right? You didn't, right? So you said 5, I'll do it in 5. Oh, you told me 6 this time? No problem. I'll cluster them in 6. And they look at the features, and you change those features into mathematical into matrices, basically. And so the algorithm will look and see, okay, how far apart are these features from one another in a mathematical way, and then they will put ones that have features that are similar together, and they'll just group them based on their features. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. But we didn't tell it. We didn't say, hey, you are group 5, you are in group 1. We didn't. We just told you there are 5 groups. Yeah, so that's unsupervised learning. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, gosh,
cool.
Angela's dropped a key comment in the chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. I mean, really, really rich. I think it's so important to get this kind of direct information from you, somebody especially like Angel, right, coming straight out of her exams and having all of these questions for herself and other students at University of Technology. Thank you so much. Ladies, I am so excited for this day. I'm so excited that the day is finished, Maria. It is now almost.
It is almost finished.
I am already into tomorrow.
We are almost there, Nicole. We gotta thank our amazing partners.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was really, really interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sarah, we've been waiting for a while to get this story from you.
I know.
And we have been asking Sarah for 2 years straight to come to Girls in ICT and the Tech Summit to give us a story. And we are so grateful that you chose to share it with us in, I think, a very amazing moment in your life. And I think thank you for allowing us to be part of that moment with you. It's really special.
Thank you for waiting, and thank you for having me. I really, really appreciate it. I told Maria, no, I'm not ready yet.
She was not ready yet. Every time.
I have an internship. Wait until I get a job. And then when I got my job, I'm like, yeah, when you ask me next, I'll do it.
Yeah, I just, oh boy, hold on a second, guys. While I just do this, I think One quick question from me, sir. I know I missed most of it. I apologize. But what do you see, like, what with someone like me? I'm actually thinking about pivoting again myself. What is the number one lesson you learned from this extraordinary pivot that you made in your career?
Yeah. So Samya helped me today earlier. She was like, you're on the right path. You know what I mean? Even though you changed, you know what I mean? Like it's not too late. That's number one. And let me tell you why it's not too late. Because honestly, I have to tell myself this all the time. The reality is, no matter which career you have now, you have to continuously learn. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you heard Michael's presentation. Things are changing. They are changing all the time. So even if you had a cushy job somewhere, you know what I mean, really and truly, it's going to change, and it's going to change really soon. So the skills that you need are going to be different. So you either need to upskill, so that is, you stay in your career, you stay in your job, but you better learn how to do it more efficiently, right? Because they're gonna need less people to do your job soon. I don't know how soon that is, right? Because
it feels very soon. It really does.
Yeah.
Like, even with my design job, like, I tell people all the time, but I'm literally just handing over design to the client. Because if design is gonna be how I make my money, I'm not gonna have any money, right? Like, that's not. So now it's all around finding those future skills, the future place to be. And I think my future place is in research. I honestly do.
Right.
So now I'm kind of like, okay, how do I pivot into that? And it does feel like a really big pivot, So, and I agree with you. I think Soima and quite a few others today, including yourself, have made me feel that I am where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah.
We are. It's all a part of the journey, Maria. As
Yeah.
part of the journey.
Yeah.
The experience is
And I
part of the journey.
wanna be real. Sometimes it's hard. I want people to understand, like, sometimes it's hard. So in particular, I was a team leader, process engineering in an oil and gas company. Let me tell you something. It was nice. Right? So yeah, it was nice. But the reality is, I mean, you never leave for one reason. You never switch for one reason alone. In my particular case, it was to be more available to my kids as well, right? So it was however, sometimes you'd be like, oh, did I do the right thing? Because but the reality is, like, I love math. You don't understand. Like, so years ago, my daughter says I shouldn't even mention this because it was 1990 something. She's like, Mommy, that's so long ago. But in 1990 something, in 1996, I came 10th in the country in math Olympiad. Like, you don't understand how much I love math. Like, I just love it, right? And I wanted to become a math teacher. My mom was a teacher, and my mom said, nah, no. You know what I mean? She's like, no. She's like, and she literally said, no daughter of mine is going to be a teacher. Because she really didn't, because she was hurt by teaching. You know what I mean? Like, she, and honest, and it's so weird because I ended up
teaching can be hurtful. So
but the point is, years later, I did end up, starting Smart Kids. I mean, no, it doesn't teach kids. It doesn't teach kids math, but it teaches them coding. It's still that. And now I do math all day. Like, I do math and I love it. Like, I'd rather be doing nothing else. Now, granted,
oh my goch!
Granted,
the thing about it, Sarah, I have to tell you, it's so wonderful that the world is so diverse, because I could not despise math anymore.
I love it. It's so
but
cool.
Actually, similarity is analysis. I love analysis, but I'm not coming at it from math. Economics, yes, but not math. I mean, hey, when I got an A in econometrics in my master's program, all I was like, yes, finished, never again.
Yeah. So to me, like, number one, like, you need to decide whether you're going to upskill, and you might need to do this every 5 years. I don't know, right? 5 to 10 years. Are you going to upskill, or are you going to switch? And switching, I would say you need to take more consideration. I would say, Maria, you need to take more consideration, because if it is, your depending on how you've built up your your career, you may be going as a junior in this newer thing. So you need to, like get your mindset around that and be prepared to be like, listen, I'm gonna, to work hard again,
But remember, Sarah, that the transitions can be different also too, because the engagement in different fields can be different. But this is a conversation for another day,
Sorry, I
not a
apologize.
conversation for 12:30 a.m. in the morning,
Yes.
ladies. Please. And I would like to just say I'm truly inspired, Sarah, by all the shifts that you've done. And especially also to Maria for such a fantastic day that we've had today. Thanks so much to Angel for joining us after her physics exam. That's the next one you wouldn't catch me doing.
I won't be doing that anytime soon again.
You're on mute, Maria.
Oh, you guys, I thought you guys were hearing me talk and practice. So, Angel, I have not met you before. It's nice to meet you. Nicole's been hiding you. That's cool. Well, it's so nice to see another young face. I think we had about four youth ambassadors today, which is great. That was our goal. Thank you for joining the team, Angel. We appreciate you so much. How did you think
Thank
it was?
you very much for having me, guys.
Yeah. I think we should let Nicole go before Nicole beats us over the head. Are you gonna stay till the end, Nicole? I just want us to have one moment where we thank the sponsors, but
I think we need to.
Yeah, everyone else has had an opportunity to share. I think from the moment I jumped in, we were kind of solving things. But I did have one thing I really wanted to talk about with regards to something that we're offering at MindWise with regards to programs. And right now, we are working on a program that's called the First Citizens Sustainable Minds Volunteer Program. Two of the volunteers that are helping us today, both Rihanna, actually three, Adiola and Gloria, are from this program. And we've been doing it for the last year. It's been quite an extraordinary experience, and we really want to invite anyone who's interested in joining this program or joining this Tech for Mental Health program to check us out at mindyct.org/volunteers, or you can reach out to me directly through either the Google Women Tech Makers page or from any one of our pages, but you can directly find us through this link. And of course, we'll share that as well in the post-event promos. Now, that being said, I want to make sure that we thank our event partners. Our title partners, as always, for Girls in ICT. Caribbean Girls Hack has been leading this charge every year since I've been doing this. And we have finally started to recognize them in the way that they need to be recognized as the lead partner for this event for Girls in ICT. We would not pull it together the way that we do every year without Nicole beating us with a frying pan at 1 a.m. in the morning. Like, Maria, Nicole, you literally send me messages at 1 a.m. in the morning, okay?
Oh my gosh.
No,
I'm not beating you with a frying pan, Maria. I'm just trying to catch up with you because you do everything so fast. I'm like,
you were in Geneva.
Gonna watch it in the morning.
I will think about what the Geneva equivalent of a frying pan is. I'll get around to it. Okay. Next, of course, we want to thank Google Women Tech Makers and Google Developer Groups, who gave me the opportunity to have these amazing community leadership roles. And of course, through those roles, we met the amazing Janika John, who has brought quite a lot of us together as well in Women in Tech Caribbean. These are the core partners for this event. And of course, we've been working with Raj, who has been amazing from Restore a Sense If I Can, pulling together 52,000 young girls around the Caribbean today to see not just our stream, but streams that have been shared from embassies, from consulates, from banks who have been distributing content to all of these girls over the past 24 hours, right? Well, not 24 hours, how many? About 10 to 15 hours, yeah? Of course, the First Citizen Sustainable Steam House, who of course was leading the charge with the hackathon today. I'm looking forward to finding out from Godiva. Maybe we'll have a little post-event show where we can have her tell us who won. We're very excited to know whether or not our Surinamese team did very well. We're backing Creative Tech Hub Caribbean very heavily, but of course, all of the Steam House teams They did an incredible job today. So congratulations to Steam House for such a great event. Anime Karib, Camille lit up the stage today with those animators. I was 100% in amazement of what that session was like. I think I learned today the importance of content bringing value, because every time we had one of those really intense discussions, you were seeing all of the YouTube comments just piling up. So, definitely the value of engagement and bringing sessions that have value. Anime Carib, Steam House, RSC, Caribbean Girls Hack, Creative Tech Hub Caribbean all brought their A game today when it came to the discussions that we had today. Once again, thanking First Citizens Foundation as well as Mindwise Project. That is my partners as well as our volunteers who showed up today to help us with today's show. And Women in Data Science, led by Rihanna Kandai and Dr. Letitia Addison, who couldn't be here today, but we definitely felt her in spirit with the amazing Sarah from Smart Kids, who is now a data scientist, 100% successful pivot. And of course, ITU, who gave us an incredible launch address, giving us this day every year to bring us together as a family. So thank you, ITU, for Girls in ICT. With that, thank you, Nicole. I think you can go to bed now. What time is it in Geneva?
12:30 a.m. tomorrow.
I was actually telling my partners at Rotary, how long? I think we pull this event together almost every year in less than 7 days, like between 8 to 7 days. And I think that's a testament of how well you wield your item that we will name later, but it's not a frying pan, right? But I do think it speaks to the strength of our friendship, our partnerships. Angel, you're joining a very tight-knit group of women tech leaders from the Caribbean. You can see me. I had to leave to become a human again, and I'm right back here.
And Maria, we want to say a huge shout out to Sonia Hill. Oh my God.
World Skills, yes.
Sonia is in some meetings now, but
Sonia and her is it Sue?
Who? Slima?
The other World Skills champion who was with her.
Oh, Yusra.
Totally love their session. That's the thing. Hopefully World Skills will be comfortable, next year. But
have to.
I honestly felt that they 100% brought their A game today, representing World Skills, and of course having our mobile robotics champion talking to us about, what it means to be a World Skills champion. Angel, you think you're going to compete in World Skills in the future?
I hope to compete next year. It's a thing that I have on my to-do list. I'm gonna study and try my very best.
You gotta get some more Caribbean champs.
And Maria, we have to say a big shout out and thank you also to Abriana, our guru, for introducing Angel to us. Thank you so much to Abriana. Abriana is also studying for exams tomorrow. But Angel, we don't want to keep you too much later. I don't know if you have exams tomorrow as well.
You do?
Yeah, she came out of an exam today and joined us.
That's okay. Rihanna had
joined right after my physics exam. Like the minute I left the room, I joined. So it's really a pleasure to be here today. Again, big shout out to all the sponsors. Thank you very much for having me on the show. I'm currently here at the University of Technology in Jamaica, and I must say it's great studying computer science here. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Angel.
Thank you,
Angel. We will see you very soon for the Tech Summit. You're going to hear from us soon. Bye, Angel.
Yes.
Good luck with your exam.
Thank you, Angel, for joining us.
Thank you, Sonia.
Today.
Sonia, we could not end this day without you. We could not.
You were the champ. You were the MVP. Whoop, whoop. If it wasn't
Absolutely.
for you, this would not have happened. This would not have happened.
Oh, hold on. It looks like Abriana is around. Abriana, join us.
Nicole
join us.
Abriana, come in. Abriana's like, you guys heard us say that Nicole's going to sleep, and you're like, no sleep for Nicole. because she didn't let us sleep. No, she did not. Nicole, we would do anything for you. You know this, right? I'm very proud
Listen,
to announce that Nicole is going to be our keynote speaker for the International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit this year.
Nice.
And hopefully, are you still coming to Trinidad on the 15th?
I refuse to answer that in that it could incriminate me. Okay, we're gonna take that
We're
up
going to talk about that
afterwards.
later.
We're
Yeah,
gonna take that up right afterwards. Sonia, I want to say such a huge thank you to Sonia, who really done so much, from finding speakers, organizing the packages, putting up the videos, having the questions, making the posters with Bridget, finalizing the
you were
music.
the you were the rock. You were the rock.
Amazing
I mean,
work,
we came in at
Sonia.
different points, and you
Yeah.
could ask us questions, but you were the rock. If you were not there, we would have been like, yeah, it's handled. It's fine. Like we would have shown up today being like, oh, we just expect everything to work. But the most important thing that I think that you did was that while you were leading the charge from the youth side, that you asked for help when you need it. And that's the number one thing I think I've learned as a leader is don't wait too late to ask for help. Yeah. And you didn't wait a second. Both you and Nicole, you guys are like, what's going on with this? How do I do this? I'm like in another meeting and seeing messages from you guys, and I'm like, just give me 1 second. It seems important. You guys, I mean, it really is amazing how close and welcome to the family as well, Sonia. Yeah, come stop, Brianna.
Hi, Abriana.
Hi, everyone.
Everyone is here. Yeah.
I should say thank you to Nicole for roping me into CGH and the girls in ICT, and thank you to Maria for showing me the ropes around these things and giving us templates to make our lives much easier.
Yeah.
Listen, thank you to
Well-learned
Maria.
ropes. Well-learned ropes. Abriana went through what you went through this year. That was Abriana last year. But you can see, like, once you've gone through it, it's easy to replicate. So it's kind of like, now that you know where all of the, you know where the cheese is, you know where the milk is in the fridge. Like, you have, like, I know what I'm supposed to do. But before that, you're kind of like, that's why it's always important to learn by fire, right? Like, you'll never forget the lessons that you learned today. Ever.
We can't let Angel know that she's gonna be the one in the baptism of the fire next
But when we have a very good support system.
It's really funny if Angel just disappeared. She's like, and I'm out. No, but I mean, it's important. And of course, Brianna, Angel, Sonia, I mean, continue to support each other. We're all family now. And I'm really hoping for this year to be a year that we continue to move the needle forward. This event did feel like we moved the needle forward. I don't know if.
Yes, but hold on, Maria. I just want to go back on what you're saying about them really staying connected. Women Tech Makers is an incredible group. Women in Tech Caribbean. It's 300 of us, but we're missing you ladies. And there are amazing ladies that are in there. Everything from somebody who does.
I mean, that's how I think that's how I met Nicole. Nicole and I met at Women in Tech Caribbean.
Women Tech Makers. That was started by Janika, right? And that was only virtual because believe me, I've never met Maria in my life in person.
No, and every time that I think whenever we do, you guys just be careful, okay? You're gonna have to like
lots of roti.
It's gonna be a lot. I thought the world was gonna like have some kind of access with you and Camille in Egypt. Do you know she and Camille Salvon were in? Was it Egypt you were in at the same time?
We were in Cairo, and the next morning I'm like, hey, great. So I'm coming to the conference. She's like, I'm at the airport.
So, guys, when we meet in Cairo, when Nicole takes us next time, I'm actually really hoping to kind of either have you guys here or we have at least one in-person event somewhere in the Caribbean where we meet up at least in a way that, so wherever there's the most of us is where we'll go. And I have a feeling Jamaica might be outranking us at this point. So
I don't know about Maria. Seriously, we have to get you young ladies. You have got to join Women in Tech Caribbean. There are so many women who are from the Caribbean in different parts of the world, different experiences. I mean, when you look at Sherez in terms of studying in Barcelona and then working in Trinidad, when you look at Janika, who is now in Europe, but originally from, I think, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When you look at other ladies who are in so many different parts of the world, we have people who are in GIS, just a wealth of women really here to help other women. And so, Maria, I know you're going to be, we need to be watching the Instagram spaces so that we can
well, guys,
be jumping in on IWD, right?
I wanna. Well, one, we wanna have IWD on May 20th. But it depends on whether a certain person is gonna be here or not. So we'll see what happens. But outside of that, I think we might do a very limited call for speakers. We're probably gonna release that tomorrow or Friday. Well, tomorrow is Friday. I think the one thing I would like to find out from you guys now, tomorrow's International Intellectual Property Day. Did you guys
It
know that?
sure is.
And there is I think it's WICO, is it WICO that does the WIPO that does,
WIPO.
sorry, I need help.
And the head of WIPO. Oh my gosh.
Can
Maria,
we
she's
have,
in Trinidad. She's
let's
in
have a
Trinidad.
talk. So maybe we can have a small mini
That
event.
same lady who spoke on on the experience of traveling, studying in Ukraine, she's in Trinidad. That's Carol Simpson.
Would you guys be down to maybe do something around? So those two events are really close together. So there's Girls in ICT, and then I think it would be really great for us to do something for World Intellectual Property Day, especially as it pertains
next
to
year, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Well, fine. I'll take that.
Ladies, that's a wrap for me. I am out. Thank you so much.
Good luck with your exams, guys.
Amazing work.
Crush those exams, okay? We are expecting extraordinary great things from you guys. So,
yes. Good
no
luck with the
pressure.
exam. Well, not good luck. I know you're well prepared, Abriana.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Happy GIC.
Happy GIC.
Yes.
Bye.
We're closing it out. Bye.